Chapter 1, Birthplace Promotion City. Chapter 1 Birthplace Promotion City. What should I do? What should I do? A drop of bean-sized sweat appeared on Katie's forehead, the smell in her nose was awful, and the surrounding atmosphere was unimaginably depressing. After an hour of observation, Katie finally confirmed her location and situation. Everything in front of him is familiar and unfamiliar to him, because this is Impelton, the world's largest prison in one piece. As a veteran C fan who has been following dramas for more than 10 years, Impelton's name can be said to be familiar, and it is even better than most people here to know its composition. But the problem is that I never thought that one day I would come here in person, and I would come here suddenly in such a way of crossing the blood. There was no sign before that. While Katie was thinking hard, a voice came suddenly, and one of the names made herself very concerned. Hey, have you heard that the fellow who O-Fist Ace was also caught in the other day? Really, he is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, or how can someone with natural fruit ability be caught? I also heard about this. The news is true. It's in our prison. As for the level, it's hard to say. Others couldn't react to this astonishing news for a while, but the man with the white beard, the Navy dared to catch it. Oh my God, what is the Navy going to do? Dare to catch the white-bearded man? That old man is the strongest man in the world, so he is not afraid that the Navy headquarters will be turned upside down by him. It's hard to say. Although the Whitebeard is strong, he is only one person, and he is still in his old age. The Navy is different. There are not only 3 generals in the heyday, but also the warring States Marshal and the hero Carp. It's really hard to tell the result when the king comes down to Kaiwahe. Hey, are you a pirate or a Navy? How do you know to help the Navy speak? I'm arguing on the matter, okay. A group of people are arguing with each other. This is also a way for them to pass the long prison life. At the same time, Katie, who listened to their conversation, was stunned. I was still praying just now. I hope that the time is still 10 or 8 years away from the top war, so that I can sneak in the prison for a while, and then escape with Lu Fei who came to the prison, and join the top by the way. In the war, try to save Ace and Whitebeard or something. In this way, you can start your own name and marry Gao Fume to the pinnacle of life. But who knows that Ace has been arrested now, which means that the top war is already in sight. 10 days and 8 days can be regarded as God's eyes open. Read more at wuxiax.com. With his current cannon fodder level strength, he was not qualified to participate in the next century war, and Luffy would not necessarily take him away. Successfully descended, start binding. Just as Katie was thinking about it, an electronically mixed machine sound suddenly rang in her mind. Who is talking? I just said that. Katie regretted it. For the others in this cell, he was new to him. He was disliked by others. The sense of presence should be reduced as much as possible, but this voice was successfully broken. My original plan. For an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Katie, wondering what he was going crazy. Hey, you are going to die, the newcomer, what are you talking about? Just thinking of this, a sturdy guy just yelled at himself, and his eyes were extremely bad. Forget Hook, ignore him. At such a young age, he is a poor guy who was caught up just after embarking on a great route. I'm afraid that his head is what? Don't be familiar with him. It's really unlucky to be locked up with this kind of waste, disgusting. From beginning to end, Katie just kept her head down silently, seemingly terrified. It wasn't until the opponent turned around that he raised his head, and his eyes showed a flash of killing intent. The reason why I didn't choose to do it now was because I didn't have much confidence, and because I cared more about the voice in my mind than I killed Hook. The binding is successful, and the strong person becomes the god system is for you. In order to prevent the host from hanging up on the first day, the system has carefully prepared a novice package for you. Does the host need to open it now? She pinched her thigh abruptly, and the sour pain made Katie sure that she was not dreaming. From now on she is also a systematic person. In this way, the days when she punches the red dog and kicks the yellow ape, there is hope. Don't worry about this, I want to first understand what kind of help you can provide me, and what do I need to do. Faced with the sudden surprise, Katie didn't rush to open it, but planned to figure out what the system was all about first. With my help, the host can randomly extract a certain ability from the people around it. Of course, this is also limited. Each person can only draw once. At the same time, the system also provides a storage space of 1000 cubic meters for the host, which can hold everything except living things. Furthermore, in order to test the host's ability and urge the host to progress, the host needs to complete the tasks I have assigned. Each time I will give the host 2 different tasks for the host to choose from. After completion, there will be quite a generous reward, including in the system mall. The redemption point used for redemption within. If the mission fails or is deliberately delayed, although there is no punishment, the host will also waste a lot of opportunities to become stronger. In short, the choice is yours. Whether you want to be a dragon or a worm is up to you. The voice of the system here just stopped, but Katie's heart kept repeating what the system said. Although I don't know what caused me to travel here, but now that I am here, I just want to break out of the world, do something I want to do, and change the direction of this world. System, open the novice package, I want to know what you have prepared for me. Then it depends on the host's luck. Even I can't control the items in the package that appear randomly. Hearing this, Katie's face was black, her luck has always been mediocre. Although it is not an African chief, it is definitely not a god of Europe. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the soul-slashing knife Break the Sky. However, today is destined to be Katie's lucky day. Although I don't know what special abilities the soul slasher I just obtained will bring to me, I feel excited just thinking about it. That's the soul-slashing knife. As long as you learn the initial solution or the swastika solution, it is equivalent to acquiring a special ability. If you get a good devil fruit with good luck, then you are equivalent to being a person with devil fruit ability. It's not too beautiful. However, at this time Katie hadn't really realized the power of the system, and later realized how simple her thinking is now. Chapter 2, Luffy comes to Bucky to escape. Chapter 2 Luffy comes to Bucky to escape. System, can you tell me the ability that this soul slasher possesses? Katie was also very curious about the soul-slashing knife he had obtained, not knowing what kind of help this Pokong, which had never appeared in the plot, could bring herself. Space, the ability of this knife is related to space, and the specific effect needs to be understood and familiarized by the host. Although the description of the system is very simple and vague, Katie is extremely surprised. The most important thing in the composition of the world is 2 points, space and time. Space determines the form of matter, and time determines the change of matter. Katie never imagined that her luck would be overwhelmed one day. Katie believed that this soul-slashing knife was definitely the top-level existence. Consciousness entered the storage space in the system and looked at the silvery white empty space. The more I looked, the more I liked it. If it weren't for the situation, Katie would have taken it out and played with it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining entry-level physical skill LV3 from Pirate Lurangia. Set! Congratulations to the host for obtaining entry-level spear technique LV2 from Pirate Landrin. While Katie was carefully observing the soul slasher in the system, a series of prompts sounded one after another without warning, and lasted for half a minute. After everything was over, Katie realized that I didn't know when there were 10 more abilities on the personal page in her system. What made Lewis the most concerned about was a swordsmanship skill called Banyu Slash. What made her even more unexpected was that this skill turned out to be. It was obtained from Hook, and the most speechless for Katie is that there is even a skill for picking up girls, which has reached the terrifying LV5. System, this is the ability you bring? What does entry-level LV3 mean? Why is there a plus sign behind each skill? A skill has strengths and weaknesses. The entry level is the weakest level. There are also masters, grandmasters, etc., and there are 10 small levels at each level. As for the plus sign in the back, it is used to increase the skill level. Of course, this requires a certain skill point. The higher the level, the more skill points are required. The skill points can only be obtained after the host completes the command issued by the system. Of course, the host can also increase his skill level by practicing hard. Nodded. After listening to the system's words, Katie naturally understood the truth. It seemed that the tasks assigned by the system had to be completed by herself. Detecting the host's wishes, you can start scheduling tasks for the host. Task 1, as the freest pirate in the sea, facing the insults of others is naturally unbearable, even for a second. Please find a way to solve the pirate hooker by yourself. Mission reward, 2 skill points, 1000 redemption point. Task 2, sometimes, forbearance is a way to ignore Hukei's insults, spend time with him, and see who falls in prison first. Task reward, 1 skill point, 500 exchange points. Read more at wuxiax.com. After confirming that her eyes didn't make any mistakes, Katie also understood the urination of the system. This was obviously to let herself do things. In comparison, the first task was much simpler. There is a breakthrough, killing a person is simply no difficulty for me. The only problem is how to face the guards of Advance City after killing someone, and it may even face the Guy Magellan and meet with my own strength. There is only one dead end for him. But the second task is not as simple as I want to say. It costs life in him. Here is the Advancement City. The fate is completely controlled by others. Accidents happen at any time. It is more difficult than the first task. I don't know how many times it is more difficult, let alone. The reward is twice as bad, and there is no choice at all. System, I choose the first one. The task has been determined and I hope the host will complete it as soon as possible. Looking at Hook's defenseless back, Katie wanted to give him a knife now, but sensibly told herself that it was not the time yet, and that we had to wait for the time to come, and this time was the arrival of Luffy. As everyone knows, this opportunity is right in front of us. On the sea that is advancing the city for a day's voyage, a naval warship is driving at full force, and this ship is also the only woman in the sea carrying the king's Kaiwu, and is also the king of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Empress Hancock. His Royal Highness Hancock, Propulsion City has arrived, and we are going to disembark. The voice of Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel passed into the ears of Hancock and Luffy through the door panel. The two looked at each other. Luffy hurried into Hancock's dress. After everything was packed, Hancock had just taken care of everything. Get out of the room. Lead the way ahead. Even in the face of Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel of the Navy headquarters, Hancock's attitude is still as cold as ice. Perhaps it should be said that only the long-lost smile appears on her face when facing Luffy. Staring at the room where Hancock left was for a long time, the Flying Squirrel's eyes moved away. For some reason, Hancock's performance during the entire voyage was so abnormal that it made people want to ignore it, but he couldn't find anything wrong. Why, is there a problem? No, I'm going to push city in a while, I'm asking you to come out and prepare first. Oh. No matter what the Flying Squirrels say, Hancock's answer will always be just one word. Looking at Hancock, who is indifferent, the Flying Squirrel feels that he should be too worried. The other party has no reason or need to do anything that is not good for the Navy. The iron gate, tens of meters high in front of you, came slowly, and a musty smell came out, and the painful screams of the pirates were faintly heard from the ears. The world behind the door seemed to be from the abyss of hell. It's terrifying. Quick, that guy Bucky has escaped, chase him back quickly. In an instant, the long quiet Push City suddenly agitated. As a department directly under the world government, they will never allow anyone to escape from here. The golden lion who escaped more than 10 years ago has been regarded as a shame in their lives. And this kind of shame, they absolutely do not allow a second time. However, it is not only the prison guards who fluctuate strongly, but also the pirates who are also on the LV1 floor of the city. They have been in this dark prison for a long time, even if there is a little hope that they want to try escape. Where is Bucky? Come and open the door for Lao Tzu. As long as I go out, I am willing to do anything for you. Bucky. Bucky. For a time, Bucky's name spread throughout the first floor of Advance City, and everyone was looking forward to his arrival. However, so far no one has been able to see Bucky, let alone escape from here. Seeing Hook's anxious figure, Katie's heart was itchy and unbearable, and she was hungry and thirsty. Bucky's escape means the beginning of Lu Fei's robbery, and there are only more than 30 hours left before the war at the top. This is not only the prelude to the start of the war, but also the best and safest way to escape the city. However, before that, he still had one thing to do, and he had to kill Hook as soon as possible to complete the task. Chapter 3, Kill Hook. Chapter 3, Kill Hook. Katie didn't realize that her forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat, and she would inevitably be nervous at this time. Eyes were staring at Hook's back, ready to take out Pokong at any time. Fuck, where is that guy Bucky? Hurry up and save Lao Tzu out. Hook's voice became more and more irritable. In the long time since Bucky escaped from prison, Bucky has never appeared in his vision, which made him very irritable. However, Katie was not at all anxious. It was better to say that she had created a good opportunity for herself. The more Hook was angry, the more likely she was to kill him with one blow. Waste, waste. When Hook vented to the prison bars again, Katie acted. The accumulated power completely exploded in a very short moment, and the silver katana suddenly appeared in Katie's hand out of thin air. The people on the side only felt a faint flash of light suddenly flashed in front of them, and they didn't even notice Katie's movements at all. What? A miserable voice awakened the silent crowd. People were shocked to find that Hook's chest was penetrated by a knife from behind, and it was the new kid who launched the attack. No one knows how the knife in Katie's hand came from. Yes, of course people have no intention of paying attention to this issue. This sudden change left them at a loss. No one thought that Katie, who was originally the only one, would violently kill, and now he still holds a knife in his hand. For all of them, that knife has an absolutely deadly threat. Ho ho, the blood ran down the corners of Hook's mouth. The sharp pain in his chest and the blur of his vision made Hook clearly aware that he was really going to die. Hook didn't want to believe this result. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the air to the side, his eyes filled with pleading expressions, hoping that someone would come to save him. However, the indifferent eyes of others made him completely desperate. Please, let me go, let me go. Until the end even began to pray to Katie. However, how could Katie let him go, not to mention that the completion condition of the system is to let herself kill Hook, even if it is really not herself. It is impossible to let him go. Katie still understands the principle of cutting grass to root. After struggling a few more times, Hook was completely silent. Read more at wuxiax.com. The mission is complete. You have successfully killed Hook. The reward has arrived. Please check. However, Katie's eyes did not relax, because the people around her looked at her with chills. Of course Katie knew that they were afraid of the knife in her hand, which was too dangerous for unarmed people. I only target Hooker. The cold voice reverberated in the small cell, coupled with the little red on Katie. Everyone in the cell was in awe at this moment, and never dared to look down on this young man. Although young, he is a ruthless person. After that, Katie put the knife in the scabbard and returned to her original place, quietly waiting for the arrival of Luffy and Bucky or the arrival of the guard. Everything that happened here has been passed to the guard through the video call worm. It doesn't matter who gets to Katie in the end. At the same time as the battle ended, Katie's consciousness had sneaked into the system's mall interface, and her eyes flashed across the powerful skills. Each of the top skills made Katie linger: the tree world descended, and the technique of flying thunder god. There are even the thunder fruit, known as the strongest natural system, and the shaking fruit owned by the white beard. However, Katie discovered a problem. The price of Ace's burnt fruit in the system mall was higher than that of the shocking fruit and the thundering fruit. Katie thought of a possibility for this, but it is not clear whether it is right or not. After watching for a long time, I found the skill I want to swap, the Navy 6 style Moon Step entry-level LV1. When I saw that its price was only 700 exchange points, Katie's heart was relieved. There was only 1,000 redemption points. Fortunately, the price of Moon Step did not exceed 1,000. As for the skill level, Katie didn't force it. System: exchange skill month step. The exchange is successful, 700 exchange points have been deducted, and the host balance still has 300 exchange points. In addition, it is detected that the current task has been completed. Do you need to start a new task now? Turn on. The new task appeared so quickly that Katie's expectation was exceeded, but there was no decisive choice to entangle, and the rewards for completing the task made him want to stop. Although she didn't try, but at the same time that she successfully exchanged the Moon Step, there was a wave of information about the Moon Step in her mind, and Katie believed that she had completely mastered the Moon Step. It is detected that the current time period of the host is the early stage of the outbreak of the war on the top, and two main tasks have been specially prepared for the host. The first one: help Baybeard turn the tide of the battle and win the top war. The specific reward is judged based on the final degree of completion of the host. Second, now that the results are known, why bother to ask the host to help the Navy capture the fugitives advancing the city, destroy Luffy's rescue, and help the Navy achieve greater victory in the war on the top? The specific rewards are also based on the host. To determine the degree of completion. Faced with the two missions issued by the system, Katie was silent. Relatively speaking, the second mission was much easier. After all, the victory of the top war belongs to the Navy. You can expand the victory of the Navy by doing a little. Easily complete tasks to get rewards. However, if they really do this, Ace and Baybeard are doomed to only result in death. Although they are not related to them, but if they really do this, they are a bit unbearable. After all, they watched anime before. When I saw this, I shed tears for them, and I also imagined how much I hope this can save Ace if possible. With a bang, the closed cell door suddenly opened, but no one chose to escape because dozens of guards were holding guns and staring at them. Prisoner No. E50301, put down the knife in your hand and squat down with your head. More than a dozen guns were pointed at Katie, and even the people on the sidelines felt a burst of tension in the severe situation. However, what is puzzling is that even now, even after being held by more than a dozen guns at the same time, Katie's face didn't even show a trace of tension or panic. She even showed a frivolous smile, as if the gun was pointing at her not. Same. Get out of the way and don't get in the way, I'm in a hurry. Rubber pistol. Just as the situation became more tense, a third party suddenly appeared, an arm that was beyond everyone's imagination suddenly appeared, and all of the guards were knocked off at once. Seeing this, Katie also made a decision in her heart. System: I choose ZE Mission 1. Chapter 4, Sleepy Dragon Out of the Abyss. Chapter 4, Sleepy Dragon Out of the Abyss. At this time, Katie would naturally stop watching, and it was time to leave this small dilapidated cell. As both feet stepped out of the cell, two figures appeared in front of him, Bucky wearing a prisoner's uniform and Luffy wearing a straw hat. Hey, Sombrero, I know your brother's situation, can you help me open the handcuffs? A word behind him made Luffy, who had hurriedly stopped. You know about Ace, tell me. Although I don't know who Katie is, Luffy doesn't want to miss any information about Ace. Wrong, I am not referring to your elder brother Ace, but your second brother Sabo. He is still alive, in the Revolutionary Army, and he is also the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. What you said is true. You don't lie to me. The body trembled uncontrollably, and his mind was blank. Sabo and Ace were the most important two in his life. They held irreplaceable positions. It was a pity that Sabo disappeared in the chaos of the Goa Empire when he was young. I thought that Sabo was dead, but Katie's news sparked a glimmer of hope in Luffy's heart and couldn't help but confirm to Katie. It's true, but his head has been severely hit, there is something wrong with his memory, and he can't remember the past. The benefits of the Traverser's identity made Katie easily gain the trust of Luffy. Sabo is indeed still alive, and he was saved by Luffy's father. Sabo is still alive, Sabo is still alive. I must leave Ace and tell him the news. Bucky, quickly open his handcuffs and we will save Ace together. Hey, we don't know if what he said is true or not. The Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, who is the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. How powerful is your second brother? My father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, do you think my second brother is good? I was most afraid of the sudden silence of the air. After Luffy finished talking about his father's identity, the scene was quiet and terrible for a while. Everyone's eyes looked at Luffy changed, and even their jaws dropped. Well, although I am also surprised, can you please open my handcuffs first? Okay, let's open it for you. Bucky's head remained at the moment when Luffy revealed his father's identity. After hearing Katie's request, her body conditioned her to open the handcuffs on her hands. Looking at Bucky, who was empty-minded, an unusual light flashed through Katie's eyes, because she had acquired an incredible skill from him, proficiency level Tear LV7, and she only acquired a master from Luffy level 6 Navy Shave LV5, although the level is much higher, but the effect and potential are much worse. Read more at wuxiax.com. The number of exchange points required for the same level of shave in the system mall is less than half of the tearing skill, and the gap is self-evident. Bucky is a person with the ability to split the fruit. The fruit effect can split his body into several parts. At present, he is immune to all slashes. After all, he is even immune to the slashes of the world's largest swordsman. But the ability to tear apart seems a bit strange. The direct effect of splitting the fruit is only on the body of the user, and cannot affect the outside world, but the ability to tear apart can cause direct damage to the outside world. Thinking about it carefully, Katie only thought of one possibility: Bucky, the fruitful ability awakened. The fruit ability of the Superman system will have a direct impact on external things only after the fruit is awakened. If Bucky really awakens the fruit, it is only natural to have the tearing ability. Although as of the time when he crossed over, Bucky's writings and Kishimoto's writings were all playful and funny, but two things alone are enough to prove Bucky's unusualness. First, he and the red-haired Shanks worked as an intern on the One Piece Roger ship. Second, Bucky is the first supporting role who appeared and has always had a plot since. He appeared earlier than Hawkeye and has more roles. Katie believes that Bucky definitely hides his strength, but he can't figure out why he hides himself. Maybe it's because he doesn't want to be noticeable, or the task Roger gave him, or something. My name is Luffy, and I am a man who wants to become One Piece. This is Bucky. Only after hearing Luffy's self-introduction can I understand his courage. After all, the reason why everyone went to sea was to go to the One Piece treasure left by Roger. In the strict sense, this sentence can be regarded as a declaration of war. Pirates. I'm Katie. Yo XI, let's save Ace together. With one more partner, Luffy is naturally happy and yells to save Ace. Wait a minute, I don't plan to go with you. Hey, why? Isn't it safer for everyone to go together? Katie's answer surprised Luffy for a while, but she didn't expect Katie to refuse. Seeing Luffy's puzzled look, Katie was also convinced. When watching the anime, I felt that Bucky was miserable by Luffy's self-righteousness. After personal experience, it was even poorer Bucky who was taken from the ground alive. Drag the floor to the 5th floor underground. Although everyone can take care of each other together, but at the same time the exposure is greater and it is too easy to attract the attention of the guards. It's better to divide the soldiers into 2 groups. In this way, the risk of exposure is much smaller, and the chance of rescuing Ace is also greater, and I know that there is no problem with one person on the way down. Wow, Katie, you are so smart. Then do as you said. Bucky and I will go ahead. Speaking of giving Bucky no room for rejection at all, holding his body is just rushing forward. Wait a minute, why don't you be with Katie? I can be alone. Bucky's screams spread farther and farther until finally disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Katie was also preparing to start her own plan. The reason why I didn't choose to be with Luffy was easy to be exposed. It was indeed a reason, but it was not the biggest reason. What I needed most now was strength. Compared with the beginning, although his current strength has increased, it is still seriously inadequate compared to the enemies that he will encounter later, and it is even a cannon fodder. However, the existence of the system makes Propulsion City a golden mountain for Katie to be developed. With the help of the system, you can easily acquire the corresponding abilities from others. This means that as many prisoners are held in the city, you will have as many opportunities to acquire the abilities. Although there will be repetitions, it is based on a huge base. In front of it, everything is not a problem. What's more, while continuing to go down, you can also complete the tasks released by the system. When the main task is determined, the system gives the next small tasks at the same time. Arrive at the 6th floor, mission reward, 50,000 exchange points, 7 skill points. In an instant, Katie was shocked by the super high reward for the mission. Compared to the reward for the first beheading mission, the reward was a drop in the bucket, but the difficulty of this mission was not ordinary. Chapter 5, Go to the second basement. Chapter 5 Go to the second basement. Just as Katie was thinking about how to sneak into the 6th underground floor, a large shadow suddenly fell over her head, and a signal of danger came from behind. The conditioned reflex quickly retreats to open the distance with the enemy, and the body follows the rotation to face the enemy. At the same time, the movement of the hand is not slow at all and quickly takes out the hole in the hand, with the crossbar on the chest. Just after finishing all these attacks, a heavy iron axe smashed directly on the piercing knife that Lewis blocked in front of his chest. The powerful force was transmitted along the blade. Katie felt that the tiger's mouth was numb, almost. Failed to grasp the knife in his hand. At this time, Katie was able to see who the attacker was. It was the jailer Blue Orangutan on the basement floor. This creature even possessed the power to kill the Sea King class. No wonder the power was so strong. Congratulations to the host, get the rookie physique LV9. Just when Katie was shocked by the powerful power of the blue gorilla, the system's prompt sound was too late. At the same time, a strong heat flow emerged in her body. Katie discovered the difference in her body after a little harder. The strength of his more than doubled just now. However, Katie couldn't be happy. Although her physique had improved a lot, she was still a rookie. This name brought Katie 10,000 points of critical damage. Roar! Katie's ignorance made the blue gorilla very angry, and roared at Katie again. Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. Tier Half Moon Slash. A sword energy in the shape of a crescent moon was formed instantly, slashing towards the rushing enemy at a very fast speed. Facing Katie's slash, the blue gorilla would naturally not sit still and wave the iron axe in his hand to slash at Katie's sword energy. Hey, that kid is miserable. He even dared to attack the blue gorilla, and I was afraid that he would be cut off for a while. On the side of the cell, the prisoners gloated with misfortune. They were all envy and jealous of Katie. Now it is natural to see him being stared at by the blue apes. However, the next scene was beyond their imagination. The moment the iron axe touched the sword strike, a crack appeared on the surface of the iron axe that almost penetrated the entire iron axe. In the next second, a clicking sound was heard, the iron axe was completely shattered, but the sword energy rushed forward unabated. Blue orangutan. A stream of scarlet blood surged up, and the sturdy body of the blue gorilla fell down. The results before them shocked everyone who saw them. They never thought that the young man who was also a prisoner in the underground level would have the ability to kill the blue gorilla alone. As the jailer of this level, the blue gorilla naturally has overwhelming power, but even so, he was killed by a single blow, and no one could have expected this result before the start of the war. Don't talk about them, even Katie herself didn't expect to be so powerful. She just combined the tearing skill with the sword strike and half-moon cut on a whim, and wanted to see what would change, but she didn't expect the effect to be so good. It was able to kill the blue gorilla in a second. Read more at wuxiax.com. Boss, please let me out. Those who react quickly start to intercede with Katie, hoping they can leave this hellish place. However, how can these people, Katie, care? They heard what they said just now. They were still scolding themselves for the first second, and the next second was like asking themselves to save them. Is it possible? Turning around and picking up a guard who fell on the ground into a coma, Katie just turned around and left without a cloud, leaving behind a wolf-howling crowd. In a dark corner, she changed into the guard's clothes, and Katie just moved on. With this skin bag, she can move more easily. At least she won't always be asked to rescue them, and the risk of exposure is also small. A lot. Soon Katie walked all over the basement level. However, the result was not very good, and she only acquired two slightly useful skills, the entry-level basic swordsmanship LV7 and the entry-level swordsmanship crosscut LV5, which is the exact previous one. It is not even a skill but refers to the understanding and use of swordsmanship. After all, the bounty of the pirates imprisoned here is generally between 10 and 20 million baileys, which means that the level of strength in the four seas can have such a little gain. Feeling this slightly quieter underground prison, obviously Luffy should have broken into the second or third underground floor by this time, otherwise it would definitely not be so quiet. It seems that this layer is no longer useful to me. It's time to move on. In the memory, Luffy and Bucky arrived at the second underground floor through the passage in the center of the Red Lotus Hell, but Katie didn't know where the Red Lotus Hell was. After all, the animation did not give a specific direction and route. However, Katie can use her voice to find the location of the Red Lotus Hell. After all, the prisoners there have to continue to suffer from the pain of the thorns, and the screams are definitely loud enough. Moreover, Katie has been swaying a full circle on the basement floor, and can roughly tell where the Red Lotus Hell is. Not long after, a red forest appeared in Katie's field of vision, and the air was filled with the smell of blood that could not be removed. The forest here is not a real forest. Everything in the naked eye is thorns as sharp as a knife, tearing everyone in the forest. Seeing this, Katie was fortunate to have chosen the moon step skill, otherwise this level would be really difficult. Seeing no one around, Katie no longer hesitated to act decisively. Her feet stepped out several times in a very short time, and her body successfully flew into the sky under the powerful reaction. The air was passing by on both sides. This feeling was really amazing. Katie couldn't even think of any words to describe the feeling at this moment. The guards on the first floor are just so few people, and everyone is familiar with each other. I haven't heard of anyone who has learned the moon step, and even if someone has learned it, there is no need to go through the Red Lotus Hell like this. The guards want to enter Gillian Hell would wear special equipment, and he was flying in the wrong direction. It was obviously the direction from which the previous prisoners had fled. It seemed weird. Hey, the person flying in the sky, who are you responsible for and why are you here? Come down. After hearing this, Katie knew that she had been exposed, but it didn't matter anymore. She had seen the dark hole in the middle that led to the second underground floor. At this distance, the guards on the ground did not harm her at all. There is no need to hide anything. Shooting. The guard below clearly realized that it was wrong and decisively issued the shooting order. However, dozens of people shot together, and nearly 100 bullets were fired, but none of them hit. "Captain, no, this distance is too far, our bullets can't shoot him." Facing this result, the guard captain was also full of helplessness. It was obvious that the enemy's strength was not something that he and others could deal with. "Find out who this person is for me. Why do you wear the clothes of our guards? Is it because the insider has defected or someone has robbed the clothes and pretended to be a substitute?" The guard captain also reacted immediately and did what he could. Chapter 6, Magellan. Chapter 6 Magellan. On the other side, the elevator that had been descending for a long time finally stopped at a certain moment, and the moment the elevator door opened, a tense and depressive breath rushed to the face. Even the Empress of Kaiwahe, Hancock, couldn't help it. Frowning, "It feels bad for her here." What made her even more unexpected was that people's perception of Pushing City was wrong. There was not only a 5th-story prison but also a 6th tier. "Is that Fire Fist Ace on this floor?" Although there was speculation, Hancock couldn't help but confirm it again. "Yes, he is in front, I will take you there." After talking about Magellan, he was the first to set out to lead the way, but Hancock, who got the affirmative answer, couldn't help but worry about Luffy. Ace's position was even deeper and more dangerous than imagined. Arrived. Just when Hancock was worried about Luffy, the advancing team suddenly stopped without warning. At this time, Hancock noticed that there was a special prison holding 2 prisoners beside him. Looking inside, he instantly recognized the identities of the 2. The topless young man with black hair is undoubtedly Luffy's brother, Fire Fist Ace. However, the existence of the other one is beyond Hancock's expectations. With azure blue skin, majestic body, and obvious fish gills on his shoulders, Hancock has only one person in his mind that can fit all of these characteristics, that is, the Murloc who has the same identity as himself and is also the king of Kaiwahe. Very flat. While Hancock was looking at them, Jinping and Ace were also looking at Hancock, not understanding what she was doing here at this time. Especially in Shiping, there was a bad feeling in my heart. Does Hancock's appearance mean Kaiwahe's participation in the war? As a result, the pressure that the old man will face will increase a lot, and his brows are tightly frowned. Is not good. His Royal Highness Hancock, this is the Fire Fist Ace you want to see. To be honest, I really don't understand what he has worth a visit for yourself. Even now, Magellan still doesn't understand why Hancock's request is to advance the city and take a look at Huoquan Ace. Compared to other Kaiwahe's conditions, it is really different. I just want to see what kind of person can cause such turmoil. Why, there is a problem. No, no. The indifference to Hancock, even if Magellan was the strongest man in the city, he couldn't handle it for a while, and the title of the female emperor in his heart was not in vain. Hey, that woman seems to be the Empress Hancock. Really? Why is she here? No, that person seems to be really. Read more at wuxiax.com. Hey, the beautiful lady is here for the uncle, and the uncle will treat you very tenderly and tenderly, come here soon. Hancock, look over here, look over here. When people see that the person here is really Hancock, the entire 6th underground floor is boiling. Everyone who is locked up here is desperate. God knows what the ending will be to meet them. It is absolutely depressing here. The arrival of Hancock in the atmosphere made them desire, even if they knew it would anger Magellan. Quiet. Of course, Magellan would not let it go. The angry voice spread throughout the 6 underground floors. However, the effect was minimal. Not only did it not suppress the prisoners' commotion, but they were even scolded by them. Deused Magellan, why don't you go to the pit? Didn't you hold back pulling in your pants, so you don't have to? Dilute Magellan. Dilute Magellan. The insults of the prisoners completely angered Magellan, and the blue veins on his forehead were violent one after another. People who knew him knew that this was a manifestation of anger that was about to explode to the extreme. Don't listen to the discipline and ignore the orders. As the head of the advanced city, I have the right to execute you on the spot. Poison Dragon. When the voice fell, Magellan's body was completely covered by a layer of purple and viscous liquid, and then a few purple liquid faucets were separated from the back, and they instantly rushed to the people who just clamored the most. No, don't. The bastard Magellan is really angry. For a while, everyone became panic, especially the few guys who were targeted by Magellan's poisonous dragon. They were desperate to death, crying and begging Magellan's forgiveness, and even knelt down and hoped that Magellan would be able to let them go. However, at this time, how could Magellan stop? The poisonous dragon's offensive has not weakened, but has become more and more swift, and the next moment it will fall on the target. For a while, the miserable howling replaced the original noise, and the prisoners avoided the objects that were attacked by the poisonous dragon. Magellan, as the poisonous fruit ability, all his attacks were accompanied by a powerful poisonous effect. No matter what, as long as anyone touches the ending a little, there is only one death, and no one is a fool and naturally avoids far away. Taking advantage of the chaos of the boulder, Hancock quickly approached the cell, opened his lips lightly, and said silently to Ace. A shock of thunder blasted into Ace's mind, and only felt that the whole person was not good. The news from Hancock made him at a loss. He didn't expect it to be like this. The bastard Luffy broke into Propulsion City to save himself. Suddenly, annoyed, worried, scared, but also gratified, mixed with multiple complex emotions that filled Ace's chest. At this time, I didn't know how to react. Jinping, who was staying next to Ace, quickly discovered Ace's abnormality. The expression on his face was too abnormal. Although he didn't know what Hancock said, he couldn't help but worry about him. Okay, Your Highness Hancock, do whatever you have to do, I have told them to shut up. At this time, Magellan had dealt with the prison riots, and turned back to Hancock and said to Hancock. However, to Magellan's surprise, Hancock turned around and left, with no intention of doing anything at all. I have seen people, take me away, I never want to stay here for another second, the environment here is too bad. Looking at Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel with questioning eyes, he saw the same doubts and incomprehension in the eyes of the other party. Although I felt very strange in my heart, he came all the way but didn't do anything. Just took a look, but couldn't really do anything to her. After all, she is now an important guest of the Navy headquarters, so she should be entertained. After hesitating for a moment, he returned to the upper level and left here with Hancock's will. Magellan was confident that a Sequin would never make any mistakes under his nose. In that case, go back. The group of people came and went quickly, and the time spent on the 6th floor was no more than half a minute before and after the addition, but it was this short half-minute that made Ace's heart beat once again, which had been silent to the bottom. Mr. Ace, what did Hancock tell you? It wasn't until everyone left Jinping that he dared to ask what happened to Ace. My brother Luffy, he broke into here to save me. Chapter 7, Magellan. Chapter 7 Magellan. How could this happen? Why don't you notify me before things get serious? Magellan, who had just returned to the 4th scorching hell, yelled at the people around him. Several escaped prisoners appeared just after he left for such a short time, and they have not been caught until now. It's not because you just looked at Hancock and ignored the reports of your subordinates. The responsibility is all on you. Don't hurry up and let Xian give me the position of director. Originally, he complained quietly, but the more he spoke, the more eager he was to say all the words in his heart. Just after he realized something, Hanbani looked at Magellan nervously. What are you talking about? It's all my fault. With no room for further explanation, Hanbani hit him directly with a punch in the head. According to my order, the second underground floor will be handed over to Sarades and the blue orangutan, and all the remaining forces of Propulsion City will be concentrated on the fourth floor. Sati, you lead the jailers to guard the passage leading to the fifth underground floor, and Hanbani, you lead the other guards to guard the passage leading to the third underground floor. This time, be sure to leave the Straw Hat Boys on this floor. Yes, Director. Just when everyone turned around to take action, Hanbani suddenly thought of something and turned his head back. Director, there is news from the guards on the basement floor that in addition to Bucky the Clown, another prisoner named Katie has also escaped, but it is strange that he did not choose to escape outside, instead he chose to dive deeper. The first floor is on the second floor, but the problem is that this person did not act with the Straw Hat Boy, nor did he find any contact with Ace before, not only that, but also wearing guard clothes, so until now I don't know this person at all. Position. There is another point. The report specifically stated that this person has the moon step in the Navy's sixth form. Hanbani reported all the information about Katie in one go. How could a prisoner on the first basement level have the 6 Navy style? How did you check before going to jail? Why don't such prisoners be locked in the third floor underground? Facing the furious Magellan, only Hanbani could say something. Department, Director, this is not to blame everyone, it is a mistake of intelligence. Katie's current bounty is only 1 million Baileys, which has just reached the minimum standard for us to advance the city. Who knows that this guy should hide so deeply? It was not exposed until now. Hanbani's words made Magellan, who was originally angry, instantly calm down. The unknown is often the most terrifying. This Katie's acting style is obviously different from that of a Straw Hat Boy. Forbearance and caution, like a poisonous snake hiding in the grass, its appearance is not obvious but it has the most deadly threat. Notify Sarades, remember to search for the prisoner Katie while controlling the riot in the second basement. Once you find it, notify me immediately and I will personally send him to hell. Read more at wuxiax.com. Yes. At this time, anyone with a little brain could feel Magellan's murderous intent, and no one dared to deal with it vaguely. Snee, snee. Who is talking about me behind my back? It's really unlucky. Feeling the extreme heat of the surrounding environment, Katie no longer wants to stay here for another second, but she still has one of the most important goals that she has not achieved. Half an hour ago, I had just moved from the second underground beast floor to the third underground hunger floor, and unknowingly escaped the roundup of Sarades. However, even if Katie walked around the 2 floors completely, he couldn't. To achieve the desired effect, only 3 relatively useful skills are obtained. Mastery Swordsmanship Basic LV3. Proficiency Level Physique LV5. And the Proficient Swordsmanship Skill Aurora LV7. To be honest, this has improved Katie's strength a lot. After all, he was a layman who had a black eye on the way of Kendo before. Although he is not a Kendo master now, he at least looks like a sword when he plays with the sword. However, this kind of strength is only slightly stronger cannon fodder in the main war, and it is not qualified to control the victory or defeat of the war, let alone complete the task of system release. For now, what I need to improve most is my physical strength. The rookie-level physique LV9 obtained from the Blue Gorilla is not enough to support myself for a long period of time. I used a moonwalk to travel through the Red Lotus Hell to the second underground floor. At that time, I almost didn't waste myself, and my physical strength has become a major shortcoming of myself. In order to make up for this, Katie thought of a special creature advancing in the city, the kind of jailer beast that is half human and half beast but with extremely powerful physical qualities. According to the original Kaiwahai Clocktle, this jailer beast is actually the physical fitness of the awakened person with the animal type ability is definitely strong. As long as they have obtained the same physical fitness, their shortcomings will not exist. More coincidentally, according to the development of the plot, at this time one of the jailer beasts named Minotaur was on the third floor, and was beaten into a coma by Luffy. In this way, I hope to make up for my shortcomings before entering the 4th underground floor. After all, Luffy will meet Magellan on the 4th underground floor. If he is really not lucky enough and run into it, he will have a stronger body. Although there is no guarantee that I can win, but I can struggle for a while. But if you are lucky enough to not meet Magellan, your enhanced physical fitness will not be useless, you can always help yourself. With a vague impression, Katie finally came to the place where Luffy Bucky left the 3rd floor of the basement, the huge vent, and there were even traces of their fighting around. What made Katie feel at ease was that at the end of her sight, she saw the target of this trip, a jailer beast fainted in the ruins. The upper body was like a cow, and the lower body was a normal human figure. As she approached each other step by step, Katie's little heart was beating non-stop, for fear of getting some messy abilities from it. Congratulations to the host, get LV5 of the mysterious level physique. Before that, Katie had never thought that an electronically synthesized voice would have such a nice sound, and the feeling that what she wanted to do was not too beautiful. This is the mysterious physique that directly surpassed the yellow level above the rookie level. The heat flow emerging from the body was several times stronger than the previous one, and the strength of a fist was just like the feeling that even if a mountain stood in front of him, he could still explode with a punch. Click! Just when Katie was so happy, a small voice suddenly came from her ear. At the next moment, Katie's attention was placed on Minotaur in the ruins. Although she did not awaken to the domineering, but instinctively felt that a powerful breath of life was slowly waking up, not only that, but also have a strong hostility towards yourself. It is no longer possible to leave peacefully and silently, and the other party has locked himself in. It looks like there is only one battle. The calm eyes instantly became hot, and after removing Huke, he had a real battle with the jailer Blue Orangutan. But that battle ended too quickly, I didn't realize anything at all, and what I have to face next will be life and death battle after life. Since the guy in front of me doesn't plan to let myself pass like this, then just use it to practice hands. Moo. In the next moment, Minotaur's body was standing upright, and his scarlet eyes stared straight at Katie and never left. Chapter 8, Battle Minotaurs. Chapter 8 Battle Minotaurs. The violent Minotaur did not hesitate at all, and aimed at Katie directly. The moment before was still tens of meters away, the next moment came to the front, the huge body cast a large shadow to completely cover Katie's body, and the giant mace held in the right hand was lifted high and carried. The wind smashed at Katie fiercely. However, Katie grinned in the face of the mace that struck at an extremely fast speed, and the air in her hand was instantly out of the sheath. Just before the mace was about to fall on her body, she was in front of her and stopped Minotaur. It was a heavy blow, but the ground under the feet of the two of them was not so lucky. A series of pitch-black cracks were cracked, which stretched for several meters before stopping. To Katie's satisfaction, even in the face of such a strong impact, she did not feel any discomfort. If it were placed before, Lewis would never dare to be so big. He had already used 6 shaves to avoid it, and all of this thanks to the profound physique obtained from Minotaur. Hey, it's my turn next. Get out of here. With just one blow, Katie was to test the strength of herself and the other party, and her hands were unambiguous. Along with Katie's roar, a powerful force broke out in an instant, directly forcing Minotaur to retreat. Crosscut torn apart. In the blink of an eye, Katie quickly swung out 2 powerful sword auras that blessed the tearing effect. It seemed that he felt the danger signal, and the violent Minotaur wisely chose the defense, and took the strike from Katie with the iron mace in front of his chest. With a bang, the huge iron mace shattered into several pieces, and his eyes were fixed on the remaining iron rod in his hand. Minotaur did not expect that this weapon that had followed him for many years would be destroyed by the opponent's blow. No one told you not to be distracted when fighting. In an instant, Minotaur's body was taut, with his hair standing upright, and his body subconsciously hid to the side. A crescent-shaped arc flashed past, and a series of blood surged high. The painful nerves awakened Minotaur completely, his eyes focused on Katie again, and it was only at this moment that he really realized that the person in front of him had the strength, and he felt no weaker than the one that knocked him out. Intruder! Moo! Throwing away the broken mace in his hand, staring fiercely at Katie, the muscles of his body burst out in an instant, and the originally sturdy body will become more majestic at this moment, like a mountain of muscles piled up. Scarlet eyes contained endless madness and irritability. In the face of Minotaur who went all out, Katie quietly put away his hand. Read more at wuxiax.com. Mavericks, come to fight. Katie's provocation completely angered Minotaur, his hind hoofs rubbed against the ground, and his body disappeared completely in the next moment. Invisible, for the first time facing such an opponent, Katie's naked eyes could not even detect the opponent's movements for the first time. However, the body is subconsciously giving actions, and the arm is blocked on the right side of the head while the body is squatting. After all this was done, the sky above his head was covered by a huge shadow, and Minotaur's fist slammed Katie's arm with a powerful force. In front of the powerful force, even if Katie's body had reached the profound level, she could still be blown away. After all, Katie's physical fitness was only the same as that of the opponent, and it was difficult to resist Minotaur's full blow. Severe pain came from her arm. Just for a moment, Katie felt that her arm was almost broken. However, there was no time for herself to sigh. A dark shadow was faintly approaching in the depths of the smoke, no doubt it was definitely Minotaur's. The effect of the moment was that even if the opponent was a powerful jailer beast, he still couldn't forgive him. Asshole, get out of here! The muscles of the whole body also exploded, all the power was concentrated in the right fist in an instant, and the sleeves of the arms burst directly into strips of cloth. In the next second, two fists with a huge gap bluntly touched each other. Breaking and disintegrating, it was the turbulent air that had become more turbulent and raging. The air currents swept everything around like sharp and violent wind blades, and the solid ground showed fine cobweb-like cracks. However, this is the beginning and only the beginning. The two figures staying in place disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if they had never appeared before. However, the explosion at the next moment proved that the two did not really leave, but were fighting more intensely. The violent air currents are like the sea surface when the storm comes, wantonly destroying everything around, walls, ground and so on. The figures of the two of them became even more vague. They were still here one moment before and the next moment they ran to a place tens of meters away, and some of them were just black shadows that were blurred to the extreme. Feeling the tingling sensation brought about by the collision, Katie did not feel tired and painful, on the contrary, she became more excited. The urban life surrounded by the Steel City has long made Katie feel exhausted. This exhaustion is not only physical, but also spiritual. Above, perhaps it was the remnants of wildness or the martial arts dream from childhood. At this moment, Katie's body was like a volcano about to erupt and could not be restrained at all. However, for Minotaur, Katie's strength was completely beyond his expectations. Although it seems that the two sides have fought back and forth, he never forgot the strength of the enemy's swordsmanship. If the iron mace was broken, if it fell on the body like that, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. It is not shocking that a swordsman who voluntarily gave up swordsmanship can still fight with himself empty-handed. Moreover, what makes Minotaur even more unacceptable is that compared with the beginning of the battle, the enemy's strength is obviously constantly improving. This change is not a single aspect, but all aspects: responsiveness, attack power, physical coordination, etc. Minotaur even had an illusion that he seemed to be a training partner for the enemy in front of him. Hey, how do you look down on me and you are distracted again? In that case, the next move is to solve you. Katie's voice completely angered Minotaur. Although it admitted that it could not beat Katie, the other party dared to threaten to solve it by one move, which it would never allow. Furiously rushed to Katie, wishing to tear him to pieces. Good job! He didn't avoid it, and rushed towards Minotaur's. The two fists collided like a comet, causing more damage than all the previous ones. The corners of his mouth raised slowly, and even though the tiger's mouth was still aching, Minotaur couldn't help taunting Katie, and after the blow, he stood firmly and was not knocked down by him. Haha, 3, 2, 1, down. Chapter 9, Magellan Shot Luffy Captured. Chapter 9 Magellan Shot Luffy Captured. The moment Katie's voice fell, a powerful and strange force suddenly appeared. The scornful smile froze on Minotaur's face as if he had pressed the pause button. In the next second, the painful expression replaced the original contempt and ridicule, and the whole face became terrifying and hideous in an instant. The upright body stepped back step by step, starting from the right arm, blood rushed out one after another, countless wounds all over the body, and the whole body seemed to be hit by countless swords in an instant. With suspicious and unbelievable eyes, Minotaur once again lost his self-consciousness and fainted. Looking at Minotaur, who was lying on the ground with satisfaction, this blow included not only his own strength, but also the ability to tear to the extreme. The battle of strength is just the surface, Katie's killer is always the tearing ability hidden behind, and the final result did not let herself down, and instantly defeated Minotaur, who had the same physical fitness. However, looking at Minotaur, who was fainted to the ground, Katie thought of a lot. If Bucky, who is a funny character, has such a powerful strength, what kind of calculations will the conspirators hiding behind him have? Thinking about it this way, the pirate world I saw was only the most superficial appearance. The real appearance of this world was like the sight in front of me, hidden in layers of mist. Hey, I can't control that much. Improving one's own strength is the most important thing, otherwise what can be done if you know everything? Looking down along the vent, an uneasy breath rushed over his face. Although he hasn't mastered the domineering look, but from the perspective of time, Luffy should have been facing Magellan by this time. The current underground level 4 is also very dangerous to him, and he will lose his life if he is negligent. But don't let me down. With a leap, Katie jumped into the ventilation duct and rushed to the 4th floor underground. The danger was natural, but the opportunity was unprecedented. As long as he can successfully sneak into the 6th underground level, with the help of the system, his strength will quickly reach the Emperor's rank, and then he will really have the ability to change the outcome of the war. Although the final quest reward is not yet known, Katie believes that it will definitely not be bad. After all, there are 7 skill points and 50,000 exchange points just by sneaking into the 6th underground floor. In this way, one's own strength can be further strengthened, and he will definitely be able to gain a firm foothold on the sea at that time, and there is no reason not to continue. Since you want these hands, how about giving them to you? Jet pistol. The whole person was completely obscured by the smoke emitted from the body, and when the sound ended, the right fist was bombarded fiercely out of speed, completely unclear. It's useless, don't you know now? No one dares to touch my body. The same is true for you. However, the next moment, the heart-wrenching pain made Magellan's brain blank. How could it be possible that he was hit by the opponent's fist? How dare he? Read more at wuxiax.com. However, when he saw the purple liquid on the opponent's fist with his own eyes, Magellan was silent. He couldn't remember how many years no one had done this. Through the eyes of the Straw Hat Boy, Magellan saw only the firmness from the depths of his soul. I have to say, your firmness is beyond my imagination. But, do you really think you can live if you are infected with my body's venom? Everything you have done is nothing but a futile struggle, Ace, you can't save it, even you have to stay here. When Magellan was speaking, Luffy felt the attack from the venom. The palm of his hand seemed to be pierced by countless steel needles. The pain of 10 fingers connected to the heart made Luffy kneel to the ground uncontrollably. Yes, damn, give Ace back to me. Even so, Luffy had only Ace's safety in his mind, completely ignoring Magellan's words. In that case, you can stay here. Poison Dragon. The purple and sticky dragon rushed straight towards Luffy. Although surprised Luffy's decisiveness, Magellan was very clear about his responsibilities and would not be merciful. Watching the poisonous dragon attack, Luffy had the intention to hide, but the book was powerless. The venom on his hands had already infested his entire body, and he was simply unable to hide. In the next second, Magellan's venom completely enveloped Luffy's entire body, and the extreme pain of the body's nerves being infected made Luffy scream and scream. That kind of feeling is like 10,000 ants biting in the body. This kind of pain reaches the deepest part of the soul. Taking a glance at Luffy's state, Magellan knew that the Straw Hat Boy was over. "You stay here with your brother." Immediately turned around and prepared to leave. However, Magellan, who had just turned around, was interrupted by a trembling voice. "Give me back Ace." Turning around, he found that the Straw Hat Boy who had been lying in the venom did not know when he stood up again. Although his body was still trembling, he did not fall down. Frowning, Magellan had to admit that he really underestimated the enemy's strength. From the beginning of the battle to the present, the opponent's body has inhaled too many poisons, even enough to kill hundreds of people, but the Straw Hat Boy in front of him is unexpectedly strong, and he can still keep standing. "You are really looking for death? Poison Dragon." This time Magellan was obviously cruel, and displayed 5 poisonous dragons to attack Luffy together. Third Gear Fist of Giants. In the same way, even if the body is tired, it does not mean that Luffy is about to give up. The right fist instantly grows like a giant fist, and Luffy swings it and slams it against Magellan. The two figures crossed and missed. The next moment, Luffy's body finally fell down again. Not only that, but also stopped struggling and fell to the ground motionless. Looking at the fallen Straw Hat Boy, Magellan was silent for 2 seconds. "Come here, imprison the Straw Hat Boy on the 5th floor and await trial." "Yes, Director." Looking at the quiet basement 4, Magellan felt relieved, and finally picked up the Straw Hat Boy who was leading the trouble, and the rest of the people shouldn't worry about it. Report to the Director, the big thing is not good." The moment Magellan just relaxed, the voice of his subordinates came from afar. "What's the matter? What kind of demeanor is he panicking?" "Master Chief, the fugitive Katie on the first basement level broke through the defenses of Lord Sati and the jailer Beast, and broke into the 5th basement floor." "What are you talking about? How is it possible?" Even though he knew that his subordinates would not lie to himself on this matter, Magellan still couldn't believe it. Needless to say, the strength of Sati and others, the previous intelligence also showed how Katie could have arrived so soon on the 2nd floor of the basement. It also broke through the line of defense and reached the 5th underground floor. Chapter 10, Sati. Chapter 10 Sati. Time went back 20 minutes. "Hey, this 4th underground floor is really called the Searing Layer, it's really hot enough." As soon as she arrived on the 4th floor of the basement, a heat wave hit her face, and Katie only felt that she was almost cooked through. However, the purple liquid remaining in the field of vision made Katie nervous for an instant. It was obvious that Luffy had already met Magellan at this time. His eyes flickered, and he hurriedly hid from others' sight. Looking around, referring to the vague impression in her memory, Katie recognized the general direction to the 5th floor underground, and immediately rushed all the way to the 5th floor underground. Although prisoners held in the 4th underground floor can improve themselves a lot, time is not allowed, not to mention that as long as they can successfully break into the 6th underground floor, then this loss is nothing. The battle between Magellan and Luffy will not last long. As long as the battle between the two of them is over, the entire Propulsion City will be controlled by Magellan again, and it will only be a matter of time before he is caught out. Only now is the best time to continue to break through. Looking at the 4 figures blocking the entrance of the passage, Katie's fists tightened, loosened, and tightened. With 3 jailer beasts plus a jailer Captain Sati, to be honest, facing such a lineup, he was not sure to defeat them. However, the passage of time does not allow one to hesitate. Life in the world depends on acting skills, hard work. After that, he rushed to Sati not far away in a hurry. Master Sati, no, it's not good. Bucky the Fugitive Clown and Mr. Two from the original Baroque Work Club released most of the prisoners on this level. All the fugitives are attacking the passageway to the third underground level, which is guarded by Lord Hanbarney. He is going to be unable to hold on. What did you say? Where did they get the key? As soon as he finished speaking, Sati reacted. The fugitive named Mr. Two was the candle man who swallowed the fruit of the candle and was able to make keys out of thin air. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Sati also hurriedly arranged. Koala, you take the two of them to Hanbani to help, leave it to me here, go. Roar. After responding, Koala rushed to Hanbani's defense zone with the other two jailer beasts, Rhino and Zebra. Sati breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the disappearance of the jailer beast. With their help, it must be possible that Hanbani could also block the fugitive's attack. Read more at wuxiax.com. However, looking at the subordinates who were whispering in front of him, Sati always felt that something was wrong. A pair of eyes stared at Katie, and finally found something wrong. The uniform he was wearing was the clothes of the guards on the basement floor, but now the entire fourth basement floor has no basement personnel at all. Obviously, the person in front of him is a fake. Why, I'm not used to living in the cell on the basement floor. Do you want to live here? Katie. At this moment, Sati's eyes were filled with a fascinating chill. Oh, how did you recognize me? When she raised her brow, she didn't expect it to be exposed so soon. Katie thought she didn't show any flaws, and she really couldn't figure out what went wrong. Don't wander around on the fourth floor if you are wearing the clothes on the first floor. Don't you think it's an idiot? Ah, that's the point, it seems that I will pay attention to it next time. Katie responded by tapping his head. It turned out to be in this skin, but it didn't matter. Her goal had been achieved. After successfully spreading out the three jailer beasts, the next thing was much simpler. Hey, interesting, do you still think you will have another time? You all fell into my hands and you thought you ran away? It was our negligence before that you locked you in the basement floor. This time we must lock you in this scorching hell and let you taste the burning of karma. The taste of the body. Ha ha. With a scornful smile, Sati, who can lead the jailer beast, is naturally not too weak, but he is no longer an ant to be slaughtered. If you want to catch me back, it depends on whether you have this ability. His eyes were cold, but he didn't have much time. The battle in front of him was not only to win, but also to be quickly won with the momentum of thunder. Obtain LV3 of master level physical skills. At the moment when Katie was about to act, the system's electronic notification sound sounded in the bottom of her heart without warning. This sudden change made Katie stunned for a moment. Master level physique, this is the second ability that I have obtained after Luffy to reach the master level, naturally I can't help being surprised. However, for Sati, this was a great opportunity. The moment was to swing the whip in his hand to Katie. Before he was happy, Katie didn't forget that there was another enemy on her side that could not be ignored. The whistling sound produced by the pressure of the air suddenly sounded in my ears, and there was no time to hesitate, and he hurriedly avoided Sati's whip. Humph, accept the flogging of death. Sati couldn't help but feel a little angry when he missed a hit, and the action on his hand kept hitting the second and third hits. In the blink of an eye, Sati made only 10 attacks. The wind whistling in his ears, and the world in front of him is full of whip shadows. I have to say that so far, Sati is the first person to pose a threat to himself. If such an attack is placed a few minutes ago, I am afraid I can only retreat to avoid the edge. However, it is not used now. Although the opponent's attacks are all over the body, his own eyes can clearly see every attack of the opponent. Not only that, but the brain also gives the method of offense or defense. I didn't awaken to see, hear, and see, and the reason for this was all thanks to the master-level physical skills obtained from Sati, which enabled him to face such an attack head-on. Hey, it's my turn. After evading the enemy's attack one after another, Katie finally found the gap of the opponent's gap. Her body flashed, and she used the 6-style shave to come directly to Sati. She broke through the air and instantly came out. A cross-shaped slash was almost zero. The distance is close to Sati's body and cut out. For an instant, Sati had goosebumps all over his body, and extremely dangerous signals kept ringing in his mind. With his right hand swinging the whip in front of him, his body retreated wildly. It wasn't until this moment that Sati realized the strength of this young man who had escaped from the underground floor. Not only mastered the moon step in the 6 formulas, but also mastered the super difficult skill of shaving, and not only simply mastered it, but also reached the proficiency of the Navy headquarters or above, and the combat skills and physical skills were not weaker than their own. This kind of strength is enough to match the pirate who has over 100 million rewards. God knows how Sati would react if she learned that Katie's physical skills were obtained from her. Chapter 11, Force Catharsis. Chapter 11 Force Catharsis. However, this is only the beginning. Unbiased, Katie's cross-cut sword strike directly hit the whip blocking her, and the tearing effect hidden in the sword strike completely broke out in the next moment, destroying her directly when Sati was caught off guard. The whip in her hand, and then slashed towards her body unabated. At the moment of crisis, Sati showed her formidable strength as the captain of the jailer, and her body escaped the powerful slash that had already been personally at the very moment. The sharp cold light flashed across her skin. If Sati didn't die by 1 centimeter, he would be seriously injured. Looking back at the huge hole on the wall behind him, Sati couldn't help but see a cold sweat on his forehead. If this blow really fell on him, he would be finished. Obviously, it was not just a simple sword strike, otherwise it would never have destroyed the long whip in his hand so easily, and it was even more unlikely that there would be such a strong lingering power to destroy the wall behind him like this. What makes Sati even more puzzled is that it is obviously only a cross-shaped slash, but why there are no less than 10 attack marks on the wall. Combining with the feeling when the whip was destroyed just now, Sati's brows can't help but frown. I really can't figure out why this is the case. This person is likely to possess some unknown special ability. At this time, Katie is not responsible for answering anything for her. It is said that you are killing you while you are sick. Even if Sati successfully dodges her own attack, she is already at a disadvantage, and even the weapon in her hand has been destroyed by herself. Falling is the time to chase after victory. The figure flashed quickly, and the 6 style shaves were used by Katie one after another. The shave that also reached the master level has surpassed the degree of observation by the naked eye of Sati. Seeing an opportunity, Katie launched an attack, slashing at the opponent from behind with a knife. In the face of this sudden attack, Sati did not respond in time. When she realized that the danger was coming, Katie's attack had already come to her, and the skin could even feel that it originated from the blade. The edge. The knife went up and down, and slashed directly on Sati's shoulder. However, the image of blood splashing in the imagination did not appear, and there was a sense of steel-like hardness on the blade. Seeing the darkness under the blade, Katie's brows could not help but frown slightly. It turned out to be armed and domineering. It's troublesome now. Read more at wuxiax.com. Now that I know the gap, I can catch it without loosing my hands, and I will be able to attack you lightly at that time. The previous rush has disappeared completely, and the armed domineering has brought great confidence to Sati. Hehe, the domineering of the armed color depends on the intensity. If I am not mistaken, your armed color has just awakened. How many times can it be blocked? Although the blow just now did not have any effect, Katie found that the armed color under the blade had been cut by a clear white mark by herself. Humph, enough to deal with you. It seems that Katie hit the pain point. Sati did not intend to struggle too much with this issue, and took the initiative to attack. In this case, I don't have to be merciful. Faced with Sati who rushed to her at high speed, Katie smiled. It is indeed beyond her expectation to have the armed and domineering, but this appearance is just able to become her own sandbag and let her wanton catharsis. Shave. As the voice fell, his figure once again disappeared from Sati's field of vision. As soon as he opened his mouth to speak, a bright white flash appeared in the corner of his eyes. It was faster than any time before. Without time to think about why, Sati hurriedly used his armed color to defend. Just after all this was done, the sharp blade came again, the cold touch was fading, and the enemy's figure disappeared without waiting for the idea of counterattack to rise. At this moment, Katie was shocked by the speed that Katie showed. Although she was not very good at speed, it was not bad, but now she can't keep up with the other party. This is not the most surprising to her. What surprised her was the power of Katie's attack. Even with armed defense, the place where she was hit just now was still aching, and the feeling of tearing came from time to time. Drops of cold sweat continued to fall down her forehead. At this moment, Sati was really scared. Armed color didn't give her the slightest sense of security. On the contrary, she became more and more fearful and panicked. She really couldn't think of a cut that even armed color could not completely defend. Is there any way to hit oneself? Just as Katie said, his armed color has been awakened for about a week, and he is far from able to support himself in a long battle. Once the armed color breaks through, I really can't do anything. Katie's thoughts are impossible to know, and of course he is not interested in knowing. Now he is completely immersed in the thrill of attacking hurricanes. The master-level shave provides super speed, while the swordsmanship skill Aurora he acquired before let his speed go further on this basis. Unlike cross slash and half moon slash, Aurora slash does not cut out a sword attack. Instead, it is a fast sprinting slashing skill. Originally, Katie didn't care much about it. Combining it with Aurora slash, I didn't expect the result to be so good after a try. The feeling that came from the hit was no longer indestructible, and it was only a matter of time before the opponent's armed color was broken. Katie is no longer visible in the space. The only thing that proves that Katie still exists is the flying and flickering swords, and the cross, moonlight, and aurora that carry the tearing effect are falling on Sati again and again. On his body, in just a few seconds, Sati's body has been taken care of by the slashing anywhere. The scarlet blood slowly dripped, splashing with the most poignant and brilliant blood flowers. In the face of such a density of slashes, Sati could not take care of every place, and could only choose important body parts. Other places only can be selectively ignored. The rocks pierced through the sky and the smoke was everywhere. In a moment, Katie had swung his sword for nearly 100 times, and Sati's figure had disappeared in the sky of smoke and dust. Everything around was destroyed by Katie's attack, completely. Reduced to the ruins of war. Ho ho ho. At the end, Katie's movements stopped, and the big beads of sweat continued to fall. Although the battle time was short, the consumption was terrible. This short moment was completely self-explanatory. The full output beyond the limit, if replaced with the previous physical fitness, is simply not enough to support oneself to complete this series of movements. After all, the current self is already out of force. A gust of hot wind blows, the smoke in front of her gradually dissipates, and a vague figure gradually becomes clear. The last figure covered with blood appears in Katie's eyes. The blood flows continuously like a stream, far away from herself. Can also smell the strong smell of blood. However, even with such a severe injury, Sati's chest was still undulating, and she was obviously alive. Although she was still surprised as the chief jailer, she reluctantly accepted it. After all, those jailer beasts and others not to mention, the physical quality is called a metamorphosis, and my current physical quality is still obtained from them, and I have a deep understanding of this. Chapter 12, Encounter a Man with Scissors. Chapter 12 Encounter a Man with Scissors. Seeing the extremely miserable Sati, Katie turned back decisively and left. After being delayed for so long, she didn't know what happened to Magellan. She had to leave as soon as possible and rush to the 6th underground floor as quickly as possible. Watching Katie's figure drifting away and disappearing at the end of the field of vision, Sati's heart is full of anxiety and unwillingness. At this time, there is no one who can stop him on the 5th and 6th underground floors. God knows that he will go down. What kind of panic and destruction will be brought later? I tried my best to catch up, but I just lifted my foot and fell to the ground in an unstable situation. The already dangerous situation has become even more unfavorable after such a toss. The thin eyelids seem to be heavy. The barbell is difficult to support, and the consciousness is completely darkened in the next moment, and the unwillingness can only become regret. It didn't take long for Magellan's figure to appear, staring at everything in front of him in shock. Where is the medical soldier? Come here. When he saw Sati lying in a pool of blood, Magellan's pupils became the size of needles, and a mixture of violent and endless killing intent was vented from him, and the purple venom dropped uncontrollably. Permeate the surrounding space. Seeing this look of Magellan, everyone tacitly chose to shut up. Even if the poisonous mist is about to wrap themselves, they still stand motionless. At this moment, Magellan is on the verge of madness, a bad thing. Everyone has to follow the funeral, so naturally they dare not speak. Cure her for me. Poison channel. With such a simple sentence, Magellan turned and left, with endless anger suppressed in his hoarse throat, and his body slid quickly in the channel formed by the venom, even faster than Katie. Success, Katie. At the same time, Katie, who had just arrived at the 5th floor underground, suddenly had an ominous premonition, as if she was uncomfortable being stared at by something terrifying. Looking at the deep and dark passage behind him, a voice suddenly came from deep in his mind. Get out of here, run more quickly. In the next second, the cold wind from the 5th underground floor woke up the meditating Katie, and she ran without hesitation anymore, using her speed to the extreme in an instant, leaving behind a trail of shadows. Even if it was just an unfounded intuition, Katie still chose to believe it, even too late to get abilities from the prisoners on the 5th floor. Read more at wuxiax.com. Although there is no reason to prove that the danger is approaching, Katie doesn't dare to bet if it doesn't, but once it happens, it means that her footsteps will end here, because the whole thing that can make her feel this way, there is only one person in Advance City, the man named Magellan. Even though his strength has improved a lot from the beginning, it is a pity that he still does not have the qualifications to face Magellan head-on. According to my own speculation, at least I had to wait until I had mastered the armed and domineering before I could try to fight him. All the way, the scenes on both sides flashed quickly like a video disc playing backwards, even if everyone here is a treasure house to be developed for him, but Katie still has no intention of staying at all, only from beginning to end. One purpose. Escape, run away desperately. Katie, get out of me, the entire propulsion city is in my hands. Where can you escape? Do you think you can escape from me? The terrifying sound spread throughout the entire 5th underground floor in the next moment. When people heard this iconic voice, the originally silent 5th underground floor became lively. Even in an environment of tens of degrees below zero, the hearts of the prisoners were also agitated. They wanted to know who was Katie in Magellan's mouth, and what kind of amazing actions they made, so that they could make Magellan so annoyed that Magellan had been in control of the situation. Hey, do you know who this Katie is? You can make Magellan a bastard hate him like this. I haven't seen him like this since I came in. It's a crazy dog who loses his mind. SHHH, keep your voice down, in case he hears that 10 lives are not enough for him to kill. Obviously, for the prisoners advancing the city, Magellan's sordid name has been backlogged for a long time, and even at this time, he dare not say anything behind his back. I heard from the guard who came down before that this Katie seemed to be a fugitive on the basement floor. I don't know what means he used to escape. As for why Magellan was so angry, I don't know. Some prisoners who knew the situation confided what they knew, which surprised many people for a while. The panic caused by Luffy was suppressed by Magellan on the 4th basement floor. The people here did not know what happened above, but they were surprised. Someone can escape under the ground? Isn't that just a rookie? Why didn't you run up and came to us? There are so many weird things today. It is not enough to just send a kid who doesn't know how to live or die, but a fool came in again. While speaking, he looked at the Straw Hat Boy who was covered with purple venom. Obviously, no one believes that the kid who broke through from the basement level was enough to escape from Magellan. In their view, Katie's capture was just a matter of time, not to mention the underground level, even the 6th underground level endless hell. The prisoners here may not have the strength to escape from him. In an instant, the hairs were upside down, and the fluid in the kidneys soared. Although Magellan's voice was still clear to his ears from a long distance away, he did not expect that he would come so fast. He had just walked halfway through the 5th floor. If he advances at this speed, he will face the crazy Magellan at the entrance of the stairs leading to the 6th underground floor. This is undoubtedly very bad news for Katie, and now she does not have the strength to face Magellan at all. If she can turn around on the 6th underground floor, she may have enough capital to face him. How to do? How to do? What do I do? At this time, Katie was like a grasshopper on a hot pot, thinking crazy about ways to escape. If you don't want to die, follow me. A sound suddenly came, interrupting Katie's thinking, subconsciously looking in the direction of the sound source, but seeing a man exuding a weird breath from head to toe. However, even so, Katie did not hesitate to follow him to unknown places. Because Katie knows the man in front of her, it's not correct to say that it should be a she-male or a demon. He is a member of the Revolutionary Army named Lightning Scissors and Fruit Users, who can turn any part of the body into scissors to attack. It was originally a prisoner in the 5th underground floor, but because of the Devil's Call, it is now on the 5th floor underground, a special floor between the 5th and 6th underground floors, completely separated from the area where the city guards are advanced. Chapter 13, Ivankov's Invitation. Chapter 13 Ivankov's Invitation. Followed behind the Scissor Man and fled all the way. Not long after, a large green area appeared in the world in front of him, which is undoubtedly rare for the perennially cold 5th floor underground. However, Katie was relieved to see here. If I remember correctly, the passage to the 5th and 5th floor underground is inside. After all, Mr. met the Scissor Man here. As expected, the Scissor Man rushed straight into the forest in front of him. He turned left and right to an inconspicuous place. He bent over and lifted the ground, and a dark hole appeared in front of the two of them. Without reminding him, Katie jumped in. He ran all the way along the stairs and ran for a kilometer or so. A faint light suddenly appeared at the end of the road, and it was obvious that the destination was approaching. No one knew it was 5 and 5 floors underground. Please. The Scissor Man behind him followed and stretched out his hand to greet Katie to enter. Okay. There was already no way to escape. On the ground, the madman Magellan was holding a 40-meter knife waiting for him to show up. Unless his head broke, he would never go out. After taking a deep breath and making enough mental preparations, Katie raised her foot and stepped in. The Ladyboy Queen's reputation is too loud, and she has never been to Thailand in her previous life. Without any preparation, Katie is worried that she will have a needle eye. Wow! 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 In an instant, Katie's eardrums were almost shattered, and the noisy sound wanted to overturn the ceiling of the house, making Katie's brain hurt and her ears buzzing. Before Katie got used to it, a series of bright lights struck her immediately. Fortunately, her eyes were made of 2-4K titanium alloy, otherwise she would definitely be blind. Immediately afterwards, a whirlwind slammed in front of her eyes, and a huge head suddenly appeared in front of her without warning, so that Katie almost swung a knife to slash it up. It looks like a new cool boy has arrived today. Why, do you want to experience the feeling of a woman firsthand? While speaking, the fingers of his right hand suddenly swelled, braving the sharp cold light to stab Katie instantly. His eyes flashed, although I don't know why Ivankov suddenly attacked him, but his body reacted immediately and immediately took out the broken air hanging around his waist. Block Ivankov's sharp fingertips in midair. Why, that's why I'm here. Turning to ask the scissor man behind him, although Ivankov is the ruler here, Katie is more willing to communicate with the relatively normal scissor man. Okay, Ivan, let the temptation stop here, he can walk here alone shows that he has good strength. At the same time, the original noisy and impetuous atmosphere was quiet, not only the music stopped, and the people who had been knocked on the medicine, the quiet atmosphere suddenly came. Read more at wuxiax.com. One by one, he looked here, his eyes spinning back and forth on himself. Mr. Katie, please here. It was the scissor man who was still talking, and before Katie agreed, he turned and walked to the other side to lead the way. I glanced at the surrounding environment. Although everything in front of me is very different from the plot, Katie is still in the attitude of peace and security. Anyway, going out is dead. It's better to see what they are going to do. Katie, I noticed that Ivankov behind him also followed. Walked through a long corridor, and then followed the scissor man into a dimly lit room. Have you heard of the Revolutionary Army? Just sitting down, Ivankov raised such a question. At this time, she completely changed her appearance, calm and calm. The slutty appearance just now seemed to be her own illusion. This time the scissor man chose to stand waiting on the sidelines. Ivankov was obviously the main one. The Revolutionary Army, it should be said that it is hard not to hear about it. Katie really didn't know the need to answer this question. As the number one enemy of the world government, the name of the Revolutionary Army was not ordinary. Then do you want to join us? We are the Revolutionary Army. Ivankov's directness exceeded Katie's expectations. Is it really good to just show his identity like this? However, I was not very surprised. Whoever allowed himself to be a traverser, scissor man, and Ivankov were the identity of the Revolutionary Army. I had known it for a long time, and it was expected that the other party had this proposal. Looking at the two people in front of her again, Katie suddenly realized that her previous perception of them seemed wrong. They were not simply enjoying themselves here, but preparing for prison escape, and at the same time, they were accumulating strength for the Revolutionary Army. From this point of view, the meeting between myself and Scissor Man is by no means accidental. The other person is afraid that they have been paying attention to themselves through the video call worm, so they will appear in such a timely manner, saving themselves when they are most dangerous, and gaining their favor afterwards. Prepare yourself for the Revolutionary Army. Sorry, I didn't plan to do this. The atmosphere of the Revolutionary Army is too restrictive and not suitable for me. She shook her head, although she was indeed favored by others now, Katie still chose to refuse. The atmosphere of the Revolutionary Army was really not suitable for her. In comparison, I want to be an unfettered pirate like Luffy. After all, freedom is the most precious and fascinating thing, and with systematic help, Katie believes that sooner or later, she can become equal or even stronger than the dragon. There is no need to work for him. After listening to Katie's answer, Ivankov's face did not change significantly. It seems that this result would have been expected a long time ago, and most of the people who rejected them before used this reason. In this regard, they have long prepared a way to deal with it. I know what Your Excellency meant, but, isn't it more appropriate for you to join us now? After all, we have a common enemy, Magellan, and the world government, and only if you join the Revolutionary Army and become our comrades are you eligible. Live here. This is Ivankov's method. It can be said to be a little compulsive, but it is understandable. After all, the resources here are limited. They are not philanthropists, so naturally they will only take in their own people. Sorry, I don't plan to stay here too long. I will leave after Magellan's tracing. I understand the kindness of the two, but I am sorry for it. Katie is very determined on this point. It is indeed safe to stay here, but she can't improve her strength, let alone complete the tasks assigned by the system, which is not in line with her original intention. Seemingly aware of Katie's determination, Scissor Man and Ivankov's brows couldn't help but frown slightly, and it would be fine if they just refused. But he still intends to leave. Which makes them embarrassed. There is only one hiding place in the whole propulsion city. If Katie is allowed to leave, if he falls into Magellan's hands, it will be a huge threat to them. It's definitely not what they want to see. Is it bad here? Why do you have to leave? Ivankov couldn't figure out why Katie had to leave. Although they had encountered such and other reasons during the solicitation process, when they realized that they could stay here only by joining the Revolutionary Army, everyone chose compromised. Because the times are about to change drastically, the battle between Whitebeard and the Navy is not to be missed. Katie could not explain the specific reason, so she could only use the upcoming war on the top to explain it. Really can't stay. The tone of Ivankov's speech became a bit tough. Sorry, really can't. Unfortunately, for everyone's safety, you can't leave here. At this time, Ivankov even had a looming hostility on his body, and he planned to do it if there was a disagreement. Chapter 14, Early Release. Chapter 14 Early Release. The obvious hostility was naturally felt by Katie, and she secretly murmured in her heart. The Scissor Man poses little threat to herself, but Ivankov is not so easy to deal with. No matter what, she is the person who used to stay with Dragon. The result of the fight is hard to say. What's more, if it wasn't for being forced to helplessly, Katie didn't want to fight with them, Scissor Man had indeed saved herself, and everyone could be regarded as comrades in arms on the upcoming battlefield. Wait, we don't have a reason to fight, and I bet it won't be long before you change your current decision, give up here and start jailbreaking, so I leave early for a while and it won't affect anything. However, what responded to myself was a pair of you teasing my eyes, and it was obvious that Ivan did not believe in himself at all. Well, Sombrero, you should know that his name is Monkey D. Luffy, he was born in the East China Sea, the grandson of the Navy Lieutenant General Hero Carp, and the son of the revolutionary leader Long. Entering here is to save his brother, Fire Fist Ace. A series of identity information about Luffy came out from Katie's mouth one after another. There is no way, I can only reveal the identity of Luffy in advance. Apart from that, Katie really can't think of anything else that can convince the two of them. Speaking of this, she paused for a while. Katie stared at Ivankov for a long time before she looked away, and then continued without any haste. Although I don't know what your purpose is here, but the leader's son is in danger here, do you really plan to ignore it and ignore it? Facing Katie's questioning, Ivankov's hostility disappeared in an instant, only to feel that thunders blasted in his mind, that the Straw Hat Boy turned out to be the son of Dragon. So would his brother Ace also say that? Dragon's son. In this way, Long will definitely take action. After all, his own son is going to be executed in public, so there is really no need for him to stay here. Of course, all of this must be true if what Katie said is true. Obviously Ivankov has misunderstood it. It is true that Ace is Luffy's brother, but he is not a real brother. Long is not his father. Ace's father is Gore D. Roger, who is more famous than Long. Katie can't explain a little bit, it's better to misunderstand. Why should I believe you? Obviously, Katie alone cannot convince Ivankov. When Luffy arrives, you can ask him yourself, but I want to remind you that Luffy met Magellan on the 4th floor of the basement not long ago. As a result, you don't need to say anything about it. You should know that he is now locked underground. On the 5th floor, if you want to save, hurry up, time is not waiting. Speaking of this, Katie is not in a hurry, she has already done what she can do and explained it. The rest is up to them. Anyway, she can't leave for the time being, so I just take this opportunity to take a good rest. Katie has a foreboding that every next battle will be extremely difficult and dangerous. I am afraid that there will be no time to rest. Lightning, go and save the young master. Compared with Katie's calmness, Ivankov is not calm. She can only believe that it is true or not. If Katie's statement is true, it means that Long's two sons are in danger at the same time. I can't help but save. But even if it wasn't true, she just took a little more effort and didn't lose much. She still distinguished the pros and cons. I'm going now. Without any delay, the scissor guy hurriedly left. The development of things has far exceeded his expectations. All he can do now is to ensure the safety of the Straw Hat Boy as much as possible. Read more at wuxiax.com. On the other hand, MR2, who used the fruit ability to disguise as Hanbini, finally came to the 5th floor underground, and successfully found Luffy, who was in a coma. With the help of MR3 canned lemon, he took Luffy out of the prison. Start looking for Ivankov. Perhaps it was God's favor. Before they came, Magellan had already left the 5th underground floor and went to the deeper underground 6th floor. If the time was a little short, I really didn't know what would happen. Katie, Katie! Die to me! Accompanied by an angry roar, Magellan once again descended to the 6th floor. Everyone was more or less surprised at Magellan, who had gone back and forth. What was even more unexpected was Magellan's state. He was so angry that he was rare, and everyone was curious to know what happened. However, curiosity returned to curiosity, but no one spoke harshly anymore. The bodies of those who scolded him just now were still warm, and the terrorist prisoners who had witnessed him were naturally much more honest. However, there is one exception. Why, without me, you can't control a small advanced city. Let me go out, I can help you. Glancing at the talking master, Magellan left without any indication, swaying around on the 6th underground floor. His sharp eyes swept across any place where people could hide. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. After 3 times, Magellan turned over the entire 6th floor, but it turned out that Katie was not seen at all. It is certain that the other party is not at this level, but is hiding in some unknown place. This puzzled Magellan. After chasing it all the way, he found no place to hide. He racked his brains and thought. Where is the problem? Give up, I don't know if anyone here has been here? No one knows better than us prisoners. Obviously, you have been fooled. Just as Magellan was thinking, the voice sounded again, and there was no sense of fear in the words. The situation outside seems to be quite chaotic. Do you really not consider letting me out? Otherwise, if the person runs back after you leave, I will have more than enough energy. Across the iron bars of the cell, Magellan looked at the familiar figure inside. Did not speak for a long time. Hilliu, you are no longer the original director. Now you are just an ordinary prisoner, and you are not qualified to negotiate terms with me. The person who spoke to Magellan was named Hilliu of the Rain. His previous identity was the same as Magellan's chief of Advanced City. The difference was that Hilliu killed several prisoners if he had nothing to do. So, captured by the Justice Magellan and held here. Well, if you don't tell me, I almost forgot. I was sent in by you personally. In this case, I don't care about your business. I'll be here waiting for you and waiting for Ace to be rescued. Waiting for you to be dismissed, waiting for you to go to jail. He changed his previous speaking style, no longer pleaded with Magellan, and became silent, without saying a word. Hilliu calmed down Magellan but was not so calm. Although he didn't want to admit it, what Hilliu said was the truth. The upper-level riots are not over yet. Among the escaped prisoners, there is a person who can make keys at will. He must be arrested as soon as possible, otherwise the riots will only continue to escalate. I have been away for long enough and must return immediately, but here you can't let it go. I can let you out, but don't think about running away. I can catch you once and I can catch you a second time. Although very unwilling, releasing Hilliou has become the only way at the moment, and Magellan can only do so out of overall consideration. Click, click. The cell door was opened, and the handcuffs on his wrists were also opened. After a long time, Ziliu breathed free air again. Where is my knife? When Ziliu first came out, the first sentence was to ask about his saber, the famous sword Thunderstorm. Someone will bring it to you later, and the guards at this level will leave it to you. Remember what I said, don't play any tricks. Even though the decision has been made, Magellan is still not at ease. Unless the situation is really bad, he would never make such a move. He glanced at Shiliu one last time before leaving, and the warning couldn't be more obvious. In response, Hilliou just shrugged and did not say much. Chapter 15, Luffy arrives. Chapter 15 Luffy arrives. While Ziliu regained her freedom, the Scissor Man finally met his young master, the Straw Hat Boy Luffy. It's just that Luffy's state is obviously not very good at this time. The purple venom all over the body has caused fatal injuries. There is no time to hesitate. The Scissor Man hurriedly moved, carrying Mr2 who passed out on his shoulder, and his other hand. It was pulling the rope of the sled, and then ran towards the base. Mr. Katie, is what you said is true? Ivankov really couldn't calm down at this time. I don't know how many times I asked the same question. When the Straw Hat Boy comes over, everything will be clear, and you already have the answer in your heart, so why bother to ask me? Contrary to Ivankov's state, Katie was completely relaxed at this time, sipping red wine while tilting her legs. Life was so uncomfortable. As Katie said, although the Straw Hat Boy has not yet brought it, Ivankov did have an answer. She chose to believe Katie said that everyone has a common enemy, and the so-called enemy's enemy is a friend. Katie does not have the answer. Reasons to lie to yourself. I believe that Katie said that she is so nervous. It is about Long's biological son and there are still two at once. Who knows what kind of crazy actions Long will make, if he desperately leads the Revolutionary Army to the Navy headquarters attack. Then, the policy of the Revolutionary Army will be completely changed in the future. Not only that, but even the pattern of the world will also change as a result. You must do something. Then what is your purpose? As far as I know, neither Ace nor Luffy had anything to do with you before, so why should you participate in it? What good is this for you? Ivankov, who gradually calmed down, looked at Katie again. She found that she couldn't see the young man in front of her clearly, didn't know his origins or his purpose, a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million, but willingly hid in the underground floor, taking advantage of the chaos. He constantly broke through and set foot here, and people couldn't help but guess what his purpose was. Save people? Or something else? My purpose? I raised my brows. I really couldn't answer this question. After thinking about it for a moment, I said slowly. It's very simple. The world has been calm for too long and too long. The calmness makes people forget the taste of war and blood donation. No matter what the outcome of this incident, the existing world structure will change. The sea is a tempting cake. It will be redivided again. How can I miss such a good opportunity? With a scornful smile, a strong self-confidence came out. Even if there is still a big gap between herself and the top power, Katie is confident that she will grow rapidly in this process. When the war is over, she will definitely become another one in the new world. King. Looking at the youth in front of him in shock, Ivankov never expected that the other party's answer would be this. His goal turned out to be to wrestle with the 4 sea kings of the new world. Could it be that I have been away from the sea for too long, and now young people are already so crazy? Don't you know how many caddies you are? Just when Ivankov started to taunt Katie, a noisy voice suddenly came from outside. Reflexively thinking of something, Astride rushed out of the door and looked at the center of the crowd nervously. Ivan is coming soon, young master, he is going to be unable to hold on anymore. Hearing what the scissor man said, Ivankov's heart became even more tense, and he pushed away the people who were in the way and hurried to Luffy's side. However, the first sight I saw almost didn't scare Ivankov to death. The large purple patch really exceeded her imagination. What kind of battle has gone through to become like this? Unable to curse secretly in my heart, that bastard Magellan dared to hurt his young master like this, really tired of living, read more at wuxiax.com. However, what was beyond her expectation was yet to come, and the Straw Hat Boy who was already like this was still conscious. Please, please, save my companion, save him. The next moment, a hoarse voice suddenly came, interrupting everyone's thinking. People were shocked to discover that it was not someone else who spoke, but the Straw Hat Boy who was about to be poisoned by the venom. At this time, he could still maintain a sober consciousness, and he was still caring about his partners. Please, please, help him. Seeing no one agreed, Luffy opened his mouth again and asked again. Stop talking, don't worry, we will save him. Ivankov was the first to respond, and he promised Luffy while calling medical staff to come and deal with it. Luffy, do you still know me? I'm Katie. I need you to tell this person about your relationship with the revolutionary dragon, otherwise she won't let me go, and I won't be able to save Ace. Seeing that Luffy was about to faint, Katie hurried forward, otherwise if he loses consciousness, she really can't help it. Perhaps after hearing Ace's name, Luffy's pupils that were about to collapse once again gathered together and looked at Katie with difficulty. Ace, I'm Dragon's son, Katie, please, please save Ace. Return Ace to me. After speaking the last word, Luffy couldn't hold on anymore, and fainted decisively. How? Now believe what I said. Turning his eyes to Ivankov, a lot of time was wasted here, but Katie didn't want to delay any longer. This damn tenderness is exactly the same as his father. He smiled slightly. Although the other party did not answer clearly, it was clear that Ivankov believed him. Then, it's time for me to leave, and I will leave the rest to you. With a sigh of relief, Katie was just about to leave. However, before he could take a step, he was stopped by Ivankov behind him. Wait a minute, because you are a friend of the young master, there is something I need to tell you in advance. Hilliu, the former head of the Advanced City, was released by Magellan just now. Although Magellan has already left, Hilliu stayed on the 6th underground floor. It seems that it was just for you. We don't know where he is, but I think it should be waiting at the entrance of the 6th underground passage. If you don't want to go there and meet Ziliu, maybe Lightning can help you. When I said this, Ivan's tone was obviously much milder, and he had obviously fully believed in Katie. Then it will be troublesome. As for Ivankov's reminder, Katie was taken aback for a moment, but she did not expect that her butterfly wings would make a lot of changes, causing Hilliu to release early. This news is very important to me. With my current strength facing Shiliu, the odds of winning are less than 20%, or even 10%. Shiliu is a real imperial and vice-level powerhouse. It is best to avoid nature in advance, and gain a wave of ability to increase strength first. After all, it was the 6th floor underground, and the prisoners in custody were at least over 100 million yuan in bounty. As long as you give yourself a certain amount of time, even if you encounter Ziliu later, you are not afraid of him. Lightning, it's up to you. After explaining everything, Ivankov hurried away with Luffy. Okay. Please follow me. After that, I just took Katie to the other side, and then stopped on a large clearing. In a moment, I will drive a spiral slide here to the 6th floor underground. As for whether you will encounter Shiliu, it depends on your luck. Nodded, Katie didn't have anything to say about it. It's fine if you haven't been discovered. Even if you're really out of luck, it's okay if you encounter it. If it's a big deal, you can do it. As long as you don't get killed by the opponent, you have a chance to come back. Seeing that Katie had no objection, the scissor man immediately began to act, and his hands were directly transformed into two scissors facing the place to make a random cut, and soon the scissor man disappeared. Chapter 16, New Mission System Restrictions. Chapter 16 New Mission System Restrictions. That's all I can help you. Be careful of the rest. When the last stone was cut by lightning, along with the breath of airflow, the most mysterious underground sixth floor of Propulsion City finally appeared before Katie's eyes. Trouble you, leave the rest to me. After that, Katie just got up and left, without any hesitation at all. But the lightning on the side was stunned. For a moment, the lightning accidentally saw Katie's eyes. He didn't know what words to use to describe those eyes. A pair of piercing eyes, bright like glass beads in the sun, and glass beads glowing green. It feels like a person who has been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights seeing a roast chicken. What about lightning? I can't understand why he has such eyes, but here is infinite hell, not heaven. Finally, he glanced at the direction where Katie was leaving, secretly said good luck and turned his head and left. Not to mention that the fellow Zilliu might appear at any time, he could hardly bear the breath alone. All the negative emotions such as tyranny, killing, bloodthirsty, despair, etc. can be found here. Putting a normal person here for a few days is absolutely crazy. All of this didn't affect Katie at all, but it didn't mean that Katie's mood had not changed at all. On the contrary, at the moment of stepping on this level, a heart has already been filled with excitement, and even intoxication, and there is no room for excess negative emotions at all. Because the system's prompt sound in my mind has never stopped since just now, the first sound that comes is the reward for completing the task. 50,000 redemption points and 7 skill points are successfully credited, plus the remaining rewards from the previous task. I now have 8 skill points, and 5,300 exchange points, which can be considered a petty bourgeoisie. However, Katie was not in a hurry to use these things. Compared to the products in the system, the 6 underground floors in front of me are not bad at all, and even more attractive to Katie. After all, everything here is absolutely nothing for nothing. After I have walked around the entire 6th underground floor, and then use the exchange points or skill points, only in this way can we maximize the use of resources. However, not everything was doing what Katie thought and expected, and a pair of eyes on the other side of the distance gleamed with subtle light in the dark. Muttered in his mouth, the mouse finally appeared. In the next moment, the figure of that person disappeared completely, and the whole process did not cause any movement, as if it had never appeared before. The heat continued to hit, and at this moment Katie didn't think there was anything more comfortable in the world than it is now. Read more at wuxiax.com. Each stream of heat represents a stronger and more rare ability, even including the 2 color domineering and domineering colors that are only available in the second half of the Great Route. Katie feels that in this short moment, her own strength has been climbing to a whole new height. It is a reborn feeling. The new task has been issued, pay attention to check it. The news of the mission update awakened Katie from her dream, and she hurriedly checked after she recovered. The sea is never a sea of one person. Partners, allies, and forces are all indispensable. Mission content: there are countless tyrants in the 6 underground floors. The host is required to establish ally with at least 2 of them. Mission reward: 100,000 exchange points, 10 skill point. The moment after watching the mission introduction, a figure appeared in Katie's mind. Blackbeard Marshal D. Titch, comparable to CAO's traitor. Katie wondered if she could be like him, roaring here, let everyone in each cell kill each other and accept the strongest among them. However, this idea was immediately denied by Katie as soon as it came into being, because he was different from Blackbeard. First of all, one's own strength has not reached the same level as him. Let out the strongest, others may not obey oneself. Furthermore, the people that Blackbeard liked, but he didn't like it. At this moment of thinking, Katie had already thought of a more suitable candidate, the two legendary powerhouses. The lonely red Baloric Letterfield, heir of the devil, Douglas Barrett. The former was the man who singled out the former Navy Marshal Gang Bone Kong and won, and the other was the former Roger Pirates and Hades King Laley standing on his feet, letting the Navy launch the killing order because of him. Compared with these two, the people Blackbeard recruited were nothing. The remaining question is how to find and persuade them. Although difficult, it is worth a try. When I thought of this, Katie continued to set off. Before that, I hadn't met them, which meant that they should be locked in a cell deeper. Confirming the goal is to start acting and move quickly in one direction. However, what Katie didn't know was that just a minute after she left, a figure appeared in her original position. Scarlet eyes were watching the direction Katie was leaving, and Zillia found that she suddenly fell in love with this cat and mouse pleasure. When the opponent was about to succeed, she felt wonderful just thinking about it. In fact, as early as the first time Katie appeared, she had been discovered by Zilliu, although he did not meet Zilliu face to face, but he was perceived by his experience. Compared to Magellan, Zilliu's two-color domineering is more powerful. After all, the lack of fruit ability means that he is more focused on the improvement of his own strength. However, although he found Katie the first time, he did not kill Katie the first time, but silently followed. He wanted to know, what is the purpose of this young man? Of course, because he has absolute confidence in himself, he thinks he can take Katie's life at any time. But what Zillia didn't know was that because of the existence of the system, Katie's strength was changing every minute and every second, and it was not yet known who would die. I don't know how many times I was interrupted by the system sound, but this time Katie really needed to stop, because the person she was looking for had already been found, and they were found all at once, and they happened to live opposite each other by coincidence. And this is also due to the system, but Katie has no intention of thanking him at all, because it announced a very unfriendly thing to herself just now. The abilities that he obtains from others are limited to Grandmaster level LV10, which means that even if he encounters abilities above the Grandmaster level, he cannot acquire it. Therefore, the abilities that I get from Barrett and Ryder are only Grandmaster level LV10, which are armed and domineering and physical skills. Even so, Katie is still not happy at all. If she can get the same as theirs ability, even Magellan himself dared to be tough. After all, Barrett's armed color is not a vegetarian. He punches a supernova and has no friends. In this regard, apart from helpless Katie, there is nothing to do. Chapter 17, A Powerful Enemy Strikes. Chapter 17, A Powerful Enemy Strikes. Hey, kid, do you know if it's an eye-catching standing there? Before Katie accepted the facts before her, a low voice just rang in her ears. Haha minibus, your temper is still irritable as always after all these years. Then there was another voice. Compared with the one just now, this time it looked very calm, and it didn't look like staying in jail all the time. Old man, don't think that you are the boss if you stay here for a long time. Your time has long passed, so you can spend your old age in this prison. The two of you completely ignored Katie, who was standing outside. I have to say that this feeling of being ignored is really bad. Immediately, in front of everyone, Katie slowly took off the uniform that belonged to the guards on her body, revealing the horizontal stripes of the prisoners inside. The air froze in an instant, all sounds and all movements stopped. At this moment, countless people's eyes focused on Katie. Hey, kid, let me go, what do you want and I will give you. Don't listen to him, let me go out first, or I will unscrew your head. The intimidator has it, and the supplicant has it, but the purpose without exception is to hope that Katie can let them go. After all, this may be the last chance for them to leave here before the end of their lives, and they can't help but feel nervous. Shut up to Lao Tzu. However, a roar overwhelmed everyone, and not only such a wild breath rose in vain, raging in this narrow space non-stop. The prisoners fell suddenly without warning, and less than half of them were able to stay awake. Before everything is over, another breath bursts out instantly, the same wild, the same raging, the same overbearing. When everything is over, only Liao and Liao are the ones who can stay awake, and each of them feels as if they have experienced inhuman torture and endured great pain. After experiencing all this, Katie was undoubtedly shocked in her heart. It turned out that this was the power of the Overlord, and it made hundreds of millions of pirates lose consciousness in a short time. The reason why I am okay is not because of how strong I am, but because the two sides of the collision deliberately avoided myself. It's worthy of being two, lonely red and heirs of the devil. Feeling the strength of the two beside her, Katie sighed with sincere emotion. Do you know us? Hearing his name from the other party, Ryder was puzzled. He was imprisoned here for longer than his age. No way, what the two of you did before was so shocking, it's hard to know it or not. Read more at wuxiax.com. Facing Katie's compliment, Ryder frowned instead of being happy. He instinctively felt that the arrival of the young man in front of him was definitely not a coincidence, or that the other party came to him deliberately. Who are you? Why did you come to us? After a moment of surprise, Ryder calmed down instead. Wait a minute, I don't care what your purpose is, let me go first, I can't stay here for a second. Unlike Ryder, Barrett now only wants to leave, and everything else is not important to him. Of course it's okay to let you go, but I need you to promise me a condition and form an alliance with me. If you agree, let you go, and if you don't agree, then forget it. Without the slightest concealment, Katie directly stated her purpose. Not knowing if Katie's thoughts were too amazing or what, Ryder and Barrett fell silent at the same time. Feeling the weird silence all around, Katie suddenly had an unknown premonition in her heart, as if there was something she had overlooked. Ally with us? Why do you make an alliance with us? Although Barrett was the only one who answered him, Ryder was in exactly the same state on the other side, with eyes full of disdain. The lonely Red Rider possesses the terrifying power of single-handedly singled out the entire Whitebeard pirate group. The heir of the devil, Barrett, was betrayed by the most trusted people one after another, and finally firmly believed that only the strength of the individual is truly powerful. If Katie puts forward some other conditions, they will reluctantly agree to them even if they are harsh and difficult, but it is difficult for them to nod their heads only for the alliance. They only agree with the strong and never consider the weak. Boy, try to survive first, let's talk about other things. The unexpected answer made Katie stunned. However, in the next instant, a chill came suddenly. Without even thinking about it, Katie rolled away from her original position in a hurry. After 1 second, a slash flickered, and the solid ground was cut through effortlessly like tofu. Looking at the smooth, mirror-like section under her feet, Katie was shocked in a cold sweat. If it was a little later, not only the ground but also her own body would be cut apart. A vague figure is looming in the smoke and dust, and people arrive before they arrive. At this moment, I tried my best to sneak in here, thinking that your target would be the kid named Ace, but I didn't expect it to be these two old immortal things. Hilliu, if you want to die, I will fulfill you. Faced with the provocation and humiliation of the incoming people, Barrett, who was unhappy, would pass without hesitation. You have the ability to come out. Regarding Barrett's anger, Ziliu did not care at all. The hardness of the underground 6-story cell was specially prepared for these abnormalities. Ziliu, who has experienced it personally, has a deep understanding of this. As long as you can't get out, even if you have the day. Great skills are useless. Damn it! Bastard! Boy, if you can defeat this bastard, I will promise you. Don't know if it was angry or what, Barrett directly gave the conditions for the alliance. In an instant, Katie's eyes on Ziliu changed. His arrival allowed him to successfully find a breakthrough to persuade the two, and not only this, but also brought a powerful swordsmanship skill, Grandmaster level LV10 cut. His eyes couldn't help but look at Ryder on the other side. The implied meaning was obvious. You will survive first. However, the other party's answer was still not what he wanted, and even said that Ryder looked at him with obvious distrust in his eyes. In fact, not only Ryder thinks this way, even Barrett, who is blinded by anger, thinks this way. They perceive the gap between the two. However, is this really the case? If we say that before I met Barrett and Ryder, this might be the case. But now, with the 3 Grandmaster level abilities, everything can't be said. He may not have the power of a battle, and until now, no one, including himself, understands his full strength. Katie also looks forward to the battle that is about to break out. Chapter 18, Battle of Hilliu. Chapter 18 Battle of Hilliu. Interesting, really interesting. It was both self-deprecating and ironic. For Hilliu, he never thought that one day he would be confronted by a prisoner on the ground floor, even if the prisoner had 2 brushes. Hey, but don't die all at once, or I will be bored. A ring of smoke rose slowly, and the thunderstorm in Ziliu's hand was unsheathed as soon as the voice fell. The cold light suddenly appeared like a slash of water and moonlight, and it struck Katie directly. Ha, that's it. Facing the self-confident Ziliu, Katie's attitude was even more arrogant and disdainful, completely disregarding the other person. He waved the knife with his right hand, then waved a sword aura, and his figure disappeared in the next moment. In the next second, Ziliu's figure disappeared completely. However, the next scene really shocked all the conscious prisoners present. In an instant, powerful and sharp sword energy spread all over the surrounding space, and the solid ground was torn into deep cracks. At the same time, the battle scene between Katie and Hilliu was successfully transmitted to the command room on the 4th floor underground by the phone worm on the side. As a result, the huge command room fell into absolute silence. How could he be so powerful? Although there is no immersive experience, everything displayed on the screen alone is enough to explain Katie's strength. The person who fought with him was their former supreme officer, Kiri, the absolute first in swordsmanship in this prison. 1. They have never heard of anyone who can hold on to him for a round. But what did they see right now? The young man named Katie was able to fight against Ziliu and not let the wind fall. They didn't realize how outrageous the previous judgment was until this moment. A prisoner who should be locked in the 6th underground floor was actually locked in the 1st underground floor. Director, don't you go and check it out. As a swordsman, Hanbarney's feelings are clearest. The strength of the two is no longer something that others can casually intervene. Now the entire advanced city Magellan is the only one who has the strength to intervene in this war. Hanbarney's voice found the backbone for the panicked people, and everyone's eyes looked at Magellan subconsciously. Don't worry, I released Ziliu for the purpose of arresting Katie. Only in this way can I get back and clean up the problems on other floors. Read more at wuxiax.com. Facing Magellan's answer, they could only be silent. The reason for the current situation is that they have a lot of responsibilities. If they can find out Katie's strength in advance and take care of it, the latter will not happen. Okay, don't be idle. You don't need to worry about Katie's problem for the time being. Take the time to deal with the problems of other floors and arrest the clown Bucky, MR2 and MR3 as soon as possible. Also, why have you just been imprisoned? The Straw Hat Boy on the 5th floor is missing again. Magellan, who was calm for a moment, broke out again. This time he was really angry. Why didn't even the prisoners take care of his team? The prisoners escaped in front of him again and again. When did the advancement of the city become so unbearable? He is about to become the back garden of other people's homes, and he can't bear it as the director if he wants to come in and out. Hanbani, give you the task of suppressing the upper 3 floors, and leave it to me on the other floors. Don't let me down again. The last sentence Magellan left behind is to turn around and leave. Time is equally important to him. Ace's execution time is already infinitely close. Soon the Navy will send someone to release the detention. Before that, the city must be moved back to the original place. Normal status. Yes, Director. Naturally, a group of people did not dare to neglect. Even Hanbani, who was always unreliable on weekdays, had a serious face and deployed the next action, but left personnel dedicated to the battle on the 6th floor and waited. The final result. Raising her hand to disperse a slash, before Katie breathes for a moment, a more powerful slash followed. At this time, Katie has no time to counterattack, and can only force her body to rotate in the air. And dangerously escaped the fatal attack. Why? This won't work. Ziliu, who had mastered the battle, was not in a hurry to kill Katie. Killing him now is not good for him, on the contrary, there are only disadvantages. Ziliu was very clear that only Katie's freedom can be guaranteed when she lives. Katie can hardly die before the right time arrives, and even said that she has to use the other's power to escape here. This is where, just now it was just a warm-up activity. However, despite Katie's denial, she was not at all relaxed in her heart. Only when she really fought with Ziliu can I know how strong this person is. It has only been a few minutes since the battle, but his stamina has lost a lot, and his right hand's tiger's mouth was shocked by the aftermath of the attack, and he almost couldn't hold his hand. Her profound grade physique was completely invisible in front of him. Katie felt that Ziliu had suppressed herself in almost every aspect, and Katie fully believed that Ziliu had the powerful strength of the Emperor's rank. According to Katie's guess, the Grand Master is a dividing line, the dividing line between the strong and the weak. The strength of the Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters may be the Grand Master level, and those who surpass the Grand Master level are those who stand at the top of the world, the Admiral, the Alternate General, the 4 Emperors and the Emperor's Deputy. Perhaps this is the system restricting the ability level to the Grand Master. The significance of this, in order to limit himself to the power of the Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters. And this is not what makes Katie the most depressed. In order to break through the threshold of Grand Master level, Katie intends to use skill points to increase the level of armed color. However, the result obtained is insufficient skill points. The system shows that it takes 10 skill points to break from Grandmaster LV10 to Extraordinary LV1. It costs 100,000 exchange points to exchange for 1 skill point. Katie can only give up the improvement in front of the huge gap. The level of planning. It's not enough to add everything I use together, and it's obviously impossible to forcibly increase his ability level. However, this does not mean that I really can't do anything with Ziliu. Although the tearing skill that Bucky brought to himself is only a proficiency level, the level does not completely represent its toughness. Different from the previous battle, since the beginning of the battle, he has not used the tearing ability, and he is waiting for a chance that is enough to kill him. Katie knew that the current Ziliu would never kill herself easily. His release was only temporary. Once she was caught, Magellan would attack him in the next moment. Therefore, the current self is not as dangerous as it seems, on the contrary, it is very safe. In a short period of time, Ziliu will never kill him, and he has a chance to defeat him. Chapter 19, Hilius Killing Intent. Chapter 19, Hilius Killing Intent. Come on, kid, in order to let you see the gap with the world, I will let you 3 tricks. After a short battle, Ziliu thought that he had tried out Katie's depth. If he continued to fight so unscrupulously, the other party would not be able to hold on for long. Ziliu did not want to see this, or did not want to see it so soon. Okay. For a moment, Katie reacted, not at all angry because of Ziliu's mockery. This was what she was looking forward to, and naturally there was no reason to refuse. At this moment, Katie also relaxed, as if she had forgotten that the enemy standing in front of her was the bloodthirsty and murderous Ziliu. Even her breath was restrained to the extreme. However, in the next moment, the calm atmosphere was instantly broken, and the horror aura suddenly rose, climbing to the extreme peak in an instant. The original shiny silver-white pierced air was completely wrapped by the dark armed color, and the black blade exuded an aura of destruction that tore everything. Oh, it's kind of interesting. In the face of Katie's changes, Shiliu's attitude remained the same, and there was no change at all. Cross-cut. 2 purple-black sword auras were cut out in an instant, and under the blessing of the armed color, the power contained in this blow could not be compared with before. However, even so, the expression on Ziliu's face remained the same, and there was no sign of nervousness. It seemed that he was not the one being attacked. Thunder and kill. Also cut out a sword aura, facing Katie's attack head-on. The 2 sword chi collided and dissipated in the air. That's the end of Katie's first blow, without the slightest disturbance. Before the smoke and dust dissipated, a figure flashed quickly, so fast that even Ziliu couldn't see clearly. However, being invisible to the naked eye does not mean that there is really no way to capture it. Katie's figure clearly appears in Ziliu's perception of the color, even clearer than the naked eye. Small bugs, be clever. While speaking, he stood in front of him with a knife. Just after finishing all this, Katie's figure appeared immediately, and the blades touched together accurately. The passively defensive Shiliu, even if he successfully blocked Katie's attack, his figure retreated uncontrollably. Katie suddenly assumed a strange posture the moment she landed. It was this posture that caused Ziliu, who thought he had everything in control, to be sluggish for an instant. She looked at Katie in disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost, and even the movements on her hands were a bit slower. But this short moment gave Katie more possibilities. Read more at wuxiax.com. The sword fell with his hand, and a sword aura was almost cut out against Ziliu's body. The pitch-black armor color could not conceal its original color. For a while, the shining sword aura became the only light source in this underground world. Boundary break. The brilliance is like water, passing by in a flash. At this point, the 3 moves were over, and Katie's attack finally fell on Shiliu until the last moment. Katie's instantaneous explosion shocked everyone. They couldn't help thinking about whether they could survive if they put themselves in the position of Shiliu, but the conclusion they reached made them have to re-examine what was in front of them. Youth. However, this was not what shocked them the most, and it was Shiliu, who fell to the ground, who puzzled them the most. Although Katie's outburst was outrageously strong, they never expected that Shiliu would fall because of it. That was Shiliu, strong like a monster. Shiliu died so easily. They can't accept it, and they can't accept it. Not only others can't accept it, even Katie herself can't accept the facts in front of her for a while. Is Ziliu defeated by herself like this? Although Ziliu was in a trance at the last moment, making his attack a hit. But it was too easy for the victory to come, and he hadn't even had time to use the tearing skill. At this moment, Ziliu gathered everyone's attention. With all eyes in full view, Ziliu's closed eyes suddenly opened, and all those who saw those eyes were shuddered in an instant. What kind of eyes are they suppressing endless madness, revealing endless killing intent, tyrannical, bloodthirsty, and cruel? Even the guards sitting on the 4th floor of the basement across the screen were shocked by Ziliu's eyes. Those eyes should not grow on human faces, but on the demon of the abyss hell. Powerful killing intent. Even a powerful prisoner in the 6th underground floor felt a panic of fear and uneasiness, and his body could not stop shaking. As for Katie, who resisted all the killing intentions of Shiliu, the feeling was the most obvious and strong. The ubiquitous killing intent is just like the substance, penetrating the body and the skin, reaching the depths of the soul, spreading endless panic like a demon who chooses to eat. Tightening the knife in his hand, only the cold touch on the handle of the knife can make Katie a little relieved. System: use all skill points to improve tearing skills. Without the slightest hesitation, Katie decisively used all the skill points on the tearing skill, and the familiar warm current hit again, and the tearing LV7 that was originally displayed as the proficiency level on the system panel successfully evolved to the master level LV1. It wasn't until this moment that Katie's heart was slightly relaxed. Although it was only improved by 4 small levels, Katie believed that compared to the previous skills, the improved skills would definitely be a lot stronger. Each major level of the system has a huge gap, and the master level tiering can definitely become its own killer. At this moment, the oppressive feeling brought by Zilliu was too strong, and Katie had a hunch that if she didn't want to improve her strength, she would definitely receive a lunch box on the spot. The result is also a coincidence. Each level of proficient skill requires 2 skill points, and the 8 skill points you have are just enough, one is not more and one is not less. How did you do it? A deep and hoarse voice came out of Zilliu's mouth, with an indisputable smell. Although his words are very vague, Katie is very clear about what he is referring to, but why she can use the same swordsmanship skills as him. Because I'm good enough. Katie answered naturally. Faced with Katie's answer, Zilliu naturally didn't believe it. This is no longer a problem. If Katie can copy the abilities of others at will, it would be a terrorist incident. God knows how much abilities he has gained from him. No matter how strong or weak it is impossible for anyone to hope that the abilities gained through hard work will be stolen by others. But now, something that would never happen happened before his eyes, and it was his own fame skills that were stolen, which made Zilliu puzzled and deeply jealous. No one knows how many skills and abilities he has now. What is even more terrifying is not the present, but the future. As he gets stronger, the people he meets will only get stronger and stronger, and the abilities he acquires will only get stronger and stronger, and Zilliu can't even imagine how far he will grow in the future. Chapter 20, Hard Choice. Chapter 20 Hard Choice. Seeing the young man in front of him, Zilliu suddenly regretted his decision and should not be an enemy of such a person. However, no matter how much regret it has happened, it is useless. There are only 2 ways to face such people. Either maintain a good relationship with him, or kill him as he grows up forever. Obviously, Zilliu at this time had already lost his choice. He has completely offended Katie, and it is impossible to restore it anymore. The only option is to kill the opponent immediately. Thinking of this, Zilliu's eyes became unusually firm, her body exuding endless killing intent, cutting Katie's skin like a blade. It looks like you can't keep it. After speaking the last sentence, Zilliu never stopped and directly attacked. Different from the previous swordsmanship, he was violent like a demon, venting his power wantonly. Facing the crazy state of Zilliu, Katie felt a lot of pressure, and the collisions came one after another, leaving Katie no time to breathe. The persistent pain from the tiger's mouth is even more torment, and the pain gets worse with every collision, and I am not sure how long I can last. Zilliu, who was serious, was really strong, and fighting against himself was really not his opponent. How about a minibus? What do you think of that, young man? No, it's just a slightly stronger ant. Faced with Ryder's question, Barrett made no secret of his answer, and the verbal disdain was even more obvious. Oh, I don't think so. From the beginning to the present, although he has been at a disadvantage, he is not panicked. Maybe this young man can really bring some miracles. Haha, it's just an unrealistic fantasy. Miracles are always reserved for those who are prepared. If anyone can create miracles casually, then there is no need for this world to exist. Read more at wuxiax.com. As realism, Barrett always believes in the most practical and realistic things, and never believes in the illusory and ethereal things. You can see if you can create miracles. After all, he has stayed together for decades. Barrett's temper and Ryder are naturally clear, and no amount of words can change his opinion. Why, this won't work. Wasn't it arrogant just now? Come on, go on. Katie's master-class vision and color were displayed to the extreme, sensing everything around her body, spatial fluctuations, the trajectory of sword energy, and Zilliu's movements. The armed color domineering is always ready to use his body to harden the attack of Zilliu. The battlefield has expanded to the entire 6th underground floor. In order to wait for Zilliu to make mistakes, Katie can only flee without stopping, and at the same time gain the abilities of the prisoners by the way. Ding! The ability to burn the fruit is detected, do you copy and extract it? Ding! The ability of Shasha fruit is detected, do you copy and extract it? The sudden voice in her mind made Katie a trance, her eyes looking at the prison on both sides of her body without the control of her brain. The next moment, a young man with a naked upper body came into view. His body was covered with shocking scars, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. Portkas d'Ace. Roger's son, the second team leader of the Whitebeard Pirates, and Luffy's beloved eldest brother, of course, is also one of Katie's favorite characters in her previous life. On the other side, although the person on the other side did not have the reputation of Ace, but the strength was not weak, the rustling fruit ability, the original King Kaiwahe, Crocodile, and the man who had challenged the Whitebeard. For a time, Katie faced a difficult choice. Both the burning fruit and the rustling fruit are extremely powerful natural fruits. In the first half of the Great Root, it can be said that they are invincible, and they cannot be used before mastering domineering. Causes slight damage to those with natural ability. Before that, Katie had also encountered other fruit abilities, but she had no choice, because those were not what she wanted. Although the system can help oneself get rid of the disadvantages brought about by the devil fruit, it requires a lot of exchange points, and the price is not the current one can afford. But the two in front of him are different. Katie will not refuse any of them. The reality is such a coincidence. He has to pick one of the two good options and then give up the other. What's more uncomfortable is that I don't have time to hesitate. Once I leave the system, my ability will disappear. Don't say choose one or the other at that time, you can't get any of them. System, I choose to burn the fruit. After thinking about it for a moment, Katie finally gave the answer. The reason why she chose to burn fruit is because the exchange price of burned fruit in the system is higher than that of slush fruit, or even a lot higher. Not only that, but the price of burned fruit is even higher. It is more than most of the natural devil fruits, and even the rockberry fruit owned by the Admiral Akainu. This choice was made entirely out of Katie's trust in the system. There is no doubt that since the system has made such a judgment, it must have its truth. Although people have always believed that the burning fruit is the lower fruit of the rockberry, Katie believes that it is only because Ace has not developed the ability to burn the fruit. Flame, as the most primitive, violent, and most direct form of energy, its destructive power is absolutely natural disaster level, which can reach the extreme high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees. Even in the pirate world, it is also the most terrifying existence. To be unscathed. Congratulations to the host, for gaining the ability to burn fruits with Grandmaster LV10. As the system sound rang in my mind, a powerful warm current that far exceeded that before appeared. At the same time, Katie noticed that although the abilities she obtained from Ace were also Grandmaster level LV10, the difference was that the system did not give special reminders this time. In other words, the fruit ability that Ace mastered was only just reaching the master level at the peak, there was no further breakthrough. In this way, it also explains Katie's judgment that the true power of burning fruit has not been fully revealed. Maybe when he breaks through to the next level, he will show the style of burning fruit. When everything was over, Katie only felt that her body had undergone some unknown change, and vaguely felt that there was a special and powerful force hidden in her body, which could be activated with a single thought. Forcibly endure the idea of trying now. This unexpected receipt is another whole card used to deal with Ziliu. If used properly, it is likely to bring unexpected effects, and naturally it cannot be easily exposed. Chapter 21, Win. Chapter 21 Win. Ace, is it possible that the man who fought with Shiliu turned out to be your brother? Jinping's eyes were fixed on Katie, who was at war with Ziliu, and he couldn't imagine that someone could actually break in here. No, he is not my brother. Of course Luffy knows what Ace is, that idiot has no sword skills at all, let alone mastering domineering abilities. Is he the Katie in Magellan's mouth, When I thought about it, I thought of Katie's identity. Thanks to Magellan, Katie's name has spread all over the 6th underground floor, making everyone remember this name. Seeing Katie falling into the wind, Ace's heart couldn't help but tense. Katie, who has mastered the domineering, is obviously stronger than Luffy, and is not even weaker than herself, but even with such strength, he is still facing a life and death crisis. What is Luffy's current situation? Even at this time, Ace still cared about Luffy's safety. There is a younger brother like that which makes people feel uneasy. He is so stupid that he breaks into the city and saves himself. On the other hand, after gaining the ability to burn fruits, Katie's thinking has also changed. I don't need to wait any longer, I can use the natural characteristics of fruits to be immune to physical attacks to create opportunities. As for everything that happened to Katie, Zilliu naturally had no way of knowing, and she was still attacking like crazy, desperately suppressing Katie's living space. It's not that Zilliu didn't want to end the fight soon, because Katie's resistance really exceeded Zilliu's expectations. Although he kept suppressing his hind legs in every collision, he persisted again and again without falling down. Hilliu! The roar of anger spread throughout the 6th underground floor, like the last roar of a lone wolf. Hearing this voice, many people shook their heads and sighed subconsciously. They heard the meaning of despair in Katie's voice. Obviously, he was ready to let go for the last fight. Although such an outcome has long been expected, people are still disappointed when it really is about to happen. The opportunity to leave here was once again missed, and God knows if he can wait for the next opportunity. Read more at wuxiax.com. The same idea arose in Zilliu's heart. Katie had been able to insist until now that he had exceeded her expectations. According to her own speculation, he should have died by her own sword long ago. It's been pretty good now, and it wouldn't make sense to stick to it. In spite of this, Zilliu was still on guard. Seeing all the movements of the unreserved observer Katie, this young man possessed two strange abilities that people had to guard against. Familiar movements appeared on Katie again. Just by looking at Zilliu with her hands, she understood what Katie was doing. There was no doubt that it was her strongest skill definition. He is planning to repeat the old trick again, delusional to use his skills to defeat himself. Do you really think that the same move is still useful the second time? Don't think everyone is as stupid as you. In that case, let you see what the real definition is like. While talking, Zilliu assumed the exact same posture as Katie. The next movements of the two were surprisingly consistent. If you ignore the physical differences between the two, it feels like you are looking in a mirror. The distance is getting closer quickly. At this moment, Katie's eyes were full of determination, and all the remaining power broke out at this moment, desperately trying to make the final blow. Boundary break! Boundary break! When the figures almost overlapped, they finally cut off each other's attacks. The brilliance of an instant concealed everything in the center of the battlefield. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, a devastating aura comparable to natural disasters erupted. The violent sword aura raged around everything, even hundreds of meters away. I felt the powerful fluctuations. Just like the name of the attack, I can't wait to cut off this world. Everyone looked at the center of the battlefield. Even though people had already guessed in their hearts, but they didn't see it with their own eyes, they couldn't help but look forward to it. It's 1 part per million, but after all, there is a possibility of losing it. How is it possible? Who are you, who are you? Before everyone could see the results of the battlefield clearly, a panicked voice came, and everyone was shocked to find that the owner of the voice turned out to be Zilliu, not Katie. In an instant, people didn't calm down, and the result seemed to be the 1 in a million chance. Otherwise, how could Zilliu's voice be so alarmed? Each and every one of his eyes widened to see exactly what happened in the smoke. Even Barrett, who had been dismissive, couldn't help but look at it. Could a miracle really happen? Under everyone's gaze, a figure rushed out of the sky of smoke and dust, and then rushed to the distance without stopping, panicking as if it had encountered a ghost. Then, it should be Ziliu, right? Although they could see the figure clearly, people couldn't believe their eyes. They couldn't think that Ziliu would have this reaction. What happened in that short moment, and why he who had always had the upper hand was this. It seems that the huge difference before and after makes it difficult for them to accept for a while. Not only that, but even more careful people discovered that Ziliu had a nearly 1 meter long wound on his chest. The blood and money-free hurricane was more than that, it was a fatal injury. There is no doubt that the initiator of all this is the young man named Katie. However, they couldn't understand how Katie, who had always been at an absolute disadvantage, used what method, not only to defeat Ziliu, but also to scare Ziliu like this. Under the attention of everyone, the smoke and dust in the sky dispersed little by little, and Katie's figure once again appeared in everyone's eyes. However, what disappoints everyone is that no matter how they look at it, they can't see the slightest clue. The slightly delicate face does not even tell him that he is a pirate. On the contrary, he looks like a young master from a noble family. His pale face is a bit weaker. Now he is no different from his previous appearance. People can't imagine it. It was this man who scared away the lunatic Ziliu. Hey, Katie, hurry up and let me out, I can be your subordinate. However, although people can't figure out what happened in the middle, they know one thing. Ziliu was defeated, which meant that no one could stop Katie in a short period of time. During this time, he was the god here and the only god. As long as he wanted to, he could give anyone the freedom he wanted. After realizing this, everyone couldn't calm down and made all kinds of vows just to win Katie's favor. Chapter 22, Alliance Established. Chapter 22, Alliance Established. However, despite the turmoil of the outside world, Katie's body stood still like a statue. The reason for this is not that Katie doesn't want to move, but that her body doesn't allow it. Although the battle with Ziliu was over, Katie's body was extremely exhausted. The reason why he won the final victory was not how strong his attack power was, but the burning of the fruit played a role. The natural fruit is immune to physical attacks, allowing Katie to avoid the attack of Ziliu without injury. Katie used her sight, hearing, and color to perceive Ziliu's attack trajectory in advance, and her body was elementalized immediately before being attacked, successfully avoiding Ziliu's blow. On the contrary, the sudden change in Katie made Ziliu confused for a while, and it was too late to avoid Katie's attack. Under the dual blessing of tearing and armed color, Ziliu's armed color defense was torn through a crack, and his chest was severely slashed by the sharp sword energy. It was precisely when she discovered the difference in Katie that Ziliu exclaimed. Although he already knew that Katie could obtain abilities from others, he did not expect that it also included the abilities brought by the devil fruit. This was something he couldn't accept. It was the devil fruit, the treasure of the sea. Each fruit was a unique and rare treasure. And this Katie can be obtained directly without restriction, and it is still a powerful natural system. If it were not for the pain in the chest to remind Ziliu all the time, he even suspected that he was dreaming, otherwise how could it happen so bizarre thing? After realizing this, Ziliu decisively chose to retreat. Not to mention that she has been seriously injured, Katie, who has the ability to burn fruits, is no weaker than her, and the natural ability greatly weakens her attack. If you are still in the peak state, you are not afraid, now you can only avoid the edge for a while. I'm Magellan, what's the matter? Magellan, who was searching for the cause of Luffy's disappearance on the 5th underground floor, impatiently connected the phone worm. However, the news from the phone worm left him in a daze, like a bomb blasted in his mind, making him unacceptable for a while. What are you talking about? Ziliu is defeated. Even if his subordinates repeatedly promised, Magellan still did not want to believe it. Read more at wuxiax.com. Although he didn't like Ziliu very much, he recognized his strength. The reason why I was able to capture Ziliu was also because of the geographical reasons of advancing the city. Own abilities are especially suitable for small and confined spaces, where the effects of poisonous fruits will be exerted to the extreme. When fighting against oneself in the advanced city, no matter who it is, it will be weak by 3 points, and Ziliu naturally does the same. If he was put outside, even if he had beaten Ziliu, it would be impossible to catch him, and if he wanted to escape, he would not be able to keep it. But now, the guy Ziliu was defeated by Katie, who was also a swordsman, which he couldn't think of. All of a sudden, Magellan's assessment of Katie changed again, and he was directly elevated to the same status as himself. Without hesitation, Magellan's figure disappeared and went straight to the 6th floor. He knew that he had no time to delay. It would be trouble for anyone of the 6th floor to run out. In comparison, the reason for Luffy's disappearance was nothing. The current underground 6th floor is completely empty. If Katie can do anything, no one can stop it. God knows what crazy things he will do. Although he didn't know the purpose of his escape from prison, the 6th underground floor was already the limit of advancing the city. Obviously his goal was on the 6th underground floor. Thinking of this, Magellan had a vague premonition in his heart. At the same time, Katie, who had taken a short break, was finally able to move freely. Ignoring everyone's request, I went straight to the cell where Barrett and Ryder were being held. After defeating Shiryu, I finally had the right to talk to them on an equal footing. How is it? Am I qualified to form an alliance with you now? Although he was speaking to two people, his eyes were more on Barrett. Katie won't forget what this guy said before. As long as he defeated Shiryu, he agreed to form an alliance with him. Now that he has successfully defeated Shiryu, it is Barrett's turn to fulfill his promise. Faced with Katie's question, Barrett was silent and stared at Katie with complicated eyes. The reason why he said that was completely angry with Ziliu. Of course, another reason was that he never believed that Katie could defeat Ziliu. However, the irony is that what I am facing now is what I thought was impossible before. He couldn't refute this. Although he didn't know how the young man in front of him won, but if he wins, he won. There is no excuse. He still has the ability to do this, but he feels shameless after he promises to do so. For a while, I don't know what to do. Little friend Katie, the minibus doesn't promise you. I promise you. I haven't been out for decades and I really need a friend to introduce me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't even be able to find a way home. While Katie was waiting for Barrett's answer, Ryder on the other side unexpectedly gave Katie an affirmative answer. Looking at Ryder in the cell with surprise, Katie didn't expect that he would be the first to let go. Katie's original plan was to let Barrett let go first, and then threaten Ryder to let go, but who knew the plan could not keep up. Ryder was the first to let go of the change. Not only Katie was surprised by Ryder's actions, even Barrett on the side also looked surprised. The lonely Red, who was more proud than anyone else, actually took the initiative to propose an alliance with others. Could it be that the sun came out from the west? Thoughts flashed through Barrett's mind quickly, and his eyes became firm in the next moment. Boy, my words count. Since you have won Ziliu, then I also agree to your proposal and form an alliance with you. The second after Barrett finished speaking, the system prompt sounded in Katie's mind. The task is completed and the reward has been issued. For a while, Katie was surprised by the successive surprises. She didn't expect the process to go so smoothly. She thought she would have to spend a lot of tongue work, and she was even ready to be rejected, but who knew that they would be straightforward one by one. Agree, I didn't let myself say a word at all. Great, in that case, everyone will be allies in the future, I will let you out now. After breaking through the air, the sheath came out, and the dark armor color was immediately covered, and he cut directly to the cell beside him. Click, click. The cell, handcuffs, anklets, etc., which held Barrett and Ryder, were all cut off by Katie at this moment. Chapter 23, Swallow the Fruit. Chapter 23, Swallow the Fruit. Call. It feels really good to be free. Breathing the air outside the cell, both Ryder and Barrett are in a good mood at this moment. After a few decades, they finally got rid of the shackles of prison. This feeling is simply not too good. Let me go, I can join your alliance too. On the other hand, after seeing that Katie really liberated the two of Barrett, the other prisoners couldn't calm down and did everything to attract Katie's attention. Regarding this, both Ryder and Barrett just watched quietly and didn't mean to intervene at all. They were all lone rangers. They didn't care about the life and death of others at all, but wanted to see what Katie would do. They are very curious, what is the purpose of the young people in front of them who are trying their best to come here? If it is purely to increase strength, then he will definitely release more prisoners, but according to their observations, Katie does not seem to have this idea, which makes them very puzzled. Sorry guys, you are not my goal. Barrett, please clean up, it's too noisy. Hee. For destruction, Barrett never refused. In the next moment, a horrible aura came again, more violent and raging than before, like a Shura purgatory, with Barrett as the center almost covering half of the 6th underground floor, and the world in his ears suddenly became much cleaner. Looking at Katie, it wasn't until this moment that Barrett had a bit of approval in his eyes. This time, Barrett did not deliberately avoid Katie, he was also within the envelope of his domineering color. At such a close distance, Katie was under pressure far more than others, but even so, he didn't feel any discomfort. After this test, Barrett could be regarded as accepting Katie's ally. Peitong, Peitong. Suddenly, a tender voice came, and a furry head suddenly appeared on Ryder's shoulder. This is my companion, Peitong. The animal is a kind of civet cat fruit, of course it is also a civet cat, but it has learned the language of humans. However, what Ryder said Katie didn't hear at all, and all his attention was placed on Peitong's hands. It was a purple fruit with black patterns. There is no doubt that Peitong's hand is a real devil fruit. This is the first time Katie has seen a real thing. Although she is also a capable person, however, the system helped to replicate his abilities, and he had never seen this treasure of the sea before. If you guessed it right, this fruit should be a bat fruit that is also an animal phantom beast. The owner can improve his own state by sucking the blood of others, and he can ignore his own age without fear of aging, and stay at the pinnacle of youth. Status: read more at wuxiax.com. It can be said that what Ryder needs most now is this fruit. As a contemporary of Whitebeard and Roger, his physical fitness has not been reduced. He is no longer in his peak state, and this fruit can quickly make him return to the top or even beyond the top. It was not only the devil fruit that surprised Katie, but its appearance. As a prisoner in the 6th underground level, there was a devil fruit hidden by her side. Who would dare to believe it? No wonder that in the original book Ryder was able to escape by taking advantage of the chaos created by Blackbeard. The reason was probably because of this fruit. Even without his own help, Ryder could escape by himself. Under the gaze of Katie and Barrett, Ryder ate the whole devil fruit bite by bite, without any emotion on his calm face. This smell is really disgusting. Then you have to finish it all. Just one bite of the devil fruit is enough. Are you a bastard? Facing Ryder's evaluation, Barrett was speechless. He did not expect that the famous Lonely Red turned out to be an idiot with hindsight. Just now, he actually formed an alliance with this idiot. In an instant, Barrett, I regret it. So what? No matter how unpalatable it is, it can be considered as food, but it is a little bit worse than the food in the city, and it is not unsatisfactory. Barrett was silent in the face of Ryder's rebuttal. As prisoners advancing the city, how could they have decent food, but leftovers after the expiration date, compared with the devil fruit at least fresh? So, what is your purpose? Katie. When the topic changed, Ryder pointed the finger directly at Katie. Until now, he didn't know what Katie's real purpose was. Fortunately, he asked directly. If it is simply to form an alliance with himself and Barrett, he will not believe anything. Although the strength of the two of my own is not weak, it does not mean that there is no rival in the world. With Katie's strength, many people will be willing to form an alliance with him, and there is no need to take such a big risk. Here. Barrett was also curious about this question. As early as the first time Katie appeared, they had been observing Katie, but they couldn't see his purpose, so they could only ask face to face. My purpose? Katie didn't answer immediately. Her original purpose was actually very simple, that was to keep Ace alive. But because of the participation of the system, her purpose has changed little by little. Now Katie herself doesn't know what her purpose is. However, this question did not confuse Katie for too long, and the next moment he had the answer in his heart. Recently, you should have heard of the situation on the sea. The Whitebeard Pirates is about to break out a full-scale war with the Navy. The sea is about to run away, and I am going to participate in it. If you two are willing, I naturally hope that you can make a move. Of course, it's okay if you don't want to make a move. First talk about your plans. Neither promised nor refused, they were somewhat expected of Katie's answer. Now the whole world is paying attention to the Whitebeard Pirates and the Navy headquarters, and it's no surprise that Katie wants to participate. My plan is... He whispered a few words in the ears of the two of them, telling about his plan in general. These are the specifics, and the rest depends on the specific situation. Katie's words were finished, but the two of Ryder stayed there for a long time and couldn't react. Because everything Katie said just now was too shocking, two pairs of eyes looked back and forth on Katie, completely overthrowing the original cognition of him in her heart. This is a desperate master. Whether his plan succeeds or not, the Navy's face will be greatly affected, but the price of failure is his life. But Katie didn't see the slightest fear on her face, as if she had never thought about what would happen if she failed. Chapter 24, Magellan appeared. Chapter 24 Magellan appeared. Jihaha, it's interesting, really interesting. I encountered such an exciting thing when I first came out. If you encounter it, you can't miss it. I am included in your plan. Hearing what Katie said, Barrett's heart that had been silent for decades began to beat again, and the temperature of the blood rose by a large amount, and the nature of the berserker was undoubtedly exposed. Since the minibus agrees, then I can't leave. Those old friends haven't seen me for a long time. It's time to greet me in person, otherwise the world will really forget me. Ryder is also unwilling to fall behind. Both of them are militants. Otherwise, Barrett would not single-handedly slay the Navy Demon Order, and Ryder would not single-handed the former Navy Marshal Steelbone Kong. Facing Kai, they had no reason to refuse Dee's proposal. However, before Katie was happy, a fast-moving target suddenly appeared within the perceptual range of seeing, hearing, and color, and the aura that radiated from him was fascinating. D. Before people arrive, the screaming voice contains endless killing intent. Before others remind Katie, I already know who the owner of this voice is. The current director of the city, Magellan, the poisonous fruit ability. The horrible breath suddenly came in the next second, and the eyes were full of purple venom, and even the hard ground was corroded into pits where the venom passed. Looking calmly at Magellan not far away, unlike before, I don't need to run away at all. Ryder and Barrett are standing beside him, and Magellan can't handle it, let alone one of them. There are two here. And even without them, Katie is confident to face him. The most terrifying thing about Magellan was his fruiting ability. Apart from this, he was at best the ability of the Navy to win prizes. Before that, Katie really couldn't help it. But when he has the ability to burn fruits, everything becomes different. Magellan's venom can't enter his body at all in front of a powerful flame. If it is impossible, you can also use elementalization to protect yourself from the harm of toxins. He may not be able to win the opponent, but he shouldn't even try to catch himself. Even if he can't beat himself, he is sure to run away. Hey, don't look at me like this. This is just our first meeting. Don't make it seem like what happened to me. In the face of Katie's mockery, Magellan, who was already angry, was even more angry, wishing to tear Katie alive. However, the anger was suppressed by reason, and the two of him standing beside Katie were very clear. One was a crew member of One Piece, and the other was a powerful legendary pirate who was as famous as Whitebeard, Roger, and Golden Lion. When he saw the two figures for the first time, he felt bad in his heart. Magellan knows the strength of these two people better than anyone else. Looking at their appearance, I am afraid that they are already standing with Katie, and it is obviously not realistic to face the three at the same time with their own power. Magellan is very clear about his current mission. It is impossible to hold the three in front of him and defeat them. Just one Katie is enough to defeat Shiryu, not to mention the other two, they will only be stronger and not weaker. Read more at wuxiax.com. The Navy headquarters will soon send someone to pick up Ace. As long as he persists until that time, coupled with the Navy's power, it is possible to suppress the three in front of him. However, the next sentence from the other party made all Magellan's thoughts vanish in an instant. Katie, you go and do what you are supposed to do. Just leave it to us here. I haven't had a fight for many years, so it's a good time to practice. No one is allowed to leave. Without waiting for Katie to do anything, Magellan in the distance had already launched an attack, and a large amount of purple venom set off a huge wave of more than 10 meters to hit Katie's trio. He didn't dare to let Katie really do something. The two people in front of him were already causing enough headaches. If he let him release a few more monsters, the entire advanced city would not be overthrown. The tiger doesn't show off his might, I really think I'm a sick cat. Boulder barrier. The moment Barrett finished speaking, there was movement on the ground under his feet, as if there was life, and a barrier was erected in front of the three to block all the venom. Barrett, who has swallowed the fusion fruit, is also not afraid of Magellan, and can use the surrounding walls to resist the erosion of the venom. Go ahead, you don't need you here. Well, wait a while to see my signal, let's take action together to solve him. Nodded, Katie turned and left. She really didn't need to stay here. There were more important things waiting for her to do, and there was no time to waste here. After a few turns, Katie was out of the range of battle. Although Magellan kept roaring behind him, she couldn't break through Ryder's resistance. After leaving the battlefield, Katie hurried straight to the place where Ace was imprisoned. As early as when he formed an alliance with Barrett and Ryder, the system had already given himself new tasks. Mission requirements: release Ace. Although the mission is only 4 words, the reward is not low at all, with 300,000 exchange points and 20 skill points. It can be said that this task is the easiest one of the tasks Katie has received so far. There is no challenge at all, but the impact of completing this task is huge. As the protagonist of the whole thing, Ace's existence plays a vital role. If he saves him now, the war on the top is likely to end. Ace is out of danger, and Whitebeard has no need to continue the war. Although this ending is acceptable, he not only successfully completed the final task assigned by the system, but also successfully rescued Ace and Baybeard. But again, he will lose an opportunity to quickly improve his strength. Top War. As the most ambitious battle in the pirate world, there is not a single weak person participating in the battle. All the Navy combatants without exception are general officers, not to mention the Whitebeard. The title of the world's strongest man is not just a casual talk, and there is no weak person in the team captain. For this reason, Katie came up with a solution that was considered to be the best of both worlds, stealthily replacing Ace to head to the Navy headquarters. Once such an idea is produced, it can no longer be contained. Although it carries a great risk, Katie doesn't think it is too impossible. On the contrary, there is a great chance of success. Not long after, the cell where Ace was being held was already in sight. Perhaps after hearing the movement, Ace raised his eyes to look outside. At this time, Katie was also looking at Ace inside, and each other's eyes reflected each other's figure. Ace, do you want to leave from here? Chapter 25, Reach an Agreement. Chapter 25 Reach an Agreement. A thunder blasted in Ace's mind, and he never expected that Katie's first sentence would be this. He wants to leave, he wants to leave, he has been eager to leave since he stepped in here. However, this is not another place, but the world's largest prison, Advance City. Even if the old man comes in person, he may not be able to save him. Even Ace does not want him to appear. The reason why he is still alive is still alive. Just to seduce the old man, Ace didn't want to put the old man in danger for his own reasons. Are you willing to save me? Ace didn't realize that his voice was trembling at the moment, and the surprise was so sudden that Ace could not react for a while. Prior to this, Ace had the idea of praying to Katie, but seeing that Katie was dismissive of others' prayers from beginning to end, he gave up the original plan. Whoever came up with it, just when he chose to give up, Katie took the initiative to find herself. This sudden surprise really surprised him. I am willing to let you go, but you have to promise me something. Faced with Katie's answer, Ace's excitement became calmer by bit. As expected, he won't fall into the sky, and he won't save himself for no reason. If you are going to be against the old man and against the Whitebeard pirates, then it goes without saying that I will not agree to anything. At this moment, Ace took Katie for granted as someone who peeped into his father's seat, and refused without even asking. Mr. Ace, I haven't said what I want you to agree to. Why do you think I'm going to be against Whitebeard? Maybe I'm still your ally. Katie was also helpless, she was so unlike a good person. Ace turned down without asking. Mr. Katie, what exactly do you want Ace to promise? This time it was no longer Ace who spoke, but Jinping on the side. Since Katie appeared, his eyes have been staring at Katie for a long time, and now he can't help but ask. It's very simple. After I let him out, I can't reveal the trace, let alone be recognized, because I will stay here instead of him. Just kidding. Katie's nonchalant tone was too convincing, and both Ace and Jinping thought he was joking. What I said is true, not kidding. The tone was still indifferent, but the eyes were clear and transparent. Why? Why do you want to be like this? Ace really didn't understand. He didn't even know the young man in front of him who was younger than himself. He couldn't think of why he did it even if he wanted to break his head. It was completely unnecessary. Let's not talk about how he pretended to be himself. Just facing the danger will make people desperate. It is not Gentle Township that greets him, but the public execution. Because I promised Luffy to save you out. Read more at wuxiax.com. For a moment, Ace didn't expect the reason to be Luffy's body. Suddenly hearing Luffy's name, Ace felt warm. Luffy, is he okay? Although he was in a terrible and dangerous situation, Ace couldn't help but worry about Luffy. He is okay. Although Magellan has been repaired very badly, he has found a way to understand the poison and will wake up soon. Hearing this is a little relieved, as long as people are okay. Then why don't you just let me go, so that nothing will be lost? Even so, Ace still didn't understand why Katie had to pretend to be herself, and there was a safer way to avoid it. Because I want to see the war coming. Why? What good is war for you? The moment Katie's voice fell, Jinping was questioning. Obviously, he can't understand Katie's reasoning. What benefits can war have besides bringing disaster and destruction? As a pirate, do you really need a reason to start a war? Faced with the two people's questions, Katie gave reasons that they could not refute. At this time, she could only say so. After all, the existence of the system could not be exposed anyway. However, this random reason is unexpectedly useful. As a pirate, you don't need a reason to start a war. It's just like someone asks why you like whom and who you like. You are using DAD, the Whitebeard pirate group. After listening to Katie's explanation, the most violent reaction was the seaman Jinhei as Kaiwohei. As a Murloc, he had seen too much misfortune caused by war. It is precisely because of this that he vigorously opposed this upcoming war and was arrested by the Navy and locked up here. Therefore, when he heard Katie's reason, the reaction was the most intense. Compared to Jinping, Ace's reaction seemed calmer. This was the case when I first debuted. I was not afraid of the sky, and even arrogantly challenged Baybeard. It was not that I didn't understand Katie's thoughts. Katie smiled, amused by Jinping's words. Utilize? Jinping, do you really think I am using Whitebeard? Isn't it? Jinping was equally angry at Katie's unconsciousness. Well, let me ask you. Wouldn't this war break out without me? Katie asked again before Jinping could answer. Without me, do you really think Ace can survive? If you don't have me, do you really think that Whitebeard can survive? I heard that there is a prophet named Mrs. Xiaoli on Fishman Island. I don't believe that she didn't predict what will happen next. You should compare. I am clear. Otherwise, you won't be here anymore. Isn't my own situation more dangerous than Whitebeard? Are you talking about where I used Whitebeard? Jinping, is what he said true? That Mrs. Xiaoli really predicted for Dad? Tell me what the result was. Jinping. Hearing Katie's words, Ace on the side could no longer calm down. From the time he was defeated by Blackbeard, he was ready to face any situation. The only thing he couldn't bear was that his family was injured because of his own reasons. Faced with Ace's question, he was very quiet. He didn't know how to answer Ace, because the result was just as Katie said, and it was precisely this way that he strongly opposed the war. Katie, I promise you whatever you want me to do, please, let me out. At this moment, Ace was angry with endless anger, and his silence had already explained everything. He would never allow such a situation to happen. No one would ever want to hit his father with his thoughts. Kaido, who is also the Four Emperors, can't do it, the Navy. The headquarters is not good either. The decisive Ace directly prayed to Katie to let him go. He wanted to go out, fight, and maintain the majesty of the Whitebeard pirates, and the originally silent heart became hot again. Chapter 26, Fire Fist Advancement. Chapter 26 Fire Fist Advancement. The corners of his mouth raised, although Ace was expected to agree, but when he really nodded in agreement, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If that's the case, then give you freedom. He broke out of the sheath and cut off everything that bound Ace. Anyway, thank you very much. Feeling the long-lost freedom, Ace sincerely thanked Katie. A cluster of flames slowly rose from his fist, and Ace got rid of the Halashi handcuffs, and his ability could finally be used normally. By the way, I have something else here that I need your help. Katie didn't forget that Magellan hadn't dealt with the trouble. What's the matter? Just say it. Since he chose to trust Katie, Ace would not refuse Katie's request. However, can you let Jinping go? He also cares about Dad. Taking a look at Jinping beside him, Ace couldn't help but plead with Katie. Wait a minute, I can't let him go now, otherwise my disguise is likely to be exposed, and it won't be too late to save him when your brother comes over. Okay then. Seeing Katie said so, Ace could only give up, but he was relieved to leave. Let's go, it's time to deal with Magellan's trouble. With a word, Katie left with Ace. It's just that the way Katie went when she went back was completely different from when she came. If you look down from the sky, you will find that Katie walked the entire 6 underground floors completely twice before and after. When Katie came to the edge of the battlefield again, the personal ability panel of the system interface had undergone a radical change. The two-color domineering has all reached Grandmaster level LV10, in addition to gaining several powerful skills. Grandmaster level Murloc Karate from Jinping, Hero Spear from San Juan Hungry Wolf from the Giant Clan, and Bacchus Chote's Madness, all 3 skills have reached Grandmaster level LV10 without exception, even including an auxiliary skill called Mechanical Technology. The acquisition of these 3 skills complements Katie's shortcomings in melee combat. As Jinping's famed skill, Murloc Karate is naturally powerful. Compared with Murloc Karate, the remaining 2 are not weak at all. Read more at wuxiax.com. Only the most powerful warrior of the giant can master the hero's spear, possessing an unimaginable attack power. The first time to use this skill was Helding from the giant, and with this ability, he directly knocked down Don Quixote, the capable person of the family. However, it was not these 2 that caught Katie the most, but the last one called Madness. According to the system introduction, once you use this skill, your own strength will quickly double in a short time. Although it cannot be maintained for a long time, and there are even strong sequelae, it is a rare life-saving skill. However, what makes Katie concerned is that most of these skills come from the few people who joined the Blackbeard Pirates later, even seeing and hearing it. Katie even had the idea of solving them here. However, time is not very allowable, and Katie is not sure that she can solve them in a short time, although she is sorry but can only let them go. Let's do it, solve him with one blow. Thinking back, watching the battle in front of Katie directly initiate an offensive signal, the sharp piercing air tore the air, and the cold blade exudes a breathtaking cold light. Boundary break. Without mercy at all, Katie directly played her strongest swordsmanship skills. Because at this time Magellan was no longer the way he had left. The venom that wrapped his body was not purple at all, but a scarlet and strange red. Even the megalithic wall controlled by Barrett could not be completely defended. Obviously, Magellan was also deeply pressured under the siege of Ryder and Barrett, and used his strongest state, the poisonous giant. Great Yan Ji Emperor Yan. A feeling of blazing heat suddenly appeared, and Ace, who was standing by the side, was completely enveloped by flames at this time. The monstrous flame attracted everyone's attention in an instant. The huge fireball was like the sun, exuding devastating high temperature. Standing in the center of the flame, Ace was like the god of fire that controls everything. Everything that happened suddenly was felt by the 3 people in the battle. It was too late to shock Ace's arrival. At this moment, Magellan was facing an unprecedented crisis. At the same time that Katie Ace broke out, Barrett and Ryder who were fighting frontally also broke out in an instant. 4 destructive attacks came at the same time. There is no place for him to hide, there is no other way but to resist. Poison World. The bright red venom spewed wildly. Magellan used his abilities to the extreme, and directly summoned a poison sea to defend. The ultimate calm is followed by the ultimate riot. The flames, venom, boulders, and sword energy erupted completely at the moment of contact, and the aftermath of the attack covered the entire 6 underground floors, and even affected the upper floors, and the entire advanced city was shaking. Even Katie was pushed far and wide by the aftermath of the attack. I don't know how long it took before everything returned to calm. A huge pit appeared in front of everyone, and Katie could not even find Magellan the first time. What to do? Do you want to kill him now? Looking at Magellan lying unconscious in the gravel, Barrett suggested. Forget about spare his life, after that we will use his identity, he is also needed here. He looked at Katie differently, but didn't say anything. They didn't have much resentment towards Magellan. He was just the guard here, not the one who locked himself in here. Then spare his life, but it is to let him taste the prisoner. Although he decided not to kill him, he couldn't just leave it alone. Barrett found a pair of sea tower stone handcuffs and handcuffed him. Not only that, he tied him with an iron chain. Obviously, Magellanba could not be killed. Leiter is still a bit regretful. Okay, Ace, that's the matter here. Then you will be completely free. Do whatever you want. Remember the agreement between you and me. Don't reveal your identity. Even if it's Luffy, keep it secret. You can only let Baybeard know if you go to Baybeard, understand? Magellan was subdued, and there was no problem pushing forward to the city, and Ace could leave. His eyes were fixed on Katie for a long time, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. At this moment, he was looking forward to it for too long, too long. When it did come, Ace found that he didn't know what to do for a while. Looking at the silent Ace, Katie vaguely guessed what he was thinking. Ace, if you don't know what to do, I suggest you return to the Whitebeard pirates as soon as possible. At this time, they should have come to the sea area and tell Whitebeard. He doesn't know the situation here. You tell him my plan and let him adjust the battle plan in time to minimize damage. Chapter 27, Target MR2. Chapter 27 Target MR2. You are not afraid that we will leave you alone. As for Katie's trust, Ace was really puzzled. From the beginning to the end, this person never doubted whether he would leave him and run away. Of course I am not afraid. I believe that you are not that kind of person, and I also believe that Whitebeard is not. Looking at the hearty smile on Katie's face, Ace found that he couldn't refute it. Then take care, I'm leaving. After that, Ace turned around and left without staying any longer. Regarding Katie's decision, neither Ryder nor Barrett intends to participate. This is Katie's own business. They are just allies and not partners. Let's go too, it's time for the next step. With Magellan in a coma, the two followed Katie to their destination. You said how could he be so strong? Fortunately, we didn't do it before, otherwise the result may not necessarily be what happened. Through the video call Worm, Ivankov, who was on the 5:5 floor underground, also saw the battle scene between Katie and Hilliu. Katie, who thought she was going to die, not only did not die, but also weirdly defeated Hilliu. Even though time had passed for a long time, she still couldn't believe this fact, and Katie didn't feel the strong breath from him when she came before. Who would say no? We are even prepared to evacuate early, but now it seems that it is not necessary. The shock of the Scissor Man was also quite a bit. He who has experienced the horror of the 6th underground floor knows best that most people don't say that they have fought there. The breath that radiates makes people desperate. I don't know how the situation is now. Which fellow Magellan should have arrived? Ivan and Ivan were not clear about the subsequent situation. Many phone bugs were destroyed because of the battle between Katie Hilliu and the two, especially the collision of the last blow, which directly affected the entire 6th underground floor. Therefore, neither Ivankov nor the Advanced City Control Center knew what was going on. Boom boom boom, the sound of knocking on the door suddenly came, and the door was opened before Ivan could say yes. Long time no see, Ivan. The familiar voices and familiar faces made Ivan and the scissor guy stunned. They didn't expect that it would be Katie. Shouldn't he be on the 6th floor at this time? How could he be here? However, their astonishment was just the beginning, and a group of figures appeared behind Katie. Read more at wuxiax.com. Every time I saw one, Ivan's eyes widened, and at the end of the day, his eyes would pop out. Lonely Red Leadfield, Heir of the Devil, Barrett and Magellan, the strongest man in the city, these terrifying titles keep appearing in Ivan's mind. She has also been in the city for many years, and the legends imprisoned on the 6th underground level are known to some extent, and the two in front of them can be said to be the most famous here. However, what surprised her even more was Magellan's fate. The man who had frightened all the prisoners in Advanced City was defeated, and now he became a prisoner. You, what are you? In the face of these people, Ivan can't keep calm. Any of them has the power to destroy them. This is why she only recruits prisoners above 5 floors underground. Although the strength is not very strong, at least it can control. Ivan knew very well that once these people escaped, the whole world would change because of them. After all, in order to deal with one of the two navy, almost 1/3 of the high-end combat power was used. Don't be nervous, I just want to ask you for someone. Feeling Ivan's nervousness, Katie quickly explained that she was also helpless in her heart who made the things the two behind her did so scary. You, who are you looking for? After listening to Katie's explanation, Ivan not only didn't relax at all, but became more and more nervous. Besides Luffy Yvonne, I really couldn't think of anyone else here who was worth his special trip. Don't worry, what I'm looking for is not Luffy, but the person who came with Luffy. Can you please bring him here? Good, good. Yvonne knew exactly who Katie was talking about. It was undoubtedly MR2. Although she admired each other very much, she didn't want her to reject Katie for this reason. By the way, remember to keep this matter a secret, except for the two of you, you can't let anyone else know, understand? While speaking, finger pointing at Yvonne and Scissor Man, the meaning is obvious. Relax, I know what to say and what not to say. Despite what I said, Ivan's heart was actually bewildered. There were people around his own room. They would definitely attract the attention of others if they wanted to come in. Why should I ask myself, especially if they wanted to come in? However, when Yvonne walked out of the room and came outside, she finally knew why Katie said that. Everyone around the room fell unconscious on the ground without exception. What a strong overlord look! Obviously, the only way to solve everyone silently in an instant is the overlord look. Fortunately, everyone just faints and is not life-threatening, otherwise the work of several years here will be wasted. Feeling the strength of the other party personally, Yvonne is becoming more and more jealous. This strength should be about the same as that of the dragon. No wonder it is the legendary pirate, and what makes her care more about the relationship between the two and Katie. It is strange that two equally proud people can stay together peacefully, not to mention that their relationship with Katie seems to be equally good. Yvonne even began to doubt Katie's purpose. Is it just to leave the two of them? Or what is their relationship before? But the two parties are not people of the same age at all, and even said that they have never met before. Not only that, it seems that Katie and Luffy also have a good relationship. What is the situation with Ace now? Yvonne didn't know or knew about all of this. Come on, come on, come on. Before seeing MR2, his voice came from afar, and the roar of his hard work silenced Yvonne. For Luffy's concern alone, no one can compare to him. This friendship that transcends life is truly true. Rare. MR2, stop first, come with me and someone wants to see you. Although she couldn't bear it, Yvonne still interrupted Mr. S' shout, and Katie couldn't refuse her request. I'm not going anywhere, I want to cheer for the Straw Hat here. However, MR2, who didn't know the situation, directly rejected Ivan's request. At this moment, he didn't even want his own life, and other things didn't matter. No, this person, you have to see. I will arrange for others here, you have to come with me. Without time to talk nonsense, Yvonne directly picked up MR2 and arranged for those who were still awake to cheer for the Straw Hat. Even so, MR2 still kept shouting for cheer in his mouth. Chapter 28, Ready. Chapter 28 Ready. Add. After adding the word for a long time, the oil word was never seen. The moment he entered the room, MR2 saw Magellan, who had fainted on the side, and suddenly saw that he was almost not scared to death without any preparation, and then discovered that his state was very wrong, he was in a coma. Seeing this, MR2 no longer screamed. Although he didn't know the other three, he could feel the powerful aura radiating from them, which was obviously not something he could afford. I'm Katie, I don't know if you have heard of it from Luffy. So you're Katie, the Straw Hat boy told me, was it you looking for me? The name of Katie, MR2 really heard it from Luffy. It's just that Katie in Luffy's mouth escaped from the basement floor. According to reason, the strength should not be so strong. Looking at Yvonne, but seeing her nodded, MR2's doubts in his heart were eliminated. I am indeed looking for you because I need your help. Katie directly explained her intentions. From the time she escaped from prison, more than 10 hours have passed, and there are only about 20 hours left before the public execution, which means that there is less than 1 day left. At this time, people from the Navy headquarters may come over at any time. Before that, they must make all preparations to ensure that they are foolproof. Otherwise, once their identity is exposed, they will be resolved in minutes. What needs my help? Suddenly asked. MR2 is also very puzzled. Even they cannot solve the problem, MR2 does not think he can help much. The only thing you can do is help. I need your ability to pretend to be Magellan. Looking at Magellan again, MR2 couldn't figure out why Katie would do it herself. Can you tell me why? Although Magellan has fainted, it is still very risky to pretend to be him. Naturally, MR2 needs to ask clearly. I can't answer you for the specific reason, but what I can tell you is that Ace has been rescued by me. A shock of thunder blasted into everyone's minds, and the news came so suddenly that several people did not recover for a long time. You really saved the young master? What about the others? Although Yvonne had such a conjecture after seeing Magellan in a coma, he was still shocked when he heard the news from Katie. However, Katie's next sentence is even more amazing. Wrong, the person I saved was not your young master, but the son of One Piece. What are you talking about? That man turned out to be Roger's son. As Katie's voice fell, Barrett's voice came. Read more at wuxiax.com. The look at Katie is very complicated. For him, Roger is the most special person in his life. Although he does not approve of his final choice, it is undeniable that he had a very happy time following him, very satisfied. So when I heard that Ace was Roger's son, I couldn't help but recall the time before. Ace is indeed Roger's son, but he inherited his mother's surname. He doesn't recognize the old man who has never met. Regarding this point, Barrett didn't say anything, he only cared whether Ace inherited Roger's blood, and he didn't care about his surname. Did Raleigh call you? After learning the identity of Ace, Barrett took it for granted that Katie was arranged by Raleigh and others, and even thought that Roger's crew was ready to take action. I'm sorry, I don't know any Raleigh. To be honest, Katie was also puzzled about the performance of Raleigh and others during the war. The eldest son was about to be killed, but they were calmer than each. The Whitebeards who were outsiders were more active than them, and I really couldn't figure out what they were thinking. That's it, I understand, it looks like they are being watched. Although it didn't make it clear in a word, Katie could understand the meaning inside, and roughly understood the reason why Raleigh and others didn't make a move. As Barrett said, now they should be watched and cannot be shot. The decision to top the war is not only the Navy, but also the will of the world government, but the Navy faces the Whitebeard pirates head-on. But this does not mean that there are no other problems. The crew of Roger One Piece needs to be supervised without exception. Otherwise, if the originally disbanded Roger pirate group is re-established, it will not be worth the loss. Obviously the Navy is not capable of responding at the same time, so other departments such as the CP organization or even the Army units that have never been seen are needed. Thinking about it this way, Katie suddenly felt that world government is not as simple as she knew. Well, what you want me to do, I promise you. Until this moment, MR2 dared to speak. No way. At the moment Katie revealed Ace's identity, a trace of breath erupted from Barrett. Although it was only a short moment, MR2 was still frightened, and it was only now that his mood just calmed down. The reason for agreeing is not because of how strong Katie is, but because of Ace. The reason why Straw Hat broke into here was to save his brother Ace. After encountering Magellan in the 4th underground floor, MR2 also understood the difficulty. It can be said that if one is not paying attention, it will die. Now that Ace has been rescued, it means that the Straw Hat doesn't need to take risks anymore, and MR2 naturally agrees out of gratitude. Very well, in that case, I will tell you what to do. After some introduction, Katie told a few people about her plan. Except for the two already known led Barrett, the others were completely in a daze during the whole process, and they were even shocked by Katie's words in a cold sweat. Are you crazy? Do you know what this means? This means that you have to pretend to be Ace in front of the Marine Marshal and the 3 major generals. Once you fail, you don't even have a chance to beg for mercy. After listening to Katie's plan, Yvonne was no longer able to calm down, and even more disregarded Katie's strength to speak out the facts. Like Jinping, Yvonne also didn't feel the need to do this. Magellan had already been resolved, and it would not be better to leave directly. Well, you just need to do what I said, you don't need to know anything else. Mr. It's up to you next. Katie didn't want to explain the same question over and over again, and while refusing Yvonne, she urged Mr. to act quickly. At this time, the guards at the upper level were afraid that they could not sit still and wanted to come to Magellan, and could not delay any longer. Okay. Although shocked, Mr. didn't say much. He didn't think Katie was sending her to death. He had solved the troublesome Magellan people. Maybe he really had a solution. Immediately, he stepped forward and touched Magellan's face. In the next instant, Mr.'s appearance changed, and his body quickly grew bigger like an inflated balloon. The face shape has also become exactly the same as Magellan. Katie couldn't see who the two were without doing her hands. Chapter 29, Countdown 19 hours. Chapter 29 Countdown 19 hours. Director, are you okay? A group of guards looked nervously at Magellan in front of them. After the defeat of Hiliu, Magellan became their only hope in their hearts. The abnormal fluctuations before made them even more worried, for fear that something would happen to Magellan, and the consequences would be simple. It is unimaginable. After discussing for a long time, a group of talents decided to come together to find Magellan's whereabouts, but luckily they saw the familiar figure in front of the cell where Ace was being held, and their uneasy heart was slightly calmed down. What can I do? Katie has been defeated by me, although I have not caught it, but it has been contaminated with my venom. Even if I can't die, it is impossible to come out and destroy it again. But you guys, why are you down? Facing the questions of his subordinates, Magellan answered calmly. Just now, there was an abnormal vibration in the entire Push City. According to our judgment, the source of the vibration should be the 6th underground floor. We are really worried about your safety, but we can't contact you, so everyone decided to come over and take a look. Anyway, it's fine. While speaking, the guards kept looking at Magellan in front of him, but did not see any injuries from him. They couldn't help but admire them more and more. They deserved to be their chief, even if the enemy was a powerful enemy who had defeated Ziliu. Able to win easily. By the way, how long will it take for the people from the Navy headquarters to come over? Suddenly thinking of something, Magellan asked the subordinates behind him. The time now is 12 o'clock noon, and the arrival time of the Navy headquarters is 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, and there are 19 hours in between. They remember everything about Ace very clearly, and they gave the most accurate without hesitation. Answer. I see, you go back, just in case I will stay here till the last minute. Help me tell Hanbani, the other floors will be dealt with by him. If something goes out, he will never want to sit down. My seat. Yes, we must tell. After talking one by one, they turned and left. They didn't dare to violate Magellan's words. Of course, they didn't think there was any problem. There were so many things that happened during this period. If you neglect Ace, you may be rescued. Who is this? Can't bear the responsibility. Seeing the back of his subordinates leaving, Magellan took a deep breath, opened his mouth to say something, but saw Ace in the opposite cell shook his head at him. In an instant, Magellan's body tightened, and her sharp eyes swept all around. After confirming that there was no one around, his body relaxed and said to the people in the cell. Mr. Katie, I can imitate it. Yes, better than I thought. Read more at wuxiax.com. Magellan's identity is not only disguised, but Ace in the cell is also not a real person, but Katie disguised. Mr. Katie, your camouflage skills are really amazing. If I do not use the fruit power to achieve this level of yours, how did you do it? Mr. deeply admired Katie's disguise. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would really think that Ace was the person in front of him, regardless of his appearance or voice. It was not only him who was shocked, everyone who had seen it was shocked without exception. If it hadn't been known in advance that Mr. was the one who imitated the fruit, they would even think that Katie was. Fortunately, this is the #1 magical technique in Asia makeup that I deliberately learned. Katie casually found an excuse to conceal the past. What kind of makeup the big masters? In fact, this is entirely the credit of the system. This was a one-time transformation technique that he spent 100,000 exchange points to redeem. When the number on the 100,000 digit decreased, Katie only felt a pain for a while, and a skill point was gone. Now, Katie has a deep understanding of the importance of skill points. Although she has 31 skill points, Katie is still not willing to use any of them. Even if many important skills are at the critical point of breakthrough, as long as she owns you can successfully reach the Emperor Deputy level by upgrading a few skills. The reason for doing so, in addition to not willing to do more, is to prepare for the future war. At that time, according to the characteristics of the enemy, make a targeted choice, the effect will be better. Mr. Katie, are you not afraid that I will expose you? Jinping, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly uttered a voice, and until now he could not accept Katie's approach. Exposure? Jinping, you can try. Now that the entire propulsion city is under my control, you have exposed me. The war may end prematurely because of this, but it may also continue. I can't grasp this. But one thing, I think I can still do it. Speaking of this, Katie's words were full of chills. For some reason, Jinping's heart trembled suddenly, with an ominous premonition. I can guarantee that you will die the next moment you finish speaking, and because of you, there will be no peace in the Fisherman Island. Katie said the last 4 words very slowly, even uttering word by word, without a hint of joking at all. Do you still have the dignity of a strong man? How can you fight against unarmed ordinary people? The anger filled Haiping's entire chest, and the pupils of his eyes were filled with bright red bloodshot eyes. At this moment, he even had the urge to kill Katie. Everyone has inverse scales and places that cannot be touched. Jinping's inverse scales is the Fisherman Island. He does not allow anyone to harm the Fisherman Island, but at the same time the existence of the Fisherman Island has also become his weakness. Once someone grasps it after the fate of the Fisherman Island, he will become hesitant. There is no doubt that Katie now possesses this kind of power. She is very clear about the relationship between Katie and Barrett and Lai. If the 3 join forces to attack Murloc Island, even the Whitebeard pirates cannot guarantee the fish. The safety of Man Island. The opportunity has been given to you, just leave me alone if you don't want to. After talking about Katie, she didn't bother to make sense anymore, she closed her eyes decisively and rested quietly. The previous battle with Shiliu had consumed a lot. Fortunately, she had been replenished from Yvonne just now. She recovered a lot of physical strength, but her spirit was not, it was exhausted. After all, I hadn't taken a good rest since I escaped from prison, and my spirit has been in a state of high tension. The 6th floor underground fell into endless silence again, time passed by little, and at this moment, the whole world was much quieter than usual. However, everyone knows that this quiet atmosphere is just an illusion, but the calm before the storm. People's eyes turned to Marine Headquarters Malenvander. Everyone knew that a war that could change the pattern of the world was inevitable. But who knew that one day before the start of the war, there would be a traverser suddenly coming, and how the originally destined result would change due to this, no one could predict. Chapter 30, From the Headquarters. Chapter 30 From the Headquarters. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the earth in the morning, the world's largest prison propulsion city also welcomed its guests, and several naval ships quietly docked outside the gate of Propulsion City. At the same time, the originally quiet 6th floor of the underground was a bit lively, and a large number of advanced city guards headed by Magellan gathered here to complete Ace's final handover task. At this moment, all the guards were in the same nervous mood. Although they were simply escorted from the 6th underground floor to the door, these 10 minutes meant the beginning of the war. They all knew that this war was inevitable. Intelligence showed that the Whitebeard pirates had disappeared from the Navy's surveillance range more than 10 days ago, and no one knows where they are until now. Extract the prisoner, fire fist Ace. Following Magellan's instructions, the action unfolded step by step. The cell holding Ace was opened. 2 guards came directly behind Ace and one of them clamped an arm and took Ace out of the cell. At the last moment after leaving the cell, Ace looked back at Jinping behind him, with an unidentified look in his eyes. Ace's last eyes clearly reflected in Jinping's mind. Although the other party didn't say anything, he knew Ace's meaning, or should be Katie's meaning. There was no doubt that this was his warning to himself. At this moment, Jinping was really entangled. He didn't know what he should do. On the one hand, he was his respected father, and on the other was the hometown where he was born. No matter which one he was willing to accept. Time just slipped away bit by bit when Jinping was tangled. Before he could make a decision, everyone had disappeared. "I'm sorry, Daddy, I'm really sorry." Repeating these words in his mouth, Jinping felt ashamed of the care and protection of Baybeard over the years, and his heart was full of regret, hating that he was not strong enough, and that he had no courage. On the other hand, after learning that Ace was about to be transferred, Luffy could no longer remain calm and rushed out of the 5.5th floor and went straight to the 6th floor. At this time, Yvonne naturally couldn't stand by and hurriedly summoned people to keep up and prepare to escape from prison. Seeing her young master in a hurry, Yvonne couldn't help but want to tell him the truth. However, Ruaohu's sight behind her made her clearly aware of her own situation, so she could only hide the truth in her heart and choose to remain silent. The development that had deviated at this moment just returned to its original state. Luffy and the others began to escape from prison. Magellan escorted Ace to leave Propulsion City, and the Blackbeard, who was more than a dozen nautical miles away, was also late. Let alone the unknown changes, at least on the surface. Molinfan's office is a multi-skilled man, but there are only 3 people sitting in the office of the university. Bear, what the hell is going on? With your abilities, how could the Straw Hat Boy run? Wouldn't it be you who were merciful? When the Warring States period saw the news of the riots advancing the city, he immediately asked Xiong for questioning. Faced with the issue of the Warring States period, Xiong chose to remain silent, but sat quietly in a chair, without explanation or sophistry. "Wow, haha, it's my grandson, well done. I brought the latest tea, would you like to try it?" Read more at wuxiax.com. At this time, there is only one person in the world who dare to say so, the naval hero Lieutenant Admiral Carp. The blue veins violently, it was good for Carp not to speak, and his mouth completely angered the Warring States period. "Kapu, you are ashamed to say, if it weren't for you as a hero, I would have arrested you. Look at what your family has done." The words of the Warring States period were completely roaring, and it was enough to show how angry he was to be able to make the calm and famous Warring States spirit like this. "This matter is not something I can take care of as an old bone." Facing the desperately face of Carp's Warring States period, he was helpless. How could he really catch Carp, just to talk about it? Regardless of the friendship between the two for many years, Carp's prestige in the Navy alone, if he is really arrested, I don't know how many people will intercede for him, including at least half of the lieutenant generals. "Asshole, give me the tea." He grabbed the tea bag in Carp's hand, and then went back to his seat to process the documents. Seeing how Carp didn't understand the meaning of the Warring States period, he coughed and left. Carp left with his front foot, and the bear followed with his back foot. When the two left, the Warring States, who had been immersed in their work, stopped and couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know what Carp was thinking about. Since the news of Ace came, Carp's face has not smiled again, but in just a few days, there have been more wrinkles on his face. He understands that Carp also sympathizes with Carp, but he can't violate his justice and duty because of this. Thank you. When he walked out of the room, the bear was no longer silent but took the initiative to thank Cap. He knew that Cap's arrival was not a coincidence, but came to help him out. Forget it, you are also for my grandson. If you want to thank you, I thank you. However, let me say one more thing. You have to be careful. The Warring States period is not so foolish. Maybe you are already suspicious of you. It doesn't matter, I have promised the final transformation of the doctor. The tone of speech is still so calm, but Carp's heart is fluctuating. He knows what the final transformation means, and once it is carried out, he will completely lose his personal thoughts. He shouldn't have agreed with you to do this. Don't blame him, I asked to do this myself. Facing the bear's calmness, Carp didn't know what to say, and sighed softly. Everyone had their own choice. He could stop him for a while but couldn't stop him for a lifetime. All he could do was respect and support. Fine, do whatever you want, what can I do? A word is full of helplessness. Xiang is like this, so are his sons and grandchildren, and even the adopted ones. No one listens to his own words. Dragging his tired body, Carp's figure walked towards the distance a little bit. The lonely figure made people shed tears. Squeak, squeak. The gate of Pushing City, which had been closed for a long time, slowly opened under the gaze of hundreds of people. Feeling the warm sunshine, Katie just felt comfortable all over. Hand over the prisoner. No nonsense, Magellan is completely official. Can. The Lieutenant General is also strict in handling matters. After all, this matter is too important to them, and they dare not make a difference. The two guards escorted Ace to the Navy. When Ace fell under the control of the Navy, the handover ended. There was no change in the whole process, and Katie did not resist, which was exactly what she wanted. At this point, Ace's public execution has officially entered the countdown. Chapter 31, Contradictory Carp. Chapter 31 Contradictory Carp. Under the gaze of hundreds of people, Ace's figure went away bit by bit, until finally disappeared on the deck of the Navy ship. Director, shall we not go back? Standing in place for a long time, seeing the Navy ship disappear from the field of vision, but Magellan's order was never seen, the guards couldn't help but remind them. Oh, yes, everyone is ordered to return to Advance City. Yes. After receiving Magellan's order, the guards returned to Advance City one after another. The most important task was completed, but it didn't mean that nothing was gone. Until now, there are still several prisoners at large who have not been caught, and it is far from time to rest. Feeling the key lying quietly in her pocket, Katie's heart was slightly relaxed, which Katie specially prepared for herself before departure. Wan Zhufei had an accident and failed to release the handcuffs, and he wouldn't have to sit and wait for death. Although the disguise plan was something she had decided long ago, Katie was still a little nervous at this moment. After all, what I will face later is a group of people standing at the top of the world. Warring States, Carp, without exception, are the strongest. However, the arrow is already at the string and has to be sent, and Katie has no way out of the way, and can only bite the bullet. Fight to improve the strength. Katie can only comfort herself in this way. In less than half an hour, Marine Vatican, the headquarters of the Navy, was already in front of her. Even as an enemy, Katie had to affirm the magnificence of this island. There are towering mountains on both sides, and the entrance in the middle is built with a solid defense system, which is absolutely easy to defend and difficult to attack, and this is only the most superficial force. The strong people sitting here are the ones who make all criminals afraid. The essential. It is precisely because of their existence that this place has the title of a symbol of peace in the Great Pirate Era. Different from the past, today's Marin Vatican is extremely lively. Tens of thousands of navies are concentrated in the port of the headquarters, and the nervous atmosphere has enveloped the entire bay. Looking at the tens of thousands of navies neatly lined up in front of her, Katie couldn't help showing a few drops of cold sweat on her forehead. This huge scale scared everyone to death. There was no weak person in the tens of thousands of navies. They were all real soldiers who had seen blood on the battlefield. Each possesses the strength of a general officer. Seeing this, Katie couldn't help but feel grateful for her original decision. Fortunately, she didn't back down and broke into the 6th underground floor. Read more at wuxiax.com. Otherwise, in this war, he can only become an ordinary cannon fodder. Soon Katie was taken to the execution platform. Looking at the two figures standing on the left and right, Katie's heart jerked. On the right was the Marine Marshal Warring States, and on the left was the naval hero Lieutenant General Cap. Even if the two of them just stood there quietly, it still brought boundless pressure to Katie, and even had doubts about her transformation technique for a while. It was impossible for them to find out. However, when Katie met Cap's turbid eyes, the hanging heart was calm. All Katie saw from those eyes was reluctance and regret. It was obvious that her identity was not exposed. "Why are you still here?" The Warring States period was the first to speak, obviously not to Katie. "I'm just sitting here, can't I?" However, Karp's attitude was extremely firm, directly rejecting the question of the Warring States period, and the tone of his speech could not tolerate the slightest doubt, and he meant to do it if there was a disagreement. "Up to you." Obviously felt the fluctuations in Karp's mood. The Warring States period knew that he must not be stimulated anymore at this time, otherwise no one would know what crazy things he would do. Once that time, the whole situation might be caused by him alone. Change, this is definitely not what I want to see. It also tacitly acknowledges the existence of Karp. Why didn't you listen to the old man in the first place? Why? There are 4 reasons in one sentence. Even if the matter has nothing to do with him, Katie can't help but sympathize with Karp. His experience is really speechless. He is a hero in the Navy, but his son is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the world's #1 criminal, and his grandson is a new generation of pirates who are targeting the king of pirates. The captain of the Whitebeard pirate group of the Strong Pirate Group. It can be said that none of them developed according to his wishes, and none of them made him worry-free. "Grandpa, I..." As soon as she uttered the 3 words, Katie realized that it was wrong. Ace had always called Karp the old man. He had never called him grandfather. Her polite is likely to reveal his identity. What did you call me just now?" Unlucky secretly, as expected, Karp noticed what he called him. What made Katie more worried was that Karp suddenly burst out of a strong and restless aura, as if the volcano that was about to erupt was extremely unstable at any time. Explosion. "Of course it's called you old man, otherwise what do you think it is?" While speaking, Katie moved her face aside, not looking at Karp's eyes, and silently stretched her hands into her pockets, ready to escape at any time. However, what Katie waited for was not Karp's questioning, nor Karp's iron fist, but a silence. For a long time, he didn't see Karp utter a word, only the undulating breath still wreaked havoc on everything around him. When Katie turned her head to look at Karp, she saw a pair of eyes with hazy tears. Tears circulated back and forth in his eye sockets. Despite desperate control, they could not stop the flow of tears. Immediately, tears flowed like a flood that burst a dike, which was no longer under Karp's control. What Katie didn't know was how many years he waited for this grandfather Karp. For Ace, Karp has no less love than Luffy. He has already regarded him as his own grandson. Of course he wants to hear him call out, "Own grandpa." But Karp also knew that Ace would never scream easily, because he closed himself tightly because of Roger, wanted his family but didn't dare to touch him, worried that he would hurt others for his own reasons. Just when he was about to ignore it, the long-awaited voice came suddenly, and at that moment Karp felt that everything he had done was worth it. However, when Carp realized Ace's current situation, a pair of eyes couldn't help looking at the sea tower handcuffs that controlled Ace. The breath radiating from the body becomes more restless and unstable. Kapu. Don't forget your duty. Realizing that the situation was not right, Sengoku hurriedly reminded Carp that he was speechless in his heart. He was really afraid of what would come. Hearing the call of the Warring States period, Carp's mood improved slightly, and the aura he released was recovered bit by bit, trying to restrain something. Chapter 32, Whitebeard appears. Chapter 32 Whitebeard appears. The sun hung high in the distance. Seeing that all preparations were completed, the silent Warring States took up the microphone on the side. Before this, I want to announce one thing to you, Porgas D. Ace, who is your father? The voice of the Warring States period attracted the attention of everyone present, but what puzzled them was why they had to ask such naive questions at this time. People all over the world knew that Huoquan Ace's father was Whitebeard. They really don't understand the meaning of such a question. At this time, Katie chose to be silent, to speak less in order to make fewer mistakes. Furthermore, it is normal for him to be a prisoner of death to have a temper before dying. However, the Warring States period would not change the original plan because of these, and he continued for a moment of silence. Since you don't want to say it, let me speak for you, Portgas D. Ace, your mother is Portgas D. Luyu. There is no denying that she is a great mother, because most people, if you can't be pregnant for 20 months, her life is in exchange for your unsafe birth. 20 years ago, you were born on an island in the South China Sea. At that time, we only used a bit of information from CP to investigate all babies born or about to be born at that time, but we were never able to find the results we wanted. Because your mother blinded the world with her life, who would have thought that his son would be born only 1 year and 3 months after that person's death? When the Warring States period came to this, smart people had vaguely guessed something. 20 years ago, it was not the year when Roger was executed. Is there any relationship between the two? Fire Fist Ace, you can't help but know all this. Your father is One Piece King Jir D. Roger. When the Warring States period uttered the name of that person, an earthquake swept the world. This answer really shocked them. Who would have thought that the person had left blood, that was the blood of one pirate? And all this is not surprising to Katie, who has traveled through, but anyone who is a sea fan doesn't know that Ace is Roger's son. In order not to reveal her expression, Katie pressed her head very low, so that everyone could not see her face. Because of one name, the entire bay fell into absolute silence. Until this moment, they really understood the meaning of this war, not only to elicit the Whitebeard, but more importantly, to cut off the blood of One Piece. Roger's existence poses a huge threat to both the Navy and the world government. That era finally ended, and no one wanted to see the birth of a pirate king. Although Ace may not be able to be the king of Shanghai thieves, it has a great possibility. Because now he has received the support of the strongest pirate group, and his own strength is not weak, he has great potential as a natural fruit-burning ability, plus the strong blood of the Shanghai Pirate King, who I don't know how far he will grow in the future. On this point, they can't or dare to bet, they can only choose to grow up and get rid of it and kill the danger in the cradle. When everyone was shocked by the news of the blood of One Piece, the sea level changed silently. Read more at wuxiax.com. The water level of the sea dropped little by little. When the Navy realized the problem, the entire sea level dropped by more than 1 meter. What's going on? Why does the sea suddenly drop so much? The Sengoku Carp and others who realized this change were instantly nervous. Of course, this was not a normal phenomenon, and Whitebeard might have arrived. Attention everyone! The enemy has come. As soon as the voice of the Warring States period fell, several vague black spots appeared on the sea level in the distance. The Whitebeard pirates are here. I don't know who shouted. Tens of thousands of navies clenched their weapons one by one, dripping cold sweat on their foreheads, an invisible pressure enveloped them. As time passed, they finally saw the black spots in the distance. Pirate ships appeared in front of the navy one after another, in front of the whole world. It was a large fleet of pirates composed of more than 40 pirate regiments, with the same number of tens of thousands. The target has been confirmed, all are the 44 ships of the Whitebeard pirate group. But the Whitebeard Moby Dick can't be seen. Accurate information soon came. After listening to the reports from his subordinates, the Warring States period felt uneasy, as if he had forgotten something. The next moment, when he saw the huge blisters that suddenly bulged in the bay, he realized what he had overlooked, and the other party rushed up from the bottom of the sea. Even as an enemy, the Warring States period had to make sure that Whitebeard did a beautiful job. He rushed directly into the bay from the bottom of the sea, shortening the distance a lot, and the losses caused by the battle would also be reduced a lot. Boom! 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 The sound of the impact suddenly came, and tens of thousands of navies felt that their heartbeat was slowing down, and their heart was extremely depressed. They even felt that their neck was pinched by a pair of big hands, and even breathing became extremely difficult. A figure appeared, the majestic figure far surpassed the others, just a simple stop there and the invisible oppression would attack the entire Malinvondo. The world's strongest man, the Whitebeard comes on stage. Ha 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 ha, my dear son, are you okay? I'll save you in a while. The heroic voice spread throughout the battlefield. No one thought he was talking big, on the contrary, one by one was even more nervous. That man's prestige is too big and amazing. Hearing Baybeard's shouting, Katie was upset. It stands to reason that Ace should have already seen him. Then he should know and agree to his plan, but he still calls himself that, making Katie think he is. I was taking advantage of myself, but I couldn't refute it, but I could only admit it. Boom! With all eyes in sight, Baybeard put the big knife in his hand aside, squatted slightly, his arms stretched to the limit, a hazy light group appeared on each of his two fists, and cracks appeared out of thin air, as if torn the space. Just when the navy didn't know the reason, the sea on both sides was boiling, and the monstrous waves hit crazily, and it jumped to a height of tens of meters in the blink of an eye, and this was just beginning to be far from reaching the limit of the Whitebeard. In the next second, the monstrous waves exceeded the 100-meter range. Looking at the huge scale, tens of thousands of navies would be desperate. Once this huge wave fell, they would never survive. Allah, but I can't let you succeed, Ice Age. At a critical juncture, the Green Pheasant, as an admiral of the navy, could not sit idly by. A dodge came into the air, his hands turned into ice and stretched out towards the huge waves that plunged into both sides. The next moment, the 100-meter high waves froze in an instant, and a crisis was resolved by the Green Pheasant. Chapter 33, Ounce appears in the humanoid turret. Chapter 33 Ounce appears in the humanoid turret. 2 thorn spears. After the ice sealed the waves, the Green Pheasant took advantage of the trend to attack, and 2 spears formed from solid ice plunged from the sky to the Whitebeard, and the sharp tip of the spear exuded a breathtaking chill. Green Pheasant Kid, don't be too mad. With a shock, the ice spear in the air shattered into countless ice ballasts that did not touch the Whitebeard's body. Not only that, it also shattered the blue pheasant in the air and turned into a mass of broken ice and fell to the sea. However, at the moment when the broken ice touched the sea surface, it condensed again into the appearance of a green pheasant, and the sea surface under his feet was frozen in an instant, and the ice battlefield was formed instantly. Thanks to the masterpiece of the Green Pheasant, the landing battle began, with the sound of artillery fire, roars and screams, and the world watched war has begun. After witnessing the whole process of the battle between the Whitebeard and the Green Pheasant, Katie's only remaining confidence was torn to pieces. Whether it is shaking up a huge wave of 100 meters in an instant or freezing the entire ocean in an instant, it is not what I can do now. Moreover, this is only the damage caused by the 2 casual attacks. God knows what kind of damage will be caused if the 2 people do everything they can to burst out all the power. I can only say that I can't imagine. A master level or higher overlord's domineering color is detected from carp. Do you want to extract it? A physique above the prefecture level is detected from the Warring States period. Will it be extracted? Just when Katie felt weak, the system's electronic prompt sounded for a long time. Extract. He didn't hesitate at all. Now I was in a time when I was desperate for power, and I certainly wouldn't refuse. The familiar warm current slowly flowed through the body. When everything disappeared, Katie only felt that the body was full of power, and even had the illusion that she could blast through the space with a punch. Although she can't try now, Katie clearly feels her own progress and growth. Katie is not surprised by the physical limitations. After all, it can be regarded as an experience. Despite this, Katie still feels that she has been greatly improved. Compared with the previous mysterious level LV5 physique, the Earth level LV10 is not known how much stronger. According to Katie's perception, the two are not the same concept at all. They are gaining abilities. At that moment, the power of that crazy growth was by no means comparable to what he had before. Just as Katie silently felt the change in her strength, the situation on the battlefield changed suddenly. The naval artillery positions that had been dominant were destroyed by the sudden attack. Seeing the huge Sea King lying on the shelling position, the position commander was stunned. Just when they were launching an offensive against the enemy, this Sea King suddenly smashed over somehow, interfering with their own offensive, and destroying a lot of artillery. The current position can basically be said to be half destroyed. General, see what it is. Read more at wuxiax.com. Looking in the direction of his subordinate's fingers, the commander saw a picture he would never forget, a giant tens of meters high. Is this still a giant? How could it be so big? It is not that there are no giant warriors in the Navy. There are giants participating in the war before them, but compared with that figure, a giant of more than 10 meters is as short as a baby, and the height of tens of meters has even refreshed their recognition. Ace, I'm here to save you too. The huge voice is like thunder, and a roar can't wait to directly destroy the entire Malinvondo. Come on, little Ounce. Let them see how good you are. The arrival of Ounce greatly boosted the morale of the Whitebeard pirates. The Navy's shelling positions caused them great troubles. The crowd had already suffocated their stomachs for a long time. Now that Ounce has come, they naturally can't. Let the Navy live well. Roar. While roaring in anger, little Ounce started his hand, grabbed his right hand casually in the sea, and he usurped a 10-meter-long Sea King. Seeing this scene, the Navy commander finally knew where the Sea Kings came from. What made him even more desperate was that behind Ounce there was a fishing net that could be called the largest in the world, because it was a fishing net for hunting Sea Kings. The naked eye can see that there are dozens of huge Sea Kings inside. Just one almost destroyed their position, and he couldn't imagine how much damage it would bring if little Ounce was allowed to attack indiscriminately. Protect the position. Protect the position. There was no time to think about it. The Sea Kings in little Ounce's hands had already taken off and left, tracing a parabola in the air and hitting their gunfire position directly. They could only do everything to protect the position. However, the end result was to make them desperate. Although they tried their best to stop them, the huge Sea Kings of more than 10 meters long could not be stopped casually. When the gun fell on it had no effect at all, it just exploded a few bloody flowers, but it couldn't change the result of it about to fall in the slightest. At the last moment, a sword aura flew quickly, passing through the body of the Sea King class in a flash. The huge body of the Sea King was directly cut into 2 parts. However, although Jian-Chi successfully cut off the Neptune's body, it was unable to stop it from falling. Rumble, rumble. The body of the Sea King always fell on the gunfire position, and the few surviving artillery still failed to escape the fate of being destroyed. Boom! 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 After realizing the threat of Ounce, the remaining artillery positions were all aimed at him, and one shell was fired like crazy without money. However, not all shells can successfully land on ounce over a distance of 100 meters. What's more, even if a few really successfully bombarded ounce once in a while, they couldn't cause real damage to him. His burly body was strong enough to withstand the attack of 100 artillery shells, and 1 or 2 of them would not show up at all when they fell on it, and it was just a little broken. However, every attack of ounce was not so easy to resist. The destructive power possessed by the Sea Kings weighing dozens of tons could be resisted by people with the strength of the lieutenant. There was no way for other people to resist it. And all the Navy lieutenants have their own enemies at this moment, and it is difficult to get away. In this way, Little Ounce alone suppressed all the artillery positions of the Navy headquarters. In contrast, the artillery fire of the Whitebeard pirate group was liberated. Taking this opportunity, each of the artillery on the 47 pirate ships began to counterattack, firing frantically at the Navy in the bay, which not only suppressed the Navy's offensive, but also pushed the distance forward by a large amount. Seeing the Little Ounce, who was constantly throwing the Sea King in the distance, it was only at this moment that Katie was really sure that Ace had actually seen Whitebeard and told him of her plan. After all, the Little Ounce in the original book did not do this. At that time, he rushed to Ace desperately, and then died. The reason for this change should be the adjustment made by Baybeard. Now that Ace has been rescued, he must find a way to reduce the loss as much as possible. Ace is his son, and everyone else is the same. Of course, he does not want to watch. They were injured. Chapter 34, Consecutive Shots. Chapter 34 Consecutive Shots. Looking at Ace on the execution platform thousands of meters away, even now, Whitebeard still feels incredible. Are all the little devil courageous now? Not to mention the release of several prisoners on the 6 underground floors of the city, they even disguised as Ace to accept execution under the attention of the world. I have to say that although his plan is risky, it does have the possibility of success. It is really about the time. I don't know how angry the Jean Quoman is, I feel happy just thinking about it. Turning his gaze back, looking at the cabin behind him, a gentle expression rarely appeared on his face. For him, as long as his family is fine no matter what the world becomes. It's terrible, the giants can grow to this size. After the green pheasant shot, the yellow ape on the side finally made a move. The huge figure of Little Ounce was reflected in his pupils, and even though his mouth was terrible, the chill that radiated from his body was not small. The direct elementalization disappeared in place, and when it reappeared, it was already in the mid-air in the center of the battlefield. His body was exuding extremely flickering light, and powerful energy fluctuations erupted from him. Bakakshung Guyu. Countless beams of powerful energy erupted at the same time, and the target was the Little Ounce, who was throwing the Sea King in the distance. How can you succeed, Huang Yuan? A azure blue figure suddenly appeared, stopping all the beam attacks in the middle of the road. This shocking scene really shocked countless people watching. It was Admiral Huang Yuan who launched the attack. Someone was able to completely block his attack, and that person was not yet a Whitebeard, and attracted everyone's attention for a while. People thought, no, who is so powerful? Hey! There was a bird song suddenly, and people discovered that there was a strange creature that was half human and half bird in the burst of energy light. Then, that's Marco, the first team captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Some Navy exclaimed, as the captain of the first team, Marco is second only to the Whitebeard, even if Ace is far behind before revealing his true identity. In this way, people accepted the fact that Huang Yuan was blocked. After all, that person was Marco. Hey, it's me. Read more at wuxiax.com. The body of the half-human half-bird turned into a giant blue bird in an instant. The wings slammed and rushed towards the yellow ape at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it came to the top of the yellow ape's head and dropped from the sky to the head of the yellow ape. Although the attack was sudden, it was hard to beat the battle-tested Huang Yuan, with his arm on top of his head, and he took Marco's blow. Get out of here! However, at the moment before the collision, Marco in the air suddenly exerted his force a second time, and instantly burst out with a 120% strength, directly kicking the yellow ape far away and smashing it to the ground. If people can still accept the scene just now, how can they not accept the scene before them? But the General Huang Yuan was just kicked into the air. Are you kidding? In any case, the facts are in front of them, and even if they can't accept it, they change any results. In the face of Marco's interception, Huang Yuan's attack on Ounce could only end in failure. It is not far from the time for the final battle. The two sides are just simple hands-on attempts, and no real battle will break out. While Marco was acting, the diamond jaws on the front of the battlefield was also unwilling to lag behind. He slammed his hands on the ice and directly smashed a huge ice cube with a diameter of more than 50 meters, and then raised it with his bare hands. The super strong wrist strength is even more shocking than Marco's repelling the yellow ape. An ordinary normal person actually lifted a huge ice block weighing tens of tons, which is simply a miracle. I see how you pick it up. An iceberg was directly hit by jaws as a cannonball against the navy. In the face of this massive blow, tens of thousands of navies looked desperate. Suddenly facing a mountain, no one could calmly face it. This level has even surpassed the headquarters. Lieutenant General, they can't resist at all. Seeing that the iceberg was about to fall, the red dog who had been sitting for a long time could no longer sit and watch. His right hand turned into hot magma. Drops of viscous liquid continued to drip, and the hard floor was corroded into pits in an instant. Spitfire! The right hand exuding the terrifying high temperature directly increased to several meters in the instant of swinging it, and the hard iceberg was easily penetrated like tofu in front of him. The next moment, a huge iceberg dozens of times larger than a giant warrior was completely melted in an instant. However, the attack of the red dog did not end there. The magma embers solidified on the wall of the hand shook with his right hand and instantly exploded countless rebels, hitting the pirates in the distance, and this was just the beginning, and the more fierce attack still behind. Meteor volcano. Amid the deep roar, magma boulders with a diameter of several meters rose into the sky and shot towards the battlefield indiscriminately. The magnificent scene was like a real volcanic eruption, and each magma boulder carried an aura of destruction. The instantaneous eruption of the red dog directly caused great losses to the pirates, and even repelled the navy's impact. The advantage that Ounce had created disappeared in an instant, and the battle became stalemate again. At this point, in addition to the two carp warring states, both the Navy and the Whitebeard all high-end combat power have been shot. As a result, the battlefield became more and more chaotic, the gunpowder smoke filled with the sound of artillery fire, and the roar was mixed with screams, and the cruelty of the war appeared vividly at this moment. Looking at all kinds of strange and powerful abilities, Katie's heart is also very itchy. If she copies all of them, it will be so powerful, especially the shining fruit of the yellow ape, which is simply necessary for killing and escaping. Ability, not only has a super explosive attack, but also has an unimaginable terrifying speed. It is precisely because of this fruit ability that Huang Yuan has a mouthful, a terrible kick, a supernova, and the saying that the wages are in place and the four emperors dry up. The new task has been released, please note the host. When Katie was thinking about it, the system prompts attracted her attention. After confirming that the new task has been issued, Katie hurriedly sneaked her attention into the system interface in her mind. Since the release of ACE, the system task has been very long. The time has not been updated, and Katie, who is hungry for strength, is really anxious. Task introduction: the host has successfully participated in the war on the top, so I just take this opportunity to make his name. Mission requirements: reveal their true identity before the end of the war. Task reward: 1 million exchange points, 25 skill points. After confirming that she was not mistaken, Katie was excited. The reward for completing the task was a full 1 million. So many redemption points were enough to exchange for some real good things. Chapter 35, Lu Fei Tianzhong. Chapter 35 Lu Fei Tianzhong. For the good things in the system mall, Katie has always been thinking about it. If it weren't for the exchange point that she had now was only 350,300,000, it would not be enough to exchange what she wanted, otherwise she would have already exchanged it. After all, what I want is a million start, cheap things are not very helpful to me, there is no need to redeem. At the same time, the escaped Lu Fei and others have also arrived, but their position is a bit awkward, on a huge ice layer 100 meters high. When they arrived, they just ran into the tsunami caused by the white beard. The entire ship was swept into the air. Before they fell down the tsunami, they were completely frozen by the blue pheasant, and their ship was also forced to dock at the very top. Jinpi, where are we? Luffy, eager to save Ace, had already lost the ability to think. Luffy, come and see. Unlike Luffy, Jinping knew exactly what the huge ice block of 100 meters meant. There was no doubt that this was the ability of the Navy Admiral Blue Pheasant, which meant that the Navy headquarters had arrived. The fact is indeed like a very flat guess. When they walked to the edge of the iceberg and looked down, a vast war came into view, and the huge scale shocked everyone. Jinpi, Yvonne, come and help. Break this piece of ice and let's slide down. While others were still shocked by the shock of the war, Luffy thought of a way to go on, although this method was very dangerous. Okay. No matter what others said, the three of them directly worked, even Crocodile, who was on the side, also worked with them. The four people worked together to break the tip of the iceberg directly, and without the support of the iceberg, the whole ship fell directly with everyone. The drop of more than 100 meters scared everyone, but they didn't have any protection, and the ice below was extremely hard, but it would be deadly. The way that Lu Fei and others appeared was so special that it was hard not to let people notice it. Ever since, under everyone's gaze, Luffy and others fell into the hole Jaws made and fell into the sea fortunately. Is this a sneak attack by the Navy? Regarding this group of unidentified forces that suddenly appeared, both the Navy and the pirates maintained a high degree of vigilance, but a little carelessness on the battlefield could kill them, and they couldn't help being careless. They are fugitives advancing the city. Block attack. The first thing that came out was the Navy. They knew about the existence of Lu Fei and others all the time, not to mention the prisoner uniforms they wore also revealed their identities. After seeing the Navy's reaction, the pirates didn't worry anymore. The so-called enemies are friends. Although I don't know the specific origin of this group of people, at this moment they are regarded as comrades fighting side by side and even help. They resisted the Navy's attack. Read more at wuxiax.com. Ace, where are you? Ace. 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 At this moment, Luffy's mind was full of Ace. He ran desperately, looking for Ace's figure. Finally, after failing again and again, Luffy saw the familiar figure. Even though it was a long distance away, Luffy recognized that person was Ace at a glance. At this moment, he was happy like a fool. Ace. I finally saw you, wait for me, I will save you. When Luffy's cry reached Katie's ears, it also spread throughout the battlefield. For a while, it attracted the attention of many people. Kapu, it's you bastards' family again. Looking at the arrogant Luffy, the warring states could not help but get angry at Carp. The Straw Hat Boy Luffy, the warring states period is naturally very clear, not only because of Carp, but also because of Luffy's own actions. Not only did it break the judicial island of the CP9 headquarters, it also ignited the flag representing the world government and its allies, and the legend that the judicial island had not been breached for 800 years ended. Later, they escaped from the Navy's slaughter order and ascended to heaven, because that incident greatly damaged their Navy's face. And this was not over yet, and then the daring one beat the Denon in public in the Chambord Islands. If breaking CP9 just made their Navy faceless, beating the dragons in public would make the world government embarrassed along with it. It was these two things that made the warring states once again realize that Karp was unreliable, and unexpectedly cultivated a master who could make trouble for their navy. Hey haha, he is indeed the grandson of the old man. Karp chose to turn a blind eye to the anger of the warring states period, using a smile to cover up his embarrassment. However, his eyes are looking at Ace next to him. For some reason, Karp always feels something is wrong. Today Ace seems a bit too quiet. Whether it is the appearance of the Whitebeard or the arrival of Luffy, he is not at all said, just bowed his head and kept silent. Despite his doubts, Karp didn't think much about it. He couldn't help him when he was in danger, and he felt indebted. Not ashamed to say something on the initiative. On the other side, Jinping, who also rushed to the battlefield, found Whitebeard in the first place. "Father, I'm sorry, I..." Without waiting to finish speaking, the Whitebeard reached out and interrupted. "You don't need to apologize. You have done enough for me, and that kid did help us. In this case, we can't be stingy. What's more, the Navy has become more and more arrogant in the past 2 years, and even dared to reach out to me. Since this is the case, I just take this opportunity to beat." Hearing Baybeard's words, Zhaiping could only give up. When things had developed to this point, he was already unable to change anything. "Jinpei, what do you think of Katie?" Faced with his father's question, Jinping fell silent for a while. Although he didn't have much contact with Katie, he was very impressed. He thought about it for a while before giving his answer. It is undeniable that he is a strong, courageous, and talented young man who will definitely become a big man in the future. But at the same time, he is also an ambitious man. For some reason, he always gives me a feeling of being unable to see clearly. The whole person seems to be shrouded in a cloud of mist, which is very mysterious." Jinping gave his opinion very seriously. "Hey, it's rare for you to give such a high evaluation. I didn't see you saying that when Ace got on the ship." For Jinping's evaluation, Baybeard was also slightly surprised. Jinping's vision was not generally high. Even Ace had only given a good evaluation of talent at the beginning, and the comparison between the two was not a little bit worse. "It's not the same. Ace looks like us, but he is not." Hearing this, Whitebeard's eyes couldn't help looking at the man who was squatting on the execution stage for Ace in the distance. His deep eyes concealed the fluctuations in his heart, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Chapter 36, Mysterious Powerhouse. Chapter 36, Mysterious Powerhouse. "By the way, is the kid with the straw hat Ace's younger brother?" With a scrutiny gaze, Whitebeard looked at Luffy, who was rushing forward on the battlefield. "Yes, Dad, he is Ace's younger brother. In order to save Ace, he didn't know what method was used to break into Push City, and he was almost not poisoned by Magellan." "Oh, isn't it? Then you have to protect him, don't let him die." "Yes, old man." Regarding Baybeard's order, Jinping naturally obeyed unconditionally and flew straight to the battlefield. However, shortly after Jinping left, Squad, the captain of the Great Vortex Spider Pirate Group, came up. "What's the matter, Squad?" As for his appearance, Whitebeard was also slightly confused. According to the plan, he should be on the front line at this time. "Father, I have a question for you, do you think of us as your sons?" Squad's question really surprised Whitebeard, and what he never expected was that the other party would directly stab him with a knife. Seeing that the tip of the knife was about to pierce Baybeard's chest, a figure suddenly appeared and kicked Squad's blade away. Everything that happened one after another on the Moby Dick really exceeded everyone's expectations. No one thought that Baybeard's people would suddenly attack him, and even moreover that there was such a strong man hidden beside Baybeard, that sudden burst speed was definitely not something ordinary people could do. "Asshole, what are you doing?" Marco, who was fighting on the front line, returned in an instant, kicked Squad in the stomach and kicked him a dozen meters away. Then he kept close to the Whitebeard, staring nervously at the stranger who appeared suddenly but hid himself behind the cloak. Not only Marco, but at this moment the three generals of Sengoku, Carp, and the Navy are all looking at this powerful man who suddenly appeared without warning, thinking about all possible options in his mind. Especially the Red Dog, his eyes are full of killing intent. If it weren't for his sudden appearance, maybe he could really hurt the Whitebeard. There will be no such opportunity again. Missing it will be true no more. However, the Warring States period thinks more. They do not know how much preparations have been made for this war. In order to determine the enemy list, they sent nearly 10,000 investigators, and even organized joint operations with the CP to bring all possibilities to appear and participate. The potential personnel are monitored one by one. But even at this point, unexpected enemies still appeared, which made him very nervous. Who knows if other people will appear? Once that way, it will be really unpredictable. Read more at wuxiax.com. Don't be nervous, he is not an enemy. You go back first. The first sentence was addressed to Marco, and the latter sentence was addressed to the man in the cloak next to him. After hearing Whitebeard's words, the man in the cloak obviously hesitated for a moment, and then he was unwilling to leave the deck and return to the cabin. Looking at the back of the other person leaving, Marco suddenly felt that this person was familiar, as if he knew him. However, there is no time to think about it. Since the other party is unwilling to show his face, it should be inconvenient to have some concerns, not to mention that there are more important things waiting to be dealt with. Scoyard, do you know what you are doing? You dare to attack your father and don't want to live anymore. The more I talked, the more angry I was, and when I raised my hand, I was ready to fight again. Marco. But he was stopped by the Whitebeard. His fist stopped in mid-air, but he couldn't let it go. To Whitebeard, Marco had absolute loyalty. No matter how angry he was, as long as Whitebeard gave an order, he could only stop. Asshole! He punched the air fiercely, then stepped aside and guarded the Whitebeard. Although he couldn't make a move, his eyes were full of chill when he looked at Scoyard. Scoyard, where did I not regard you as sons? Whitebeard really couldn't understand why Scoyard, who was obedient, said so suddenly, without thinking about what must have happened in it. Why? You don't admit what you have done yourself. If it weren't for the Red Dog to tell me, I'm still in the dark. You obviously reached an agreement with the Navy to let the Navy kill us, in exchange they let Ace. Faced with Scoyard's answer, Whitebeard was silent, not because he really did that, but because his son was so stupid. Under Scoyard's desperate gaze, Whitebeard reached out and grabbed his body, but didn't use any force, just gently hugged him into his arms. Suddenly feeling the warmth from Whitebeard's body, Scoyard was stunned, his body stalemate in place at a loss. Stupid son, if you really think so, there is nothing I can do. After all, everyone has their own choices, even I can't interfere. However, if someone dared to mobilize our relationship, then we must do a good job to meet my anger. After that, he let go of Scoyard's body, and the whole person jumped from the Moby Dick. Because of the Red Dog, Whitebeard no longer chose to watch, and so far Whitebeard officially joined the battle. At this moment, no matter how stupid Scoyard was, he reacted. Although the old man didn't say anything, his attitude was to show everything. He was obviously cheated by the bastard Akadog. I'm sorry, Daddy. I'm sorry. Immediately, Scoyard rushed into the battlefield madly. He hates the Red Dog, but he hates himself even more, hates himself for believing the lies of the Red Dog, hates himself for holding a knife at his father. He vented all this hatred to the Navy in front of him, brandishing his long sword completely regardless of his own safety, and only wanted to kill the enemy in front of him. The battle situation has changed because of the addition of Whitebeard. Countless navies flocked to Whitebeard like a tide, and even more desperately launched an offensive against him. Even the three Navy generals were also attracted. However, the captains of the white group are not vegetarians. The yellow ape who came here was once again blocked by the captain of the first group, while the green pheasant on the other side was blocked by the captain of the third group, Diamond Jaws. Blocked, only the General Akainu broke through the pirates and came to Baybeard. There is no nonsense. When the two meet, the fire is full. Every blow of the red dog has the eruption of the volcano, but all this is nothing in front of the white beard. In the face of having the fruit ability to destroy the world, all magma can't get close to Baybeard's body for 10 meters. With that overwhelming power, even the red dog felt strenuous. It is undeniable that the title of the strongest man in the world with white beard was not caused by the wind. Because of Baybeard's participation in the battle, the pressure on Luffy and the others who rushed to the forefront was instantly relieved. With this opportunity, under the cover of the captains of the other white regiments, Luffy quickly narrowed the distance from the execution stand. Chapter 37 – Attack on Luffy. Chapter 37 – Attack on Luffy. The decisive battle broke out suddenly at this moment, and the three Navy generals participated in the battle at the same time. The scale of the outbreak shocked everyone, and the battle between Whitebeard and Akadog was the most concerned. The hot magma purgatory is as inaccessible as the end of the world, and the scorching heat can be clearly felt even if it is a kilometer away. However, each blow of the Whitebeard is more amazing than that. The perfect combination of powerful ability and super strength not only successfully suppressed the Red Dog, the aftermath of the attack also knocked the thousands of navies behind the Red Dog into the air. Even this legendary fortress Marin Vander is constantly being destroyed. It can only be said that it is the power that destroys the world. Even if the Whitebeard is old, it needs to be resisted by the future navy of the peak period. No one can change it. Why, I can't hold the knife even when I'm old. While fighting, while provoking Whitebeard, to Akinu, it doesn't matter what the process is as long as he can win. However, this kind of painless provocation is nothing to Baybeard. He has experienced tens of thousands of battles, to say nothing, and it is impossible to affect him by any means that he has not seen. Akainu kid, you are worthy of letting me use all my strength. Keep your magma and light a candle. Speaking is slashing at the Red Dog, the fruit power is looming on the blade. Facing the Whitebeard's attack, the Red Dog didn't dare to be careless, so he concentrated and resisted. The violent power once again swept the wasteland, and the kilometer radius centered on the two people was completely reduced to a battle-forbidden zone. No one dared to approach it, but the occasional breath made people feel desperate, let alone participate in it. Looking at the two men who had exploded in combat strength, Katie couldn't help comparing herself with them, and found that if nothing else, she could hold on for half a minute and it would be considered favored by God. The attack power that the two broke out in an instant was too terrifying. Aside from the Whitebeard's ability, the Red Dog's fruit ability is not weak at all. The Rockberry Mina has the title of the highest explosion of the natural system, and no one is strong in the front. Don't persuade. Among the three Navy generals, the only one who can harden the Whitebeard frontally is the Red Dog. The outbreak of the Blue Pheasant is obviously insufficient. The Yellow Ape may be enough for the outbreak, but the hard resistance is not good. Once the Whitebeard is at war, it will be replaced by the Yellow Ape. The entire Marin Vander is afraid that they will only play for 10 minutes, and then they will be erased from the map. In comparison, his own burning fruit is indeed almost a bit weaker, both in burst and intensity. Now, Katie just hopes that the burning fruit can exert a stronger power after she upgrades her ability level, otherwise it is better to exchange for the rustling fruit. Advance can attack and retreat can defend. It can even develop in the direction of Naruto Gaara, which is completely equivalent to a Shao Crane, and in some aspects it is stronger. At least the Shao Crane cannot be elementalized and cannot be immune to physical damage. As long as the physical fitness can keep up, it is completely strengthened. Edition Shao or He. When Katie returned to observe Luffy's movements, she was surprised to find that he was less than a few hundred meters away from the execution platform, and countless pirates desperately made a way for him. Even the captain of the Bai Tuan squad was also covering his advance. At this moment, Luffy gathered everyone's hope, even Whitebeard, pressing everything on him. Lightning, it's time to show your strength. Read more at wuxiax.com. Okay. At the same time Yvonne gave the order, the long-awaited scissor man finally started. His hands turned into scissors, and he easily cut the solid ground. In front of his ability, the originally hard ground instantly became as soft as a cloth strip. Then he thrown it casually, and the ground like a cloth strip was directly placed on the execution table. The scissor man created the easiest and most convenient road for Luffy. Luffy, come on. Leave it to us. Even the 3 major admirals of the Navy are watching Luffy's back at the moment, and the Red Dog is out, and the other 2 turned around and planned to retreat. Stop! At this time, how could Jaws and Marco let them leave again, and victory or defeat is at this point? They have to block them anyway. SI. Without time to be polite, Luffy stepped onto the slide and rushed straight towards Ace. Seeing Luffy rushing in, Katie couldn't help but look at Carp next to him. If he remembered correctly, he would stop him, but instead he let out an endless stream of water and was punched directly by Luffy. Give booming! Asshole, asshole! Give me trouble one by one! Then he got up to face Luffy. Grandpa, get out of the way, don't stand in my way! Seeing Carp who suddenly appeared and stood in front of him, Luffy roared, hoping that Grandpa would let him go. Asshole, how is it possible? I am a Lieutenant Admiral. Since the moment you decided to go to sea, you should have the determination to meet me on the battlefield. Since you have chosen this path, you must be prepared to face it. If you want to pass, then step over my corpse. As he said, he directly raised his iron fist and slammed it towards Luffy. Carp's rough voice spread throughout the battlefield, and everyone who heard it was shocked. They knew very well about the relationship between Carp and Luffy. It was his grandson. Who would have thought that he would actually make a move? However, no matter what do they think Carp did? Seeing Carp's decisive expression, the tens of thousands of Navy had only one thought in their minds. Stable this time. Even the Green Pheasant and Huang Yuan, who had been actively retreating, stopped their respective actions. They looked calmly at Luffy and didn't worry at all. They knew how strong Kapu's pair of iron fists were, even now they are. I don't think I can challenge that pair of iron fists, he is absolutely sure of his shots. Grandpa, I must pass here today. Luffy, who had always been afraid of Carp, was not at all scared at this moment, and instantly entered the second gear state, and also raised his fist to hit Carp. Bang! The next second a figure was knocked away far away. How is this possible? Tens of thousands of navies said they could not accept the immediate results, and it was their trusted Lieutenant General Carp who was knocked into the air. Seeing this scene, the 2 Green Pheasant and Yellow Ape almost didn't startle their jaws, and the water was too fake, at least they had to play a few rounds to pretend to be good. There was another person who was far more angry than them, and that was the Warring States period. Just before he spewed a mouthful of blood on the spot, the bastard Carp actually acted directly in front of him. Your fist-playing ancestor will be blown away by a fledgling kid, making me play. Please be professional. Chapter 38, Whitebeard Wounded. Chapter 38 Whitebeard Wounded. However, no matter what the Warring States and others think, Carp has been knocked into the air, and Carp, who fell in the ruins, does not care about the opinions of others. Luffy, who broke through the last obstacle, finally boarded the long-awaited execution table, holding the key made by MR3 and wanted to unlock Ace. Is it okay to just ignore the old man like this? At this moment, a suffocating breath suddenly erupted from behind Katie. After Carp, the silent Warring States finally took action. The figure was directly transformed into a 10-meter-high golden Buddha, with full strength. Shy Wei. Buddha's shock. The huge shadow completely enveloped the 2 Katie in the next second, there was no time for Luffy to unlock Katie's handcuffs, and the enemy's attack had already arrived. As a last resort, Luffy could only choose to give up and continue to unlock. Rubber, balloon. Taking a breath in place, Luffy's body quickly grew in size in an instant, directly turning into a huge rubber balloon 10 meters in diameter, blocking it in front of Katie, and using his body to harden the blow of the Warring States period. In an instant, the attack of the Warring States came, and the powerful force directly hit Luffy with blood. However, even so, Luffy still tried his best to strain his mouth, because once he let go, he would not be able to maintain this appearance, and Ace would be injured behind him, and he would never allow anyone to hurt Ace. No matter who it is. Boom! Just when Luffy was about to be unable to hold on, the execution platform under Katie collapsed first with a creak. Luffy and Katie, who had lost their support, had to fall to the ground, just to avoid the Sengoku attack. In the chaos, Luffy hurriedly aligned the key to the lock cylinder with a click, and the handcuffs that restricted Katie were finally opened. The long-lost power was completely awakened. I have to say that this feeling of freedom is really wonderful. Luffy, thank you so much this time, you actually want your brother to save me. Now, let my brother protect you and leave. Although Luffy did not do everything for herself, Katie clearly saw how many dangers Luffy faced and how many injuries he suffered along the way. Even if she was not Ace, she was still affected by him. Perseverance impressed. A group of flames rose quietly in the ruins, and when the pirates saw this scene, they couldn't help shed tears of excitement. Finally rescued Ace, all the sacrifices were worth it. They had paid too much in this battle. I don't know how many people fell forever and never got up again. It's just that, even at the last moment, those who fall forever have the only wish in their hearts that someone can rescue Ace. All the pirates who participated in the war this time, without exception, all came voluntarily, and no one persecuted them. They do it. Everyone knew the danger of this trip, but even then they came, because all of them didn't want to lose Ace's gentleness. Ace. Read more at wuxiax.com. At this moment, I don't know how many people are calling Ace's name, they are really excited. Ice Age. No longer caring about the enemy in front of him, the green pheasant directly zoomed in, and then rushed to the execution platform without looking back. Even if Jaws was prepared in advance, he was still frozen into an ice sculpture. Get out of here! The Navy, which flew in front of him with a punch, was free from the restriction of the sea building stones. These commander-level officers who did not master the armed and domineering were no different from the scum with a combat power of 5. However, Jinping, who had witnessed all this with his own eyes, was stunned. What I saw, why can that person control the flames? It is clear that Ace is the one with the ability to burn fruits, how could there be a second one? If it hadn't been for seeing Ace with his own eyes that Ace had left Propulsion City a long time ago, he would have thought that person was Ace, but that person was clearly not Ace but Katie. He really couldn't accept everything in front of him, and everything that happened to Katie had already violated common sense. However, regardless of whether it is acceptable or not, the fact is that the power of the system is beyond everyone's imagination. Yan Shang Gang. A monstrous flame erupted from Katie, and then rushed straight out to form a fiery wall of fire more than 10 meters high, directly reducing the enemy by half. At this moment, Luffy and Katie moved forward together. Although he had never fought side by side with Luffy before, he knew very well about Luffy's next move, and keeping up with his movements was not a problem at all. 2 thorn spears. When the two rushed through half of the battlefield distance, the real obstacle only appeared, a figure looming in the ice mist, and the person arrived first before attacking. Pillar of fire. As the voice fell, a pillar of fire spewed out from the ground, directly melting the ice spear in mid-air. At the same time, Katie's face also became solemn, and there was no second person in the world who could explode such an attack apart from the Navy Admiral Blue Pheasant. Kulala, but I can't let you go, Fire Fist Ace. Even at this time, the green pheasant still looked awake, and sometimes Katie was really curious about how this guy managed to stay sleepy all day. If you really have the strength, then I will recognize it. The extra words are all nonsense, and the brave wins when we meet on a narrow road. At this time, naturally there is no retreat at all, and we are done. Storm Pheasant's mouth. The green pheasant's right arm was instantly elementalized, and it released a giant bird. Everything it passed was frozen and frozen. Even the thin water vapor in the air could not escape the fate of the ice, and it froze into small pieces. Ice beads. Fire punch. Hot flames also erupted from Katie's right fist, and a sea of flames quickly formed. The next moment, the scorching fire and the cold ice met. There was no roar or fluctuation, some were just silently swallowed, the flames swallowed and melted the ice, but the ice continued to freeze and extinguish the flame. No one can do anything for a while. However, the mutation happened quietly on the other side of the battlefield. The Whitebeard who had suppressed the red dog suddenly looked painful and clutched the position of his chest and heart. Not only that, but also knelt on one knee on the ground. At the critical moment, the Whitebeard's heart attack. How could the red dog let go of such an opportunity? While the fist was elementalized, the body was approaching the Whitebeard at an extremely fast speed. Heaven dog! Aiming at the Whitebeard's abdomen was a punch. With the terrifying power and the terrifying fruit ability, the red dog's fist directly penetrated into the Whitebeard's body, leaving a bowl with a big hole in his abdomen. Whitebeard, you're so old-fashioned. A single blow would retreat, and Akagu knew that it was impossible to kill the opponent with this little injury. It would not be beneficial to continue to stand beside him, and it was also very dangerous. Chapter 39, 2 Ace. Chapter 39 2 Ace. Father. Countless people are heartbroken because of Baybeard's injury. They can't accept the reality in front of them, and their proud father will be hurt. Aka Inu, get out of here. A figure suddenly appeared, and brazenly attacked the red dog. Although the attack came suddenly, it was not too late for Akaku to react. In the face of an unknown enemy's attack, the red dog also raised his fists to attack. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. No matter who the opponent was, he could not ignore his fist. The attack erupted in the next moment, and the aftermath was equally astonishing. The original hard ice surface broke apart in an instant, but there was no intention to continue each other, and one blow would be divided. The third person who suddenly appeared retreated in front of the Whitebeard and looked at the surrounding navy warily. As for the red dog, his eyes were gloomy and looked at the man in the cloak who appeared to help him resolve the danger when the Whitebeard was in danger. Who are you? Why do you keep protecting Whitebeard again and again? Do you know what it means to do so? Faced with the questioning of Akadog, the man in the cloak answered with only 7 words. Because he is my father. Hearing this answer, the red dog's face turned black into the bottom of the pot, which means that there is no such thing to talk about with each other, an absolute enemy relationship. However, there was one thing that made him very puzzled: when did the Whitebeard pirates have such a strong person? Although the blow just broke out very hastily, the red dog still roughly judged the strength of the cloak man, surpassed the category of the general strong, and barely belonged to the emperor deputy rank. Such a person shouldn't be ignorant. You go back, you don't need you here. After a short break, the Whitebeard also slowed down, and ordered to the man in the cloak. Father, Ace has been rescued, as agreed I can shoot. However, the man in the cloak refused Whitebeard's order this time. As if feeling the determination of the other party, Whitebeard didn't say much. However, even though he agreed to participate in the war, he blocked him behind his body and did not let him face the red dog. It was precisely because of the current situation that they ignored the fact that Ace was also a person with the ability to burn fruits. Seeing Baybeard's special attention, Chi Inu became more and more confused. Who is this man who has such a good relationship with Baybeard? it is comparable to the other corps captains. It's just a rat who hides its head and shows its tail. Unable to guess the identity of the man in the cloak, the red dog was obviously in a bad mood, but he was helpless and could only mock a few unwillingly. Read more at wuxiax.com. Ha ha ha, aka INU kid, do you say this is useful? But it seems that you are becoming more and more incompetent. Forcefully suppressing the pain on his body, Baybeard once again fought with Akinu. The man in the cloak on the side was not idle either, helping Baizuzi stop all the other admirals who had attacked. Have you been kicked by the light? However, just as the man in the cloak blocked the navy, a slightly wretched voice suddenly came from his ear, and a large dazzling spot was seen in the corner of his eye. Be careful! At the same time, Marco's reminder came late. Although he tried his best to stop Huang Ape, he was still run away by Huang Ape. After all, if Huang Ape really wanted to leave, few people in this world would be able to stop it. There was no need for Marco to remind him. The man in the cloak had goosebumps all over his body when he heard the voice of the yellow ape. At this moment, he was facing a powerful crisis. At the moment when Huang Yuan attacked, he had only time to block in front of him with arms covered with armed colors. With a loud bang, a figure flew away and plunged into the ruins. Asshole! An angry roar came from the ruins, and anyone who was kicked suddenly wouldn't be in a good mood. Ah, what's going on? However, the entire battlefield suddenly fell into silence. Everyone stopped their movements, staring at the people in the ruins, and the expression on their faces was shocked and speechless. Shocked not only the battlefield of Malenvander, but also all the people in the world who saw this scene. They really couldn't believe what they saw before them, and even suspected that there was a problem with their eyes, otherwise, how could there be a second ace? At this moment, everyone's eyes are looking at these two faces that are less than a kilometer apart. Exactly the same face, exactly the same figure, not to mention the navy, even the pirates who have lived together for several years are confused at this moment, and they can't tell who is who just by looking at them. The breeze blew, and a feeling of coldness suddenly spread across his face. Until now, the nervous ace realized that the cloak that was originally covering his head had been blown off in the aftermath of the attack. For a moment, this ace's face just didn't look very good. Who are you? At this moment, aka INU was really angry. The fighting has been going on, and Ace, who should have been executed, is not only alive but also rescued. That's fine, but now there is a sudden addition of Ace. What is it about? Everything they did from beginning to end, what became of it? However, Ace did not answer the question of Akagu. He still doesn't know if Katie's plan has been completely completed, and if his identity is exposed at this time, it will have any impact. The cruel and chaotic war was suspended because of the appearance of the second ace, and there was no need to continue fighting until the identity of each other was found out. You are the real ace, right? Although the two look exactly the same, the fruit ability can't deceive people. The green pheasant noticed that only the ace in front of him used the fire ability, and the other ace did not show the fruit ability from beginning to end. That is to say, the one in front of me is real, but the other one is just a counterfeit. Flame ability, right? I seem to do too. Ace naturally guessed what the green pheasant thought, and a ball of flame also rose from his hand. He hadn't used it before, but because he was afraid of revealing his identity, how could he not? Faced with this situation, the blue pheasant was silent and the red dog was also silent. Even as a navy commander, they still can't understand everything they see in front of them. The appearance can be easily changed, but the fruit ability is unique and cannot be copied. They have heard that there are simultaneous situations, and how to explain the facts before them, they don't know. Why, just want to know who I am. This change is indeed not within the scope of his plan, but it does not affect the next thing. Anyway, he has left the execution platform, not to mention his true identity must be revealed, otherwise how to complete the task assigned by the system? Will you tell me? After hearing Katie's words, the green pheasant's heart couldn't help but moved, but his face was very calm. It's okay, I'll tell you if I want to know. Chapter 40, My name is Katie. Chapter 40 My name is Katie. As a result, under the attention of everyone, Ace disappeared next to the green pheasant and was replaced by another brand new face. He was still a wild black hair, but he looked unexpectedly young, and even made people suspect that this young man is not 20 years old. His height is about the same as Ace, but he is more slender, and he exudes an inexplicable aura. This feeling made the eagle eye not far away squinted slightly. As the world's #1 swordsman, he knew exactly what it was. There is no doubt that the breath belongs to the same kind. This person is unexpectedly a swordsman. Not weak. Get to know again, my name is Katie. At this moment, the name of Katie was deeply remembered by countless people. Everything about him was sorted and collected in an instant, and then sent to the hands of all those who care. Katie? How do I feel where I heard this name? Unlike others on the battlefield, although the Warring States period was not very clear about this person who appeared suddenly, there was a hint of understanding in his mind. Suddenly, the Warring States period thought of something, and he hurriedly contacted the intelligence personnel on the side. Quick! Contact Advance City and ask them if there is a person named Katie over there. If so, bring all the information related to him over. Looking at the young man in the distance uneasy, the Warring States finally remembered where he had heard of the name. Before Ace's execution, Advance City sent himself a document containing all the detailed information about the escaped prisoners. He had seen Katie's name on it. However, the remarks on the file were just ordinary prisoners on the basement floor, so I didn't care much about it. However, it now appears that these are ordinary prisoners on the first underground floor, and they are even worse than the death row prisoners on the 6th floor. It's not even if you have the ability to burn fruits inexplicably, and even pretend to be Ace recklessly, squatting on this execution stage under the gaze of the world, and then being rescued under your own eyes. This is no longer beating them. The Navy's face is gone, this is a naked humiliation. This public execution, which cost countless manpower and material resources, was so mixed up by him and directly turned into an unprecedented huge joke. From the beginning to the end it was just being led by the nose by the enemy. Master Marshal, this person is indeed the answer to Push City, this is the information you want. Not long after, the subordinates just went back and forth in their arms, holding a pile of thick materials, grabbed all the materials, and the Warring States quickly looked at it. In an instant, his face became gloomy and ugly. Except for the first sentence which seemed slightly normal, the rest of the content was undoubtedly beyond the expectations of the Warring States period. Read more at wuxiax.com. Breaking into the 6th underground level alone, defeating Yuzhiliu, releasing the 6th underground level Violent Fire Fist Ace, Heir of the Devil, Barrett, and Lonely Red Leadfield. It seems that they have established a certain relationship with Barrett Ryder. Even Magellan was stunned by Katie's team and hasn't woken up yet. Moreover, another incident was mentioned in the report. Not long ago, Marshal D. Titch also broke into the 6th underground level and took away several important prisoners. The current whereabouts are unknown. In a word, the current Push City is even more chaotic than here. Prisoners are escaping everywhere, and riots are happening everywhere. Losing Magellan's suppression will be difficult to quell for a while. Asshole! 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 After reading all the information, the always calm Warring States really couldn't help cursing it. The subordinates on the side were so scared that they didn't dare to say a word. They were very clear about the boss's temper. A bastard means that he is really angry. It is rare for him to name two bastards. The only time when the Golden Lion attacked here and half of the city was destroyed, and the three bastards were the first time they heard that, yes. Imagining how angry he was at this moment, naturally he didn't dare to bother. What's the matter, having such a big temper? Karp was the only one who dared to say this at this time. Why, staying in the ruins is uncomfortable. Looking at Carp's face that has nothing to do with me, the Warring States period is a burst of anger. If he seriously stopped the Straw Hat Boy just now, how could the latter happen, even if not the actual execution of Ace is better than the current situation? Why don't I take the shot and get that kid back? Carp also knew that he was at a loss and took the initiative to ask for the battle. Not for the time being, you look at this. He rejected Carp's proposal, and then handed Carp a document. This, how is this possible? Seeing the two familiar photos on the file, Carp couldn't help exclaiming. He was too familiar with the two, and he grabbed one of them with his own hands. Nothing is impossible. This is definite information. Although I don't want to believe it, the two people have really come out. Now they are probably hidden somewhere. Once you do it, they are afraid they will be unwilling to be lonely. Once that happens, the outcome of this war is really hard to say. Then what do you say? Obviously, brainstorming is not suitable for Carp. Stabilize them like this first, I'll move the rescuers. After finishing the Warring States period, I left quietly without attracting anyone's attention. Carp was left frowning in place. He didn't think how many rescuers could be found in the Warring States period. The deployment of troops had been decided before the start of the war, and there was no extra high-end combat power at all. He couldn't help but look at the figure beside his grandson, with mixed emotions in his eyes. From a standpoint, the two sides are hostile to each other, but Carp cannot deny it personally. He does have some gratitude in his heart. After all, no matter how selfless he is, he does not want to see Ace being executed, but what he did, but it's too crazy and too dangerous. This war has completely changed because of him alone, and the world pattern will also change because of him alone, and the direction of the world will completely deviate from the original expectations. Katie, yes, I remember, now is not the time to fight you, sooner or later I will catch you. After talking about the green pheasant, he dashed away and rushed to the chaotic battlefield centered on the white beard. In the heart of the green pheasant, Ace's weight is heavier than Katie's. Of course, this is because he did not see the intelligence in the hands of the Warring States. Otherwise, his judgment may not be the same. For a time, the three most powerful generals of the Navy and the strongest three of the Whitebeard pirates, the six ultimate powerhouses fought together, and their battles directly covered half of the Gulf battlefield. Watching the green pheasant leave, Katie didn't mean to stop her, because her new opponent had already arrived, even compared to the green pheasant. Because he has an extremely resounding title, the world's largest swordsman. Chapter 41, Horror Hawkeye. Chapter 41 Horror Hawkeye. Luffy, you leave first and leave it to me here. At this time, I don't have the energy to protect Luffy anymore. Letting him leave is the best choice. Now all the high-end naval forces have been stopped by the people of the White Regiment. There is the protection of Ivan's equal people, even if they are there is no problem with his safety in the melee. Be careful yourself. Although Luffy had many questions in his mind, he also knew the danger of the situation, and the man named Hawkeye came up again. Staying here not only didn't help but became a burden, so Luffy simply chose to leave. However, he was very unwilling and unhappy in his heart. After experiencing this war, he discovered that there were so many powerful men in the world. The three Navy officers stood in front of him like three mountains. The same as my grandfather. Including the young man named Katie, originally didn't think he was so strong when we first met, but now Luffy had to admit that he was really inferior to him, and it was not a slight difference. At this moment, Luffy made up his mind that he must work hard to improve his strength after this matter is over. The task is completed, the reward has been issued, please check the host carefully. However, before Katie really checked, the prompt sounded immediately. Task introduction: only by fighting the real strong can you discover your shortcomings and improve faster. Mission requirements: fight with the world's largest swordsman, Eagle Eye, undefeated for 10 minutes. Task reward: 5 million exchange points, 50 skill points. If it were placed in the past, Katie would be excited by the huge rewards of the task, but now, she didn't feel the slightest excitement. The only feeling left was tension and depression. Joraklamaihawk is recognized as the #1 swordsman in the world. Because of his sharp eyes like a goshawk, he is called the Eagle Eye. Can be called a man like a god. In Katie's memory, this person will always have only one attack from the moment he appears to the end, and the normal attack is flat. Whether it was cutting bullets, ships, or meteorites, it would always be simple flat A, and I don't know whether he was too strong or the enemy he encountered was too weak. Read more at wuxiax.com. It was an understatement every time, as if he had never been serious. Although the task required only 10 minutes, Katie was not absolutely sure. You should be a swordsman too, take out your sword. At this moment, he received a duel invitation from the world's #1 swordsman, and it was a swordsmanship duel. It can be said that even if this battle is lost, no one will think that they are weak. On the contrary, people will think that Katie is strong enough because he has been recognized by Hawkeye. After all, not everyone can be invited by Hawkeye. How many people are eager to fight against him, the #1 in the world, but where does Hawkeye have time to fight one by one? Only when he feels that the opponent's strength is good, he will occasionally make shots. Active invitations are even rarer, even said that there will not be once a year. Quietly take out Po Kong, this battle cannot refuse or will not refuse, even if Hawkeye does not come to him, he has to go to him, and the system task must be completed by himself. Be quiet and concentrate. At this moment, Katie's spirit has reached an unprecedented concentration, and she dare not have the slightest reservation in the face of this one. While Katie was paying attention to Hawkeye, Hawkeye's gaze was focused on Katie's knife. It should be said that from the moment Katie took out the hole, his eyes never left. For some reason, he felt a lifelike fluctuation from above. This was a discovery he had never had before, a knife with life. He didn't know what it meant. Hawkeye couldn't even remember how long he hadn't experienced this kind of puzzled feeling. Even the look at Katie became serious. Perhaps this battle could make him see something different. The master level or higher swordsmanship foundation is detected from Joraklamaihawk. Do you copy and extract it? Agree. A warm current struck. Before the war, Katie finally had a little confidence, and finally made up for what she lacked the most. So far, all of his important abilities and skills have reached the peak of the Grandmaster level. Although he has not broken through yet, with the special ability and fruit ability, he can almost be regarded as having the strength to rival the Emperor and Deputy level powerhouse. Accept the move. Following Hawkeye's last reminder, the black sword was unsheathed in an instant, and a green slash shot out towards Katie in an instant. Although it was just a flat A, but I felt a great threat from it. Even if I was more than 10 meters away, my skin still felt tingling. Aurora slash. In the face of this blow, Katie didn't go all out to break the boundary. It was just a random blow from Hawkeye. If he had to use the strongest skills in this way, he wouldn't have to surrender directly afterwards. The silver light flashed instantly, and the blade that pierced the air directly slashed on Hawkeye's sword energy attack, and the power of the whole body exploded at the same time. The green sword energy finally could not be resisted, and it turned into a little green light to disappear and disappear. After the real contact, Katie knew how strong this seemingly ordinary blow was. If it wasn't for her physical fitness just improved, she wouldn't necessarily be able to block it. In comparison, Hawkeye's random blows are hopeless. Leave the full offensive force and burst. After feeling the power of Hawkeye, Katie no longer dared to stand in the same place and wait for him to attack. His figure spread out and took the initiative to attack, otherwise he could consume himself to death at once. The attack Katie admitted just now. Can't stop it 100 times, don't say 10 minutes by then, it will be good if you can persist within 1 minute, and you will not doubt the speed of Hawkeye's swing of the knife. With a bang, the silver-white piercing air and the dark night came into contact. There was no movement at all. The ice surface under their feet was instantly torn apart, and countless subtle but sharp sword auras erupted from the surrounding space. The splitting air made a whine similar to the wind. At this moment, the long-running war between tens of thousands of navies and tens of thousands of pirates stopped, not because they didn't want to fight, but because they couldn't fight. The entire bay was completely reduced to a battlefield for an 8-man duel. The 3 Navy generals and the Hawkeyes in the Sea of Kaiwu under the king faced off against the strongest trio of the White Regiment and the fugitive Katie. Their battle is no longer something ordinary people can participate in. Even if they want to support it, they have more than enough energy and no strength. No one dares to step into their battlefield without authorization. And here, the battle between Katie and Hawkeye has become the most concerned one in the world. As the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye has always been a subject of great concern, and Katie, who disrupted all of this, naturally made everyone curious. They wanted to know what kind of strength and purpose this man who appeared suddenly had. Chapter 42, Break the Air and Start the Solution. Chapter 42 Break the Air and Start the Solution. The sword light flickered, and the sword energy flew. Although it was only 2 people with 2 swords, the power that burst out was not weaker than that of a distant ability person. The solid ice surface is similar to tofu in front of the 2 of them. The sword energy of the collision rages on everything in the space, and the ice surface that can withstand hundreds of thousands of people becomes devastated at this moment. The battlefield between the 2 of them has long been more than ice, and the sky is the main battlefield. Their figures have long since become blurred, and their naked eyes can hardly keep up with the speed of the 2 of them. Only seeing and hearing their movements can slightly perceive their movements. The stalemate in front of the battle really shocked many people. Naturally, they wouldn't be surprised if Hawkeye had such a strength, but it was puzzling that Katie was so strong. Although people saw him holding a sword before the battle, they didn't really think how strong his swordsmanship was. They believed that he would use the fruit ability to fight Hawkeye. After all, the natural fruit ability was facing the sword. Taxi has a lot of advantages. But the reality before them made them have to admit that they really underestimated this young man who looked less than 20 years old. Not only did he possess strong fruit abilities but also mastered good sword skills. They believed that if Katie could be in this survive in the war, in the future will definitely grow to the level of admiral. Cut. At this moment in the battle, Hawkeye was also interested. Katie was the only opponent he encountered in this war who made him a little serious and a little bit happy, and the strength in his hand could not help but increase by a point. With a bang, a figure fell from the sky into the ruins of ice slag, and the originally evenly matched situation was instantly broken. The mood of the people around here only calmed a little, that Katie finally lost. Otherwise they really can't accept the facts before them. A young man who is less than 20 years old is capable of rivaling the world's largest swordsman. This makes how do they live? Ahem, ahem. There seemed to be a lot of turbid gas accumulated in the chest cavity, and only a desperate cough was a little relaxed, and the wrist holding the knife was even more painful and uncomfortable, and even almost unconscious. Looking at the eagle eyes in mid-air, Katie's heart is even more heavy. It has only been 1 minute from the beginning to the present. If this continues, she will definitely not be able to hold it for 10 minutes. His unfavorable tearing skills didn't work at all in front of him, but he was shocked by his attacks time and time again. Why, this won't work. An understatement aroused Katie's eagerness. How can a man not do it? This is nowhere, don't think you have won. Read more at wuxiax.com. With a roar, Katie jumped and rushed into the air again to fight with Hawkeye. However, a minute later, Katie's figure fell to the ice again, and her appearance was even worse than before. Her body was already red. The physical pain calmed Katie's spirit, and took advantage of this short time to think about how to deal with it. Now she is no longer in her peak state. If she continues like this, there is no doubt she will really want lost. System, deduct 10 skill points to raise the skill base of swordsmanship to extraordinary level LV1. At the same time as the voice fell, a huge message suddenly flooded into my mind. It was a feeling of divine enlightenment. The shackles that restricted her body were broken, and a door slowly opened in front of her. Katie only felt that she was watching to the world that truly belongs to the swordsman. This also proved Katie's previous guess that the transcendent level is really the beginning of entering the world of the strong. Although she has not personally experienced it, Katie believes that the foundation of transcendental swordsmanship will definitely bring her own improvement. However, Katie's exchange has not stopped. System: spend 400,000 exchange points for 4 skill points, spend 50 skill points to increase the level of breaking air. In an instant, the skill points in the system account were directly cleared, and the exchange points that had just reached the million level were once again back to the 100,000 level, and there were 950,000. The extra 300 had been selectively ignored by Katie. Unlike before, I didn't feel much in my body while increasing the level of breaking air, but the breaking air in his hand became different because of this. Although there is no change in appearance, it has a connection with itself. Although I don't know what this connection is, I can be sure that it is real. Sorry, I kept you waiting, Hawkeye. At this moment, Katie was extremely confident, her tired body was at its peak again, and her eyes were full of fighting spirit when she looked at Hawkeye. It's okay, don't let me down. The tone is still so plain, but if you observe carefully, you will see different places. The center of gravity of Hawkeye is a little lower than usual. Although it is only a little bit, it has a completely different meaning. Facing Katie, he actually put on a defensive posture. Cross-cut. A cross-shaped slash took shape quickly, and instantly flew out to the eagle eye. Katie did not increase the level of the cross-slash, but the power of this strike was obviously stronger than before, and it was not a slight enhancement. This is the powerful foundation of the extraordinary swordsmanship, giving Katie a new understanding of swordsmanship. Compared with cognition, the power before and after the same skill is vastly different. This is the difference in realm. Even so, Hawkeye waved casually, and Katie's attack was instantly resolved. In the next second, Katie's figure in Hawkeye's pupils was enlarged to the extreme, and Katie successfully came to Hawkeye under the cover of the sword attack. Breaking through the air, attacking the opponent from the most tricky angle, Katie believes that even if the opponent is an eagle eye, it is impossible to get back in time. The fact is indeed as expected by Katie. At this time, Hawkeye has no time to defend himself, but this does not mean that he can't help it. With a clang, Yinbei Pokong slashed on the hilt of Heidao Yat. However, Katie's attack did not end there. Hajime. An indifferent voice came from Katie's mouth. Just when Hawkeye secretly guessed the meaning of these two words, the signal of crisis came suddenly. At this time, Hawkeye noticed that Katie had the same knife in her left hand as her right hand. Without time to investigate the cause, Hawkeye quickly drew away and retreated, avoiding the falling attack. With such an advantage, Katie naturally wouldn't let it go easily, dancing with both hands, holding two handles and attacking Hawkeye at the same time. The aura exuding on her body was far more than before. For a time, Katie of Double Blades succeeded in suppressing Hawkeye. "Hello, Vista, that kid is so strong." The several captains of the White Regiment who had witnessed Katie fighting with Hawkeye in the distance asked Bista, who was also a swordsman, in a puzzled way. "He is indeed strong enough, and I don't know why his swordsmanship has improved a lot in an instant, otherwise he won't push Hawkeye to this point, but this situation won't last long. Once Hawkeye adapts to him the way of attacking, the initiative will return to Hawkeye's hands, because he is the world's number one." Chapter 43, Man and Knife in One. Chapter 43, Man and Knife in One. When he said this, Bista's tone was very firm, and it was precisely because of the same swordsman that he could better understand the gap, and he and Hawkeye were not in the same state at all. "That's great enough. The guy Hawkeye is a man who is dual with the red hair. Even the old man is full of praise for him. Even though Busta said that, they still think Katie is strong enough. Even Busta himself feels that way. After all, even if he is himself, he may not be better than him. It's not just the captain of the Bai Tuan squad who thinks this way, almost everyone who sees this scene thinks that way. They have to admit that they underestimated this young man who appeared suddenly. Hey ha 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 ha, another restless guy, interesting, really interesting. Through the sunglasses, Doflamingo stared at Katie's figure and didn't know what he was thinking. Walking with the knife, and the knife with the hand, Katie fell into unprecedented concentration at this moment. The whole world was only left in the air in her hands and the enemy in front of her, unknowingly entering the wonderful realm of the unity of humans and swords. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the look in Katie's eyes changed again. The changes that happened to Katie naturally couldn't escape Hawkeye's eyes. He knew exactly what this state meant for a swordsman, and his hands were originally intended to aggravate. The power cannot help but slowly withdraw. The unity of human and sword is the mental state that all swordsmen desire extremely. In this state, the human spirit is not just as simple as high concentration, but also has more flexible thinking and an unprecedented level of understanding of oneself. In the state of combining humans and swords, a swordsman can fully integrate all his abilities. What was previously incomprehensible or difficult to break through will become very simple at this moment, just like a layer of window paper, and it will be broken with a single poke. Of course, this state is also extremely difficult to encounter or even depends entirely on luck. Bad luck may not be encountered once in a lifetime. Even if I have only encountered it 3 times so far, each time it will bring me a huge improvement. At this time, Hawkeye's eyes looked at Katie already with appreciation. At the beginning, the reason why I took the initiative to invite Katie to fight was entirely out of curiosity, wanting to see what kind of strength this young man who has disrupted all the arrangements of the Navy will have. Hawkeye was taken aback as soon as he started using it. Although his face was not revealed, his heart was very uneasy. This young man actually had his own sword intent. The tearing effect contained in the offensive power can be clearly felt by Hawkeye. He really can't imagine how Katie, who is still in the realm of swordsmen, can comprehend the sword intent, because even many great swordsmen have not yet realized it. Out of their own sword intent, read more at wuxiax.com. Sword intent is not something that can be learned by hard work alone. Hard work, talent, and opportunity are indispensable. It is an external manifestation of a person's willpower, and there is even no way to learn it, because everyone's will is different, and they can only understand whether they can speak it or not. Even the kid who is optimistic about it is still far from comprehending the sword intent. It's far worse. Only later did Hawkeye realize that he was surprised too early. After seeing Katie's special, Hawkeye was also itchy, couldn't help but increase the strength in his hand, and shot him down twice in a row. Just when he thought he had reached the limit, his swordsmanship grew crazily in an instant and directly broke through the barrier that stood in front of countless swordsmen and entered the realm of the great swordsman. However, this is not over yet. Once again, Hawkeye was shocked to find that apart from the tearing sword accident, Katie actually possessed a second kind of sword intent, spatial fluctuations. At the moment when I perceive it for the first time, Hawkeye's feeling is impossible. It is extremely difficult to possess one kind of sword intent, and it is even more difficult to possess 2 kinds of sword intent at the same time. What's more, it is related to space, and so is sword intent. There are strong and weak, and everything related to space is not too weak. However, the subsequent collision made Hawkeye confirm his perception, which indeed contained the power of space. At that moment, Hawkeye was even a little envious of Katie. He could grow to this point before the age of 20. He had just become a great swordsman at his age, and he was still far away from his sword intent. Compared with him, he really has no advantage at all. However, Hawkeye also found that while the powerful sword intent brought Katie's strength, there were also problems that were difficult to solve, contradictions and conflicts, and he could not make good use of these two powers. At this moment, he entered the state of the unity of man and knife. Although it is baseless, Hawkeye has a hunch that when Katie leaves this state, he will solve this problem and better master these two powers. Although it was just a hunch, his perception was always accurate. At this time, as long as Hawkeye wanted, he could interrupt Katie's state at any time, but he did not do so. It is not the so-called dignity of the strong, nor the respect for the enemy, but pure not wanting. Since the red hair broke his arm, he has never encountered a decent opponent. Standing on the highest point, Hawkeye has been lonely for too long, longing for someone to let him fight with all his strength. Sauron, who met in the East China Sea, has a slight chance, but it is not certain whether he can really grow up to be his opponent, Hawkeye. Compared with Katie, he has a greater chance, so Hawkeye is not a big deal. Without interrupting Katie's sentiment, she acted as a sparring trainer to feed Katie. Because he has absolute self-confidence in his own strength, this is the pride of being the world's number one. Although Katie's present talent is extremely terrifying, Hawkeye always believes that even if he really grows to the same height as himself in the future, it can be defeated. There was a loud bang, and for some reason, Baybeard and Red Dog broke out a super attack again, and the powerful fluctuation swept the entire battlefield. His eyes changed, and his body reperceived the external environment again, and his consciousness was also out of that wonderful state. It was a pity that he couldn't help it, he could no longer return to the state just now. But fortunately, at least the problem was solved. Although it was only a short 10 minutes, my strength has been improved a lot. Although I have not acquired any new skills, I have better mastered the various existing ones. Ability, at the same time, he finally mastered the spatial ability brought by the first solution. Thank you for fulfilling it. Although he had a very low perception of the outside world just now, he also knew what Hawkeye did. As an opponent, he not only did not interrupt himself, but instead served as a training partner for himself. Katie admired this mindset. No need, but if you wake up, let me see how far you have grown. As you wish. Without rejecting Hawkeye's invitation at all, Katie also wanted to see how strong her current swordsmanship is. Chapter 44, Eagle Eye's Sword Intent. Chapter 44 Eagle Eye's Sword Intent. Reconsidering the void in both hands, it turns out that its initial solution state is like this. I can't help but wonder what it will look like when it is solved. I can't turn into 3 knives and let myself bite like Sauron. Go ahead. If you want to fully master the power of the Soul Slasher, you must unlock its state step by step, from the beginning to the swastika, and then to the final state of virtuality. It is precisely because of this that so many skills are needed to upgrade its level. Point. But Katie is not sure if she can also enter the final state of illusion. After all, not everyone in the death plot has this ability, and even most captain-level powerhouses cannot do it. After thinking about this, Katie stopped and looked at Hawkeye again. The only thing she had to do now was to have a good fight with Hawkeye. Nothing else was important. I'm coming. Consciousness spread to the 2 pokong in her hands. At this moment, Katie no longer felt that pokong in her hand was just 2 simple weapons, but an extension of her body, and even said that it had become a part of her body. The body quickly rushed to Eagle Eye and both swords cut at the same time, watching the Black Sword Knight Katie, who was blocking his way forward, evaded and cut directly. With a clang, it was surprising that Katie's seemingly impermanent blow actually repelled the Hawkeye in the spot, forcing him to take a step back. Well, what's going on? Others watching the battle really couldn't understand the scene before him. When did Hawkeye become so weak, and just a random blow and slash could force him to retreat? Don't talk about others, even the few great swordsmen busta in the field can't understand this situation. Frowning and staring at Katie, suddenly a thought flashed in his mind, but the next second was denied by myself. Impossible, impossible. How old can he master that kind of power? What's impossible? At this time, Jaws, who had just recovered from the thawing, heard Vista's mutter and couldn't help asking. Thanks to Katie's appearance, Skylard's attack was blocked by Ace and did not really hurt Whitebeard, and Jaws was not frozen due to distraction as in the plot during the battle with the blue pheasant. Although it was still frozen by the ice age of the blue pheasant, but it saved the arm that was originally severed. Jianyi, I only thought of this possibility, but... Although Bista did not say the following, Jaws knew what he meant. There is no doubt that he did not believe that Katie really mastered the sword intent, because as a great swordsman, Bista himself has not yet grasped. There is nothing impossible in Bista. That kid can no longer be treated with common sense. Sooner or later he will surpass us. Even now, he may not be weaker than us. Although I am not a swordsman, I don't know the difficulty of understanding sword intent. But it may not be impossible for Katie. Jaws was very sure when he said this, he really felt so. Read more at wuxiax.com. However, everyone knows that one person on the entire battlefield is more shocked than everyone else. He is Bucky the Clown. The moment Katie and Hawkeye's duel began, he felt the tearing ability in Katie's attack. At that moment, Bucky's hair on his body stood up, and countless thoughts flashed in his mind, and the eyes that looked at Katie radiated a dazzling light. Hello, what's the matter with you? Mr3 standing beside him obviously felt the change in Bucky's mood, and couldn't help asking. Ah, it's okay, I'm wondering if we solve the guy Katie, will it become famous in the world? That guy will actually steal the limelight from this uncle. You really have the courage to think of hitting that guy, you want to go, don't hold me. Mr3 couldn't bear Bucky's mischief and left angrily. Alala, I'm just making a joke, don't take it seriously. After talking about chasing Mr3, I left. Everything just now seemed to have never appeared before. Feeling the two completely different powers on Katie's two knives, Hawkeye couldn't help but nod in affirmation. Since the two sword intents cannot be used well on one sword, separate the sword intent and use one on one sword, which perfectly solves the problem. However, although such a method is simple in words, it is actually difficult to implement. At least you have to have the ability to use one mind and two purposes, otherwise it will not be possible to achieve it, and secondly, you must have a very high control ability, otherwise the effect will be greatly reduced. These two items alone are difficult to achieve, but for the present Katie it doesn't seem to be a difficult thing. With a slight smile, he guessed right, this Katie will be a good opponent, but it is not enough now. With a quick glance, Hawkeye became serious, a breath erupted from him, and then spread to the black sword knight in his hand. In an instant, the feeling that Hawkeye gave to Katie changed, becoming majestic and solemn, and even said to be like an emperor. Before he understood what was going on, Hawkeye's attack fell from the sky. Seeing the blade close in front of her, Katie suddenly had an illusion. This blow seemed to split the world and cut everything. Suddenly endless fear rose in her heart. Before this blow, she was as small as an ant, even if doing everything will not make any difference. With a muffled sound, a drop of blood spilled from Katie's mouth. In order to get rid of the fear in her heart, Katie bit her tongue. The severe pain replaced the fear in her heart. Even in the face of a fatal attack, Katie had to sigh. It really hurts to bite the tip of your tongue. The body's strength has completely exploded, and the tearing and spatial fluctuations have been brought to the extreme, cutting out the strongest blow. Bang! A loud noise came immediately, directly overwhelming all the voices on the entire battlefield, and the extremely powerful fluctuations spread far. Even if the depths were outside the range of Malin Vander, you could clearly feel the aftermath of the attack, which was originally frozen. The gulf finally couldn't bear to collapse. The entire battlefield was full of violent sword energy, and even shattered the clouds hundreds of meters above the sky. Even if the navies hiding far away in the trenches were still terrified and frightened, the sharp feeling tingled all the time. Touch their skin. Even the battle between the three big generals and the white group trio in the distance was forced to stop. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the two people in the center of the battlefield. In this shocking scene, they did not expect that the battle between the two swordsmen could reach the level of ruining the sky, successfully refreshing their worldview. After all, the confrontation of top swordsmen is not so easy to encounter. Sure enough, Jaws, what you said is correct. This time, Baista clearly felt the sword intent erupting in the battlefield, and there were three of them. One of the Baistas was clearly Hawkeye at the time, which means that the remaining two belonged to Katie. This time Baista was not even surprised, because he had been forced to get used to it. Chapter 45, Eagle Eye Sword Skill. Chapter 45 Eagle Eye Sword Skill. Boundary Break. Without waiting for everyone to see the final result, Katie's voice came from the ruins. As expected of Hawkeye. Although it was just a voice, it was not difficult for people to hear the emotion contained in Katie's voice. It was clearly to be desperate to hit her last blow. Obviously, the winner of the competition just now was Hawkeye. People were not surprised by this result. One is not a title that can be obtained casually. An aura soared into the sky, blowing away the original remnant of the riot, and people looking forward to the result finally saw the scene inside. The bland eagle eye was still the way it was at the beginning, and he couldn't see the slightest wave on his face. Compared with Katie on the other side, it was much miserable. A huge wound nearly half a meter long started from his shoulder and continued to his abdomen. The fountain of blood not only covered his body, but also dyed the ice under his feet bright red. Although he couldn't see him, people felt the ultimate madness from the aura radiating from him, which was similar to the final resistance of a beast who was dying to fight. The green pheasant and the yellow ape will help me cover for a while. Although they didn't say it clearly, the two knew what Akinu meant, and there was no doubt that Akinu was going to attack the weak Katie. Although he didn't like the practice of Akadog very much, he didn't need too much sympathy for the enemy, not to mention that this man caused the Navy to suffer too much humiliation, so the green pheasant rarely agreed with the practice of Akadog. "Aren't you going to take action?" Whitebeard asked quietly, looking at the shadow on the side. "Our relationship is just an ally, not a partner, so there is no reason to take action. Everyone is in danger. If he fails to pass, it means that he is not qualified. You should be aware of the consequences of his doing this. Then the Navy or what the world government will do to him, you should know better than us." The indifferent voice came slowly with the wind, and only Baybeard could hear it. "Haha, it's true that you are still the same as you were before, so lonely and red. Haha, if you have time to care about that kid, it's better to think about what you should do. Even if you are in this situation, you can't get out of your body, thinking that the Navy will easily let you go." Baybeard didn't answer the question of Lonely Red, and he didn't know what he was looking at when he looked far away, and then he spoke to the people around Marco. "You guys, no matter what the result is, you have to support that kid, understand? Read more at wuxiax.com. Although the two people didn't want to make a move, Baybeard would not let it go. After all, he still owed the little devil's favor. It's daddy. No one refuses, because they have no reason to refuse. If it weren't for Katie to say that it's not good to fight Hawkeye now, Ace is standing next to them. Although they don't understand many things in the middle, there is no doubt that the other side will help. If they lose themselves, then they can't just sit idly by. On the other hand, Katie's energy accumulation has also been completed, strength, spirit, and will are gathered in one point. With one blow, everything he had was bet on the last blow, and after the blow, he had no extra strength anymore. Under the gaze of countless people, Katie moved. While stepping forward with his right foot, the hole held by his right hand quickly passed through the air, and the silver blade of the blade was sore in the eyes of the person under the reflection of the sun. Cut! The sound fell and the blade stood still, and a huge sword energy of tens of meters instantly formed and shot towards the eagle eye, and the sharp feeling could be felt even across the screen. However, Katie's movements did not end there. The center of gravity moved forward, and the steps she had been behind instantly followed. Not only that, she took another step forward and waved another hand through the air. The shiny blade pierced the air, and a semicircle was about to be completed, just about the last point, and the second slash was about to take shape. The mutation happened at this moment, and Katie's figure disappeared. It was a complete disappearance. You can't see the figure or perceive the breath, and even the sword aura that is about to be completed also disappears with it. For an instant, a long-lost danger signal rose from the bottom of Hawkeye's heart. Before he found Katie's figure, the hairs on the back were erected one by one, and the feeling of tearing stabbed Hawkeye's skin through the clothes. Although he couldn't see it, Hawkeye knew that Katie and the sword energy that was about to take shape were behind him, and he also knew his purpose. The two sword energy erupted one after another, flanking him one after the other. I have to admit that I underestimated this young man. Although he had long discovered that Katie's sword intent involved space, Hawkeye didn't think he had realized a deeper level of ability. However, reality made him realize how perverted Katie's talent is. The sword attack not only incorporates human spatial fluctuations, but also masters the extremely powerful ability of spatial movement. Facing this attack, Hawkeye also finds it troublesome, because at this moment, the two attacks had come at the same time, and they could only avoid it, and they could only make it hard. A mere sword chi attack could no longer resolve the immediate crisis. Hawkeye was not the only one who was amazed. Everyone in the room who saw this scene was shocked to speak, because at that moment they could not notice how Katie did it, even though it was too far away and things suddenly happened. It weakens their perception, but not everyone can do this. AKA dog, why don't you change my shot? Huang Yuan, who has always been silent and nosy, changed his normal request after seeing Katie's outbreak. He felt the danger from Katie, although it was only a little bit possible, but Huang the ape didn't dare to let it go. Forget it, let me do it, your armed color is not strong enough, if you fail to kill him with a single blow, it will be troublesome. He didn't agree with Huang Yuan's proposal. In order to ensure that he could kill the red dog in one hit, he insisted on doing it himself. Okay, but you have to be punctual when you start, so you don't make a mistake. Seeing that the red dog had no intention of letting go, Huang Yuan had to give up, but he was worried. Yan Fan. At this moment, Hawkeye used a sword skill he hadn't used for a long time. The hand movements are as normal as usual. Before the frontal attack, the eagle eye cuts out a sword aura in time, but the attack behind him is at the same time that he will be slashed on the eagle eye. At this time, even he has no time. The trial cut out a second sword energy. Katie stared closely at Hawkeye to observe his every move. Although Hawkeye looks very bad now, she believes that this will definitely not trouble him. Then, I saw an unbelievable scene. The sword he swung was not retracted at all, just a slight shock, and another sword aura burst out, and the lore he had made with all his efforts was resolved by him. Chapter 46, Red Dog Sneak Attack. Chapter 46 Red Dog Sneak Attack. The raging sword aura once again covered the entire battlefield, and the collapsed ice surface was once again devastated by the sword aura, and the ice at the center of the explosion completely shattered and disappeared in an instant, revealing the blue sea below. At the center of the chaos, Katie's own situation was even more difficult. The initial solution of breaking through the air could not be maintained, and she could only use the only crossbar in front of her to resist the raging sword energy. The explosion just now exhausted my last strength, especially the space transfer. With my current physical fitness, even in its heyday, I can only use it a few times, which means that the physical fitness I just acquired can no longer satisfy myself. The battle demand, which also means that I have to spend money again. But the first task now is not this, but to seize the time to recover the body. System, exchange for a fairy bean. Taking advantage of this moment, Katie spent 500,000 exchange points to obtain the fairy beans in the Dragon Ball world from the system. Looking at the pea in the palm of her hand, if it hadn't been given by the system, Katie said nothing would believe that it could instantly recover her injuries and physical strength, and then threw it into her mouth. It's crunchy and tastes like pickles. Fighting with Hawkeye to this point, don't say that others didn't even think about it. At first, I just thought about how to complete the tasks given by the system in the opponent's hands for 10 minutes. Whoever thinks that things have twists and turns, has been fighting until this moment. The end. Although the duration of this battle was not particularly long, it was less than 20 minutes. It took more than 10 minutes to comprehend the sword skills. The subsequent battle was purely a challenge to Hawkeye. The moment Katie swallowed the fairy beans, she felt a warm current rushing into her body one after another. It felt like she was in a hot spring. The wounds on her body were repaired at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, all the wounds on the body, including the half-meter-long serious wound on the chest, disappeared without exception. Even the face that was pale due to excessive blood loss is now ruddy and shiny, if not for a lot of scarlet remains with blood. Katie herself couldn't help but wonder if she had ever been injured. Confirming that the body has recovered safely, Katie's attention once again shifted to Hawkeye, and Katie has clearly known the gap between herself and him after the fight. Not far away, his body was still as clean as new, and his attacks still failed to affect him in any way. If it's just a pure swordsmanship competition, he is still far behind, because Hawkeye has been letting him go from beginning to end, and has not exerted all his strength at all. Only the last 2 attacks slightly showed his strength at the tip of the iceberg, and he deserves the best in the world. However, if it were a real life and death battle, he would definitely not only use swordsmanship to fight him, and if the fruit ability was added, he would not be so embarrassed in any case. However, what Katie didn't know was how shocking the scene just now caused some people. "Boss, if I was right just now, did the guy Eagle Eye use sword skills?" Someone asked his captain on the sea not too far away from Malin Vatican. Read more at wuxiax.com. "Yeah, I didn't expect that little devil could push him to this point. I haven't seen him use sword skills for many years. Others may not know, but he has been fighting with Hawkeye for many years. How can he not know what this means?" The reason why Eagle Eye's knife is listed as the supreme sharp knife is not only because of how sharp it is, but because of the great help it provides to the user, because the knife can enhance the strength of the sword. This is why it is rare to see Eagle Eye using sword skills, because ordinary attacks are enough. While speaking, rubbing the handle of the knife hung around his waist with the remaining right hand, his eyes were filled with unidentified brilliance. Why regret the original decision? Seeing his boss's decision, the people on the side knew exactly what he was thinking. Although this question had been asked many times, he couldn't help but raise it again at this moment. "It's something I decided by myself, so I can't regret it. What's more, that kid is not also influencing the world step by step, and he has not lived up to my expectations of him." "Then what do you think of Katie, this young man?" The deviated topic returned to Katie. Looking at the young and unfamiliar face on the screen, he couldn't answer even for a moment. "A very strong newcomer, but it is too early to say anything. After this incident, it will not be too late if he can survive the Navy's revenge. Hey, the newcomers are crazy enough now. They dare to play with the Navy like this. I really don't know how those guys in the Warring States period are feeling like this. Obviously they are very clear about what this situation means for the Navy." Katie's spoiler made everything they worked hard to prepare in vain. No matter who replaced it, they could not easily accept the fact that revenge was inevitable. "Then boss, do we want to change our plan?" Katie's appearance was not within the scope of their original plan, and now there is still time to change. "Forget it, no need, it's already here, there is no need to change anything. You have the final say. They won't question the captain's decision." When all the pirates avoided Marin Vondo, a pirate ship took the initiative to approach it. The iconic red wolf head means that everyone knows everything. There is no doubt that it belongs to the Whitebeard pirates. The Emperor of the Sea of equal status. What happened on the Navy headquarters is destined to amaze everyone in the world. The violent sword aura subsided a little bit, and when people looked far away looking for results, the sudden change happened again. Ice Age. Bakakshung Guyu. The two green pheasants and yellow apes who watched the battle suddenly launched a tight function to the Whitebeard pirates without warning. Once they came up, they directly zoomed in. The ice surface that had been crushed by the sword energy was frozen again in an instant. The sky is also taken care of. There are countless yellow light beams all over the space, and each light beam exudes a devastating atmosphere. Asshole! Fire Fist! However, Baybeard's reaction was not slow at all, and he immediately responded one by one. Even Baybeard himself made a quick move. The fruit ability was activated instantly and half of the field was cleared directly. However, there was one person who had to do it before all of them, and that person was the General Akadog. He appeared on top of Katie's head without waiting for others to react. The elemental lava fist was aimed at Katie's head, and he was about to smash it. Everyone who was aware of this change was shocked by Akinu's actions. No one thought he would be so decisive. After all, this was a sneak attack in front of the whole world. Chapter 47, Fierce Fighting Red Dog. Chapter 47 Fierce Fighting Red Dog. Katie's appearance disrupted the Navy's execution of Ace and made them ashamed in front of the world. So everyone thought that the Navy would have revenge, but they didn't expect that the Red Dog would do it now, and still use it. The way of sneak attack. Ha, that kid is going to be unlucky. Everyone present is a strong generation, and it is natural to see Katie's physical state, and he does not think that he can escape the lure of the Red Dog in a weak state. He narrowed his eyes, and when Hawkeye was about to start the rescue, he felt the familiar fluctuations from Katie, and the knife in midair was slowly lowered, looking at Katie thoughtfully. Boom! A blow comparable to the eruption of a volcano covered Katie's original location, and a radius of 100 meters was completely transformed into a world of magma. This blow, the Akadog, did not show any mercy, it erupted with full force. Kill, kill. Although Akinu did it himself, many people still don't believe that Katie was killed in this way. After all, Katie's shock was too much before. Aka Inu, you are really a dog. Before people could see the result under the magma, the familiar voice had already reached their ears. His gaze shifted to the source of the sound, and he saw the young and familiar face in the open space 100 meters away. Unexpectedly, I really didn't die. Despite their expectations, they were surprised when they really faced it, and it was Katie's state that surprised them even more. Although the blood on his body looked miserable, the breath he exuded was not weak at all. What happened to his injury? Some sharp-eyed people suddenly discovered that the huge half-meter-long wound on Katie's chest had disappeared, even saying that there were no scars left. Don't Katie and Kaido have anything to do with each other? At this moment, they can only think of the only possibility. The names of the two are very similar, and people all over the world know what kind of terrifying physical qualities Kaido possesses. Being able to get out of the severely injured state and fully recover in such a short period of time, they couldn't help but think about it. No, it should not be. The relationship between Baybeard and Kaido has always been bad. Everyone knows that Kaido even planned to intercept Baybeard before the war broke out, but he was stopped by the red hair. Otherwise, I don't know. How? Obviously, this statement is not true, and it is denied by others without verification. However, people didn't pursue this too much. Compared with guessing Katie's identity, whether they would collide with the future development of Katie and Akadog. What did you say? Read more at wuxiax.com. At this time, the Red Dog had also reacted, looking at Katie not far away with a gloomy expression. The killing intent between the words couldn't be more obvious. I have never heard of your request, but since you want to listen, I will say it again. Aka Inu, you are really a dog. The last few words were spoken slowly, so that everyone could hear them clearly. Although I don't quite understand the meaning of Katie's words, it is definitely not a good thing to think with my toes. As a result, Akagi was angry. You are looking for death. The lava fist was raised high again and hit Katie. Faced with the angry blow of the red dog, Katie did not choose to avoid. The flames on both hands were compressed to the extreme armed color and the domineering color was instantly covered, and the fists showed a mixed color of black and red. Katie wanted to know how much difference there was between herself and aka Inu, and how her fruiting ability was worse than him. Of course, in addition to this, there is one more important point, in order to complete the tasks assigned by the system. Just as the red dog sneaked on himself, the corresponding mission had also been updated. Task Introduction: Being a pirate is very important. Only by defeating the world-recognized strong can quickly gain the recognition of the world. Mission Requirements: Defeat the red dog. Task Reward: 15 million exchange points, 100 skill points. Although the mission requirements are only 4 short words, it brings endless pressure to Katie. Every admiral is a top powerhouse standing on the top of the world. It is not easy to defeat them. However, Katie did not complain. Although aka Inu is very strong, she has been eager to fight him, and even said that she has a hunch that there will be no less collisions between herself and aka Inu this time or in the future. Flames and magma: the temperature of the entire Gulf battlefield soared at this moment, and the two did not deliberately do it, but the aftermath of the attack has quickly melted the ice of more than 10 degrees below zero. At the beginning, the two were still fighting in close hands, but as time passed, the ice battlefield was no longer enough to support the bodies of both parties, and the sky became a battlefield once again. At this moment, the two of them no longer have to deliberately control their own strength. The fruit ability has completely exploded, and the orange flame surrounds Katie, setting off himself like a flame monarch who controls all the flames in the world. After possessing the ability to burn fruits, Katie can fly freely in the sky. Unlike magma, the flame has no specific shape, it is just pure energy, and naturally can easily get rid of the attraction of the center of the earth. The red dog on the other side was even more terrifying. His arms had already turned into crimson lava, and the space around his body was even slightly distorted because of the terrifying hot heat. Red Dog, come to fight. Even if the enemy is known as the Navy's highest combat force, Katie's heart does not have the slightest fear, and some are just endless fighting will. She wants a battle, a hearty battle, and she has to do it. The name of the flame is justified, but only a mere magma dare to show off in front of the flame. The flame jet and the powerful thrust made Katie burst out of extreme speed in an instant, and she arrived in front of the red dog in the blink of an eye. Shenhuo Shiranui. When the distance was only a few meters, a giant flame gun that was several meters long quickly took shape in Katie's hand, struggling to throw it at the red dog. Spitfire. In the face of Katie's attack, Akadog was also stubbornly positive, and he had no reason to retreat. Even if there was him, he might not retreat. The lava and flames erupted in the next moment, the flame giant spear was instantly dissipated, and the red dog's lava giant fist was also not much better, being bombarded in half. Katie's attack not only used the fruit ability but also concealed the tearing skill. Although the effect was not as good as the sword skill, it was enough to affect the red dog. The sky began to rain because of the battle between the two, and the bigger and bigger the sky, the original blue sky has long disappeared, and replaced by a fiery red, not the blush of the sunset but the red of blood. From a distance, the whole Marin Vondo looked like being a purgatory on earth surrounded by flame lava. At this moment in the battle, the moves are not important anymore. The only thing that determines the victory or defeat is their own background, the development of abilities and the accumulation of combat experience. Chapter 48, Soaring Strength. Chapter 48, Soaring Strength. Father, what should I do? The sudden outbreak of battle between Katie and aka Dog made Marco and others who were prepared to rescue at a loss. No, if that kid really wants to escape, he won't fight the red dog. Just watch it quietly. I feel that the next thing will be very interesting. By now, Baybeard finally saw Katy clearly, but at the same time he was bold and thoughtful. Each of his steps seemed dangerous and unpredictable, but the results allowed him to do it successfully. Once or twice may be luck, but more often than not, luck can explain it. There is no doubt that this young man has been so far. There is also a certain power that has not been shown, and it is this power that gives him the courage to face the red dog. Father, go in and heal your injuries. Compared with the battle between Katy and the red dog, Marco is more concerned about the safety of the white beard. Seeing the serious injury of the red dog on the chest of the old man, Marco can't help but worry, how is the health of the old man? He knows best. Although I can't see anything on my face, my body is absolutely uncomfortable. Why, I really thought I was old, this little injury would not kill me, silly son. But he refused Marco's advice. Although I was not at ease, I was helpless, but there was a strong crisis in my heart. There have been too many strong men in this war. My father once said that the end of this war will open a new era and become the world's #1. People like the pirates themselves will undoubtedly become the target of countless people's attention, and the challenges will only increase, but the old man's body is not as good as each day. Marco made up his mind to practice hard and improve his strength after returning home. You can't let the father fight all alone, it's time for them who are sons to stand up and shelter him from the wind and rain. Unlike Marco, Ace didn't think so much now. At this moment, he was deeply attracted by the battle in the sky. Because of the same ability, Ace knew better than anyone what kind of pressure Katy faced in this battle. When fighting with the blue pheasant before, I had felt the terrifying power emanating from the red dog. Although I didn't want to admit it, Ace knew that with his current fruit ability, he would only lose out on the red dog. Everyone in the world thinks that rockberry is actually the upper fruit of burning fruit, even if I thought so before I met my father. However, the old man told himself this way. Flame, as the purest and most primitive form of energy, represents part of the rules of the world. It possesses power beyond imagination. Once developed to a certain degree, it can be completely fearless and even ignite magma. It's just that I haven't been able to comprehend the kind of state that the old man said. Looking at the figure fighting in the sky, Ace can't help but wonder if Katy can you do it? Ahem. Ahem. Read more at wuxiax.com. The physical pain forced Katy to gasp violently, and the pain deep into her bone marrow made herself clearly aware of the gap with the red dog. The fruit ability of the Grandmaster Pinnacle is not enough to withstand the attack of the red dog. Every eruption of his has a powerful force comparable to that of a volcanic eruption. Unlike flames, magma has the solid form of an entity, and its strength is much higher than that of flames. What's more, the degree of armed color that the red dog masters is also higher than his own. It already possesses a powerful burst of fruit ability combined with a strong armed color, and every time it hits Katy's wrist, it hurts suddenly. The mere flames dare to appear in front of me. After gaining an absolute advantage, aka INU just ridiculed Katy, not only to disturb Katy's emotions, but also to arouse Katy's eagerness to prevent him from escaping. They are not far away from Whitebeard. If Katy wants to escape, Chihaya is not sure if he can stop him. No doubt Katy's speed has left a deep impression on Chihaya. He stayed here was the only way Akinu thought of. Haha. Understatement, ignoring Akaji's mockery. Little did she know that Katy had no plans to escape at all. After completing the previous mission, she now has a huge amount of wealth, and she can completely raise her strength to a whole new level in an instant. The system uses 10 skill points to increase the level of armed color, 10 skill points to increase the level of seeing and hearing colors, and 10 skill points to increase the level of physical skills. After a moment of silence, Katy continued. Spend 10 skill points to increase the fruit level. Spend 3 million exchange points to exchange skills for the Skyfire 3 profound transformation. The chains that bound the body were opened one after another as Katy's voice fell. At this moment, Katie entered a new world, the world of the strong. Small flames? Akadog, you are really ignorant and pitiful. In that case, let you see how the mere flames defeated your proud waste magma. Katie's declaration spread throughout the battlefield, but no one laughed at his frenziedness. Instead, there was a thoughtful look in the eyes of Katie. People wanted to know that Katie could create those impossible things. Great Flame Ring. With Katie as the center, a circle of flames appeared out of thin air and expanded rapidly. In a moment, the area of several hundred meters was completely covered by flames, and the raging fire exuded unimaginable hot temperatures. Fire! With a loud shout, just when everyone was puzzled, an exclamation suddenly came. Look, what's going on? Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing, but saw an incredible scene. All the flames burning on the ruins of the war rose into the sky at the same time and gathered towards Katie in the sky. The scene was more than spectacular and magnificent. Everything is lacking on the battlefield, but the only thing that is not lacking is the flame. All the flames in a radius of several kilometers are flying towards Katie like a pilgrimage. You can see that except for the flame, Katie really seems to have fallen from the sky at this moment. Vulcan cutting flames. Watching all the development with cold eyes, Akadog didn't stop him. Although everything in front of him seemed to be powerful, the real power that erupted could not threaten him, but it was just in vain. Aka Inu decided to defeat him completely when the opponent thought he was the strongest. Only in this way could the Navy's majesty be restored. When the last bit of flame melted in, a second round of bright sun appeared in the sky. A giant flame ball with a diameter of more than 100 meters was born, and even covered the real sun in the sky, and wisps of steam continued to rise from the sea. The terrifying heat has even evaporated from the sea. This is Emperor Yan. This picture may be unfamiliar to others, but it is familiar to Marco, who has seen Ace perform it several times. No, it's not the same. Although I don't know what he is going to do, I can feel that this is not Emperor Yan. Chapter 49, The Flame of Change. Chapter 49 The Flame of Change. What is he doing? I thought that Katie gathered all the flames to form a huge fireball to attack the red dog, but the facts in front of them did not seem to be the case. The fireball just stayed quietly, without seeing the next move. If not, I could feel it. The breath of Katie inside. People even think Katie has run away. Oh, it's so hot, how can it be so hot? However, the unintentional words made the strong players on the scene suddenly think of something, one by one, sinking their hearts and feeling silently. Hot, why is it hot? There is no doubt that the reason lies in Katie, and only the huge fireball with a diameter of more than 100 meters in the sky can make them feel this way. When a group of powerful people spread the sights and colors to the fireball in the sky, they found the difference. In their perception, the temperature of the fireball surface is rising at a leaping speed, and the outermost flame alone has reached it. With a terrifying high temperature of more than 3000 degrees, the interior, let alone, will only be higher than 3000. Not only that, the size of the fireball is shrinking little by little. Seeing this, people are relieved. In their opinion, Katie is compressing energy. Everyone knows that the more condensed energy bursts, the higher the power, so they take it for granted that Katie is also planning this way, but they don't know. Katie's plan is not like this at all. After realizing this, everyone turned their eyes from Katie to the red dog, and for a while, the red dog became the target of attention. There is no doubt that doing it now is the best choice. The longer the time, the greater the danger. They are curious about how the red dog will choose and whether it will attack again in front of the world as it was at the beginning. Feeling the gaze from other people, Akinu's face was gloomy and watery. If it hadn't been to wash away the humiliation suffered by the Navy, he would have done it a long time ago. How could his temper wait until now? Even if the sneak attack can be successful, the result will be something. It is not important, justice is always written by the winner, and the loser is nothing. The war stopped suddenly, and everyone was waiting for the completion of Katie's attack. The huge fireball quickly became smaller under everyone's attention. It only took less than half a minute to go from 100 meters in diameter to 50 meters to the next 30 meters, and now only the last 10 meters are left. Looking at the infinitely shrinking small fireball in the sky in shock, no one had thought that Katie would have the ability to compress it to this level. The pronoun of flame is violent and the most difficult to tame. In the face of an attack of that level, although there are countless strong people on the scene, few people can guarantee that they can take the blow, because there is too much energy in it. Even Akina regrets a bit at the moment. This has reached the point that he can't ignore it. Read more at wuxiax.com. However, at a certain moment, a strange light and shadow suddenly flashed within the orange fireball, but it was so fast that many people did not see the flashing light and shadow, but it did not include the light and shadow on the Moby Dick. Ace. He stared at the fireball in the air, even though he didn't know what exactly was flashing at that moment, but his body reacted, and at the moment that light and shadow appeared, his body shook suddenly. It seemed that something wanted to gush out, but it was bound by the invisible shackles inside. Staring closely at the fireball, Ace had a hunch that Katie might have achieved what he couldn't do. Hey, what is that? Soon after the first light and shadow disappeared, the second, third, and fourth appeared, and finally the color of the entire fireball changed. The outermost layer is still dazzling orange, but the inner core is gloomy, and it is difficult to see clearly. AKAINU, do it. While others were still speculating about the weird light and shadow, the blue pheasant in the distance suddenly uttered a voice to let the red dog do it. Like others, the green pheasant didn't know what it was, but he felt the instinctive danger from it. Because his abilities are completely opposite to the flames, his feelings are the most sensitive. The power hidden in the orange fireball is absolutely extraordinary. Almost the same moment the blue pheasant sounded, the red dog's figure had disappeared. Leaving aside the power hidden inside the fireball itself, which is compressed to the size of 10 meters in diameter, already poses a threat to him, and the red dog has the intention to make a move. What's more, there is a reminder of the green pheasant. Although the two usually do not deal with it, the green pheasant will never lie to himself in the face of the real right and wrong, so the red dog decisively chose to shoot. The lava giant fist descended from the sky and hit the fireball. At the same time, the red dog's body was completely elemental except for the head, in order to avoid the huge energy in the fireball from causing harm to him. While a loud bang spread throughout the battlefield, it shocked the entire battlefield. When people came back to their senses, they found that the orange fireball that was originally hung in the sky had disappeared somehow. The unexpected burst of energy did not appear, but the two deadlocked figures in the sky surprised them. Have to be speechless. Facing the full blow of Akagu, Katie not only took a head-on, but also stood still. This is not what surprised them the most. What surprised them the most was Katie's way of resisting the red dog. The hand that blocked the red dog didn't even have the bonus of armed color, and some of it was just a bluish-blue flame. This is... In an instant, everyone was shocked by Katie again. It was clear that they were still in a serious disadvantage at the first moment, but the next second was a Jedi counterattack. The rapid change of events caught them by surprise. Looking gloomily at the figure surrounded by blue flames in the sky, Doflamingo's face showed a heavy expression for the first time. Even when Katie compressed the flames to the extreme, he had never seen him so solemn. Mastering the ability to awaken the fruit, he has a better understanding of the fruit than most people present. He is very clear about what the flame on Katie means. It is either fruit awakening or on the verge of awakening. In short, he is no longer the previous orange. The yellow flame can be compared. Ace, look carefully at every detail that follows. This is very important to you. Of course, not only Doflamingo has changed in Katie, but Whitebeard is naturally aware of the changes, and specifically instructs Ace to watch. Yes, Daddy. In fact, Even without Whitebeard's instructions, Ace would carefully observe everything that happened to Katie. That kind of change is exactly the state that she has been eager for but has never grasped. Now she has encountered natural problems. Will miss it. The fist is even more tightly clenched. Although I don't know where Katie's fire ability comes from, it's definitely related to him, because the moves he uses are exactly the same as himself, which means he has the ability time is only about 1 day, but in 1 day he accomplishes what he has not done in a few years. Ace hates myself for being too weak, hates myself for not working hard enough, otherwise he will not lose to that bastard Tick, nor will he hurt his father because of him. Chapter 50, Suppress the Red Dog. Chapter 50 Suppress the Red Dog. Why didn't you say aka INU? Don't worry, the bigger surprise is yet to come, you have to be careful not to die. Looking at the red dog's expression on the deadly mouse, Katie was a bit dark and refreshed. She was really bullied after being attacked one after another. The clay figure still had a 3-point temper, not to mention her, so she finally got a chance and naturally wanted to go back. Asshole, when the flame changes color, I really think I'm invincible, but I'm just picking up the clown. Faced with Katie's successive ridicules, the red dog was also angry and slammed Katie back. Hehe, in that case, let you die clearly. Tianhuo Sangsuan change. With a low drink, Katie's breath began to grow crazily. The blue flames soared up into the sky so large that they even had a feeling of obscuring the sky. The heat emitted was far more than that of the orange flames. Hierarchical. Why, how could he have no limits? In just a few moments, Katie's aura had grown to a terrifying level, and even said that it far exceeded the 99% of the people present, approaching the Admiral. People really don't know what kind of expression they should use to face Katie, who has grown wildly in strength again and again. In their eyes, at the beginning, Katie was just a rookie with fairly good talent. Later, a duel with Hawkeye allowed him to rise to a strong level with himself. Right now, feeling the suffocating breath, Katie had clearly grown to the existence that they looked up to, and all this happened in the war before them, which made them speechless who had witnessed the whole process. This guy hides it deep enough, I don't know if this is all his strength. They are more willing to believe that Katie has this kind of strength than Katie's improvement over and over again. After all, the road to the strong is never easy to achieve. No one can improve to this level in such a short time. Otherwise, there is no need to work hard. However, this rule may be suitable for others, but it does not include Katie who owns the system. The system itself is already beyond the rules, and all common sense does not apply in front of it. AKA dog, take your fate. With a roar, Katie took the initiative to attack. Compared with before, the flame she controlled now was not only different in color, read more at wuxiax.com. Today's cyan flame is nearly 2000 degrees Celsius higher in temperature than before, reaching a terrifying 5000 degrees or more, and the energy that bursts out in an instant has increased several times. With the increase of the Skyfire 3 profound transformation, both the temperature of the flame and the energy contained in it increased again, and even said that Katie had a feeling of saturation, and it seemed that he had encountered the next bottleneck. Feeling this situation, Katie is not depressed but more happy, which means that there is still room for development of the ability to burn fruits, and the current blue flame is no longer afraid of the magma of the red dog, that is to say the next level of flame can already suppress the red dog in turn. Just thinking about it is exciting. Katie even had the idea of converting all the exchange points into skill points to improve the ability to burn fruits, but Katie did not have the impulse, and decided to leave the exchange points, at least prepared. Humph, I want to see how long you can last in this state. The Akinu at close range naturally felt that Katie's current strength was not her true strength, that she had no way to force it up, and she definitely couldn't hold on for long. So what? Even 1 minute is enough to kill you. Katie did not deny this, because it was unnecessary. Fire punch! A roar of blue flames spewed from his fist. Although the moves were no different from before, the power contained in the attack was very different. At least this time, the red dog could not deal with it calmly. Spitfire! The turbulent lava erupted instantly, rushing towards Katie's fire fist. Under the gaze of countless people, the flame with extremely high temperature and the extremely erupting magma completely collided together. How can it be? In the next second, aka Inu's unbelievable voice spread far away. He could not accept the picture in front of him. His unfavorable fire breath could not break through Katie's flame. If only this was the case, it would still be acceptable, but the truth is not only that. The blue flame spread rapidly in an instant, completely covering his attack, and then rushed towards him even more slowly. The dog bites Gurren. The lavaged arm quickly turned into a dog's head and attacked the oncoming blue flame. Finally, Katie's fire fist was defeated and dissipated, but the red dog's face was not relaxed at all, but unusually solemn. The opponent's attack had to make 2 shots by himself, and when he collided at close range just now, the blue flame burned to him, which made him unacceptable for a while. Although my rockberry is not actually a flame, it also has a very high temperature. What's more, after these years of development, the temperature has already reached 4000 degrees Celsius. During the collision process before this, I am completely immune to the opponent's flame attack. Now I can't do it. Suddenly, Akinu's ear once again sounded the advice of the man when he was young. Rockberry is actually the first fruit ability of the natural system. The most important thing is its output in an instant. Everything else is secondary. Until this moment, the red dog really realized the meaning of that year. There is no doubt that there are too many fruits surpassing himself in temperature. At this point, he is not dominant. What he should do is the ultimate explosion and the ultimate. The output, hit the world's highest damage in an instant. It's a pity that I didn't do exactly what that person meant. Although I put most of my energy on the explosion, I didn't do it to the extreme so that I was now suppressed by this damn flame. Asshole, damn it. I don't know if he is scolding Katie or himself, or both. In short, aka Inu really regrets a bit now, and he shouldn't listen to that person's advice. Katie is not clear about the idea of aka Inu, and of course she has no intention of paying attention. She is only thinking about defeating aka Inu as soon as possible. Although she said lightly, aka Inu is easy to defeat, after all, even if she is angry. Her white beard pressed against the ground for a long time, and the red dog didn't really die. Katie didn't think her attack was stronger than the white beard. And I don't know exactly how long the Skyfire 3 profound transformation can last. Once I leave the increase, I will not only lose all the advantages, but will also fall into a disadvantage because of this. This method of improvement has sequelae. Chapter 51, Last Blow. Chapter 51 Last Blow. The Navy's head is not being flooded. Such a ruthless person's reward is only 1 million. At this time, some information about Katie has surfaced one after another. When people got the bounty with only 7 digits, one by one, they almost dropped their jaws. The head of this red dog with swords and eagle eyes set on fire was only worth 1 million Baileys. It was the funniest joke they had heard in a year. I am afraid that he had hidden too deeply before, otherwise the Navy would not make such a big mistake. More people still choose to believe that Katie hides her strength, otherwise all this will seem too weird and absurd. At the same time, on an island in the Chambord archipelago. Is this person the successor you arranged? Pluto Raleigh. Although the old man in front of him is so ordinary that he can't be recognized when he is thrown into the crowd, Bogart doesn't dare to underestimate him, just because his name is Sylvester Raleigh, the strongest deputy of Pirate King Roger. Bogart, who has experienced that era, clearly knows what terrifying power this seemingly harmless old man will have if he gets angry, and it is precisely this way that he, as an old opponent, will be arranged here and not participate in that cross. The War of the Times. Is it our arrangement? You should be very clear. In the past few years, our every move has not been monitored by you, so why bother to ask me? It seems that Raleigh's answer has long been expected, and Bogart did not continue to pursue it. Just as Raleigh said, their old crew members of One Piece have always been under the surveillance of the Navy or the CP organization. I knew it a long time ago. There is no way that these people's strength is too terrible, even if the world government has been disbanded, they dare not allow them to move freely. Fortunately, they are also considered rules and have been living quietly for decades. However, because the target of this execution is the blood of One Piece, these people have become unstable factors outside the battle, and talents such as themselves will be sent to monitor them just in case. However, even if they anticipated that they might have monitored all the old crew of One Piece, the development of the battle was beyond their expectations. The sudden appearance of Katie disrupted all their arrangements before the war, which made Bogart very confused. Where did this person emerge from? With such strength, it can be hidden so deeply, it is simply not too scientific. Shenhuo Shiranui. Under Katie's manipulation, the blue flames quickly gathered and compressed, and a flame spear floated in the air. Unlike before, the increase in fruit level and the increase in the sky fire, three mysterious changes allowed him to manipulate more at the same time. Attack! Read more at wuxiax.com. In the next moment, a dozen flame spears rushed towards the red dog with the blue tail inflammation, and the entire sky was rendered into blue and blue colors, even if everyone watching knew that this was not aimed at themselves, but they were still on their backs. Fell in fear. Meteor volcano. The lava boulders soared up into the sky and collided with the flame spear, and the roar and explosion sounded, even affecting the stability of the surrounding space. Feeling the aura of destruction in the sky, the pirates and the navy were very fortunate that the battle took place in the sky instead of the ground, because the island under their feet was simply not enough to support their battle. Once the island could not support them, it is impossible to escape the fate of death. Old Red Dog, your fists are really weak enough, but you or the general only have this ability. With a contemptuous tone, a look of disdain, and a look of contempt, Katie returned everything she had suffered before to the Red Dog when he took advantage of the situation, watching the Red Dog wishing to tear herself alive, but the helpless expression Katie was for a while, the feeling of slapped face is really cool. Asshole, don't think I don't know your situation. Your strength has been weakened compared to the beginning. I am afraid that this state will not last long. The Red Dog also replied unwillingly. Weakened? You are afraid that you are thinking too much. Finally, I remind you, don't die. Frenzy. Without giving Akagu a chance to refute at all, Katie once again slapped Akagu with facts on the face. The aura that had fallen soared again, returning to the peak in an instant, and then surpassing the peak. How can it be? At this moment, even the Red Dog couldn't help but exclaimed. He really couldn't understand how a person could forcefully improve his strength one after another. In this case, wouldn't he be able to challenge the entire world alone? There is nothing impossible in this world. You don't know that it's just not enough strength. Do you know how to be a rookie? What did you say? The word rookie completely angered the Red Dog, who was already on the verge of rampage. He fought for decades. No one in the whole world knew his name, even if the Whitebeard never said that, but now he is under the age of 20. How could Akinu accept this mocking of the kid like this? Heaven Dog! Suddenly, Akadog's sanity was replaced by anger, and he took the initiative to attack regardless of his physical state. Yang Yan! Spouting a pillar of fire casually is to block the lava giant fist of the Red Dog. Don't understand. You are no longer my opponent now. Being played by Huang Yuan and arranged by the Green Pheasant, there is no doubt that the Red Dog was the one who contributed the most in the entire war. Because of his own arrangement, Baybeard was not stabbed by his stupid son before the war, so the Red Dog faced the Whitebeard, who was able to single out the beast Kaido in his heyday, and the pressure he suffered was beyond everyone's imagination. Because he is facing the power that can destroy the world. Before fighting with him, the red dog was no longer in his peak state, and after fighting with him for so long, his state had dropped even more. On the other hand, he was on the contrary. Not only did he not fall back, but he was in a state of double increase. Although it was only a short period of time, he had a very strong improvement. The flame enhancement effect of the Heavenly Fire 3 profound transformation that accompanies Xiao Yan is not too good, and the madness skill has improved Katie's physical fitness to an unprecedented height. The current Katie of the two-box assembly has an illusion that she can challenge everything. People. Asshole. If it weren't for you people to abuse their power, why have I been so troubled? It's just a moth in this world. Faced with the roar of the red dog, Katie fell silent before speaking. It doesn't matter who is the asshole. The Navy may not necessarily be justice, and the pirates may not necessarily be evil. At least the place with the most slaves in the world is Mary Joa, whom you call the Holy Land, not the chassis of a certain pirate. Speaking of this, Katie didn't talk nonsense anymore, the whole body began to gather strength, and the blue flames circled Katie non-stop. AKA INU, let me tell you in advance that this is my last blow, I want to see if you can resist it. Chapter 52, Akadog defeated. Chapter 52 Akadog defeated. The breath climbed to the extreme in an instant, and the flames behind him began to shrink and concentrate on his right fist. Looking at the flame on Katie's fist uncomfortably, Akadog felt the extreme danger from it. Even if he was at the peak, he might not be able to block it. Moreover, his current strength had already fallen off. I don't know how much. I really don't know how to face this blow. However, there is one thing Akinu knows, that he can't retreat this blow. This duel is broadcast simultaneously in front of the whole world. Once he is a Navy admiral and flees without a fight, the Navy's majesty will be greatly weakened. It is also a blow to the morale of soldiers on the battlefield, and it will definitely be affected. The outcome of the war is becoming more and more unpredictable. Bring the horse here, I'll take it. At this time, the Kerch dog worked desperately, and also gathered the last bit of power on his right hand, and the magma was rolling as if it was about to erupt in a volcano. Hero's gun. Heaven dog. The two figures flashed away so fast that others couldn't catch them at all. The next second was extremely brilliance, an endless light burst out at the point where the two attacks touched. In comparison, the sun in the distance was as faint and dim as fireflies. Withdraw. Withdraw from the entire Gulf battlefield and find a shelter to hide. While others were still looking up and waiting for the result of the battlefield in the sky, Karp, who was standing on the execution platform behind him, suddenly gave the order, his expression even more alarmed. Retreat, retreat. At this moment, although many soldiers did not understand, they chose to retreat obediently, because they saw those who stood very close to the front, and the lieutenant generals left the place and hid behind without looking back while Karp ordered go with. The lieutenant admiral was like this. Other soldiers naturally didn't have the courage to stay. Tens of thousands of navies flocked to the solid combat position in the rear like the ebb sea. The same situation also happened to the Whitebeard pirates. Retreat and retreat. Everyone got on the boat and left here quickly. Because of the battle between Katie and the Red Dog, the ice that originally blocked the sea has long since disappeared, and the ship was able to move freely. For a time, the battlefield that originally added up to hundreds of thousands of people instantly became empty, and the speed of clearing the battlefield was simply not too fast. Mr. Karp, don't worry about me coming. Green Pheasant, I'll hand it over to you in a while. Looking at the Green Pheasant coming from the side, Karp said in a deep voice. Mr. Karp, do you want it? With a wink in his eyes, the Green Pheasant stared at Karp with scorching eyes, even if he didn't know how long he hadn't seen this shot. Even the yellow ape, who is always indifferent on the side, couldn't help but look sideways. The taste of Karp's fist was a taste of the past. Read more at wuxiax.com. Anyway, I'll leave it to you. However, Carp didn't answer the green pheasant's question directly. It was not that he deliberately concealed it, but that he himself had not decided whether to take action. As a navy, he certainly has the obligation to take action, but the other party is Ace's lifesaver after all. It is still difficult for Carp to do such a thing as will revenge, so Carp is very hesitant. What's more, those two people haven't shown up until now, and if I rashly shot, I don't know if it will trigger the Second World War. Until now, the Warring States period has not come back, but my side is not dominant. Boom, a sound that seemed like a breakthrough spread far and wide, and then people saw a scene that could never be forgotten. It can be seen to the naked eye that the entire sky is no longer what it used to be, the blue sky and white clouds disappear without a trace, and the sky is clearly divided into two colors. Slightly quiet blue and restless red. However, a closer look reveals that the area occupied by cyan blue is a little bit larger. But no one is in the mood to appreciate this rare sight, which is more like purgatory on earth than the beauty. Strands of flames fell from the sky and burned everything in the world, even the boundless sea below could hardly stop the flames' blazing heat. The bursting lava fell to the sea so much as if it was boiling. Seeing this scene, people unconsciously came up with a word, burning the sky and boiling the sea. Ice Age. Great shock. The green pheasant and Whitebeard watching by the side also had to take action at this time. The navy position could not withstand the aftermath of the attack, and the pirate ship floating on the sea was pushed far away and almost overturned. The four powerhouses shot one after another, and the entire bay completely changed its appearance, and everything that had originally disappeared completely failed to leave a trace. Here! Me! Get out! With a roar to the sky, the world in front of everyone changed again, and a burst of blue suddenly poured into the red lava. The blue and blue that this alien army broke into seemed to have become the beginning of a change. The original evenly divided situation changed in an instant, and the blue flame instantly rose up to oppress the red lava to retreat little by little. As the saying goes, one step back and one step back, the gap has already been opened, and the cyan flame is eroding the crimson lava, and the speed is getting faster and faster, but the area covered by the lava has shrunk by half. Roll! With Katie's roar, the last lava was instantly broken, and a figure flew out and fell into the ruins. The flames all over the sky shrank quickly, and when everything was over, there was only one figure left in the sky. With an overly youthful face and unruly black hair, there is no doubt that this person is Katie. The final winner is also Katie. At this moment, Katie's face was transmitted to every place in the world in various ways. Even decades later, anyone mentions this picture with great emotion. They are fortunate that they have witnessed the birth of a peerless powerhouse. Regarding this result, no matter who it was before the war started, it was the General Akadog who is known as the Navy's strongest combat power. How many people and pirates are not frightened by the name? The pirates who were killed by him personally had no 1 million or 100,000. Their reputation had spread to every corner of the world, but even such a person was still defeated, and he was still defeated by a young man who was less than 20 years old. Countless people were silent at this moment, and they didn't know what reaction they should use to face this result. It's a pity that the red dog is no longer the peak. Seeing here, Lei Li shook his head and sighed, feeling a pity for the red dog. Why, you have learned to talk coldly, don't even mention that you are really happy. Of course Bogart wouldn't be naive to think that Raleigh was sorry for the red dog. Although the red dog is indeed not the pinnacle, the age of the two is more than a little bit different, and the red dog is at the advantage. If the two are at the same age, the red dog will only lose even more miserably. Haha, your navy is afraid that it will be difficult to wait until this matter is over. No longer concealing the true emotions in his heart, Raleigh laughed directly, but the look back at Katie was unclear. Chapter 53, Cap Shot. Chapter 53 Cap Shot. Staring at the place where the red dog fell, even though he had already defeated the red dog, he didn't immediately catch up to kill him. The blow just emptied himself, and it took him a long time to recover from the void after the war. Even the sequelae of forcibly enhancing strength came along, and the muscles became sour and even the brain became dizzy and uncomfortable. System: exchange for a fairy bean. The mission reward for defeating the red dog has also arrived. Looking at the full 8-figure redemption point, Katie is agitated. With these, her strength can be further improved, and she doesn't know how much she will grow at that time. Then exchange for one just in case. Shenhuo Shiranui. The flame spear was once again condensed in Katie's hands. There is no need to show mercy to Akainu. Everyone's position is already hostile. Being soft to the enemy is cruel to him. Don't look at yourself just defeating him strongly, but Akainu at that time was fundamentally hostile. It's not peak state, otherwise the result is really hard to say. What's more, he also used the same ability as the Heavenly Fire 3 Profound Transformation and Mad Huan's cheating, otherwise he would not be able to win. The flame spear quickly took shape and shot at the spot where the red dog fell. Admiral Red Dog. Seeing Katie's movements, the navy in the distance shouted the name of Akagi in panic, hoping to awaken the sleeping him. Although Akagi is not so close to the people, after all, the general is the General Akagi and still has many supporters. They naturally don't want to see the red dog being killed by the pirates just like that. At the critical moment, a figure flew out. There was no cool fruit ability or exquisite body skills. It was just relying on pure physical strength to rumbling and exceeding the speed of sound, rushing through a distance of kilometers in an instant, and then punching Katie's flame spear. Through the block of fireworks, Katie saw the appearance of the incoming person, with silver-grey hair and a vicissitudes of face. Even though the incoming person has reached old age, the power that erupted from her body is not weaker than everyone present, or even worse. But you can't just let you kill people in front of me like this. The deep voice does not contain the slightest fireworks, but it carries the majesty that people can't resist. Gudong, Gudong. At this moment, Katie felt unprecedented pressure. Only when he glanced at her, her body instinctively gave a danger signal to remind herself crazy, and directly took out the fairy bean in the system space and held it in her hand. Did will swallow it? Read more at wuxiax.com. There is no doubt that the person here is the naval hero Lieutenant General Karp. Although the rank is only Lieutenant General, he still enjoys the treatment that the Marshal does not have. Working hours, vacation time, and a dedicated ship. Hundreds of people followed. Even if the generals were traveling, they were not so pretentious. Even so, no one of the entire navy stood up and said that he was dissatisfied. Even if his son was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, no one dared to move him. And he has all these benefits only because he has unmatched combat power and indelible merits. Defeat the Rocks pirates that challenged the world's highest throne in the legend. In Roger's era, he chased Roger everywhere and even said that he participated in the final capture of Roger, and other achievements are even more rewarding. Countless. Is it worth it? You have done so much for the Navy. In the end, the Navy has considered your feelings, but they didn't let Ace's plan go. Just because he has the blood of One Piece, but who has ever considered whether Ace is really willing to inherit Roger's blood? When did he have the opportunity to choose? And why is he called Portgas d'Ace rather than Gore d'Ace? Don't you know better than anyone else? Even the person you protect now had a plan to kill Luffy. You can save such a person. Facing Katie's suspicion, Karp was silent. Not only was silent, but even his clear eyes became muddy. Looking at the figure of Ace standing beside Whitebeard in the distance, this time it's not fake to say that Karp was disappointed by the Navy at all. It's just that the duties on his shoulders prevent him from doing something because of personal emotions. What? Karp has always felt ashamed of Ace. There can be absolutely perfect things in the world. I don't regret joining the Navy, at least in my opinion it is the most just organization. Obviously Karp will not give up his decades of persistence just because of Katie's words. The most justice? I don't think it is necessary. The Navy belongs to the world government. And the world government is created by the Tianlong people. That means that what you call justice is more about safeguarding the interests of the Tianlong people. What did the Tianlong people have done? Everyone in the world knows. Do you guys who wipe their ass really have the face to say that you are righteous? Katie, the Drago Knight, really hates to the bones, and their existence is not as meaningful as a pig. Asshole, do you really dare not do it as an old man? Carp was naturally angry when Katie said his persistence, and the look in Katie's eyes became dangerous. No, you are not afraid to do it, but you can't do it. Faced with Carp's threat, Katie showed an unknown smile on her face, and the same powerful aura suddenly appeared in the next moment and then slowly disappeared. Although it is very short-lived, its existence has silenced countless people collectively, especially the Navy, because they discovered that this aura originated from the mobile, which also means that there is still a super strong in the enemy camp. On the other hand, our own high-end combat power is seriously lacking. Only 2 of the 3 generals have combat capabilities. In addition, only Carp is left, and the situation is extremely passive. At the moment when the breath appeared, Carp's eyes were to leave Katie to look far away from the Moby Dick. Although there is no one to see, how can Carp know who it is? It is definitely the lonely tall one. Red letter field. Asshole, what a good thing you did. Carp became more and more angry when he thought of this, all because of Katie in front of him. Haha, thank you for the compliment, in return for the red dog's life is left to you. After talking about Katie, it is a retreat. Since Carp decides to save the red dog, it is impossible for him to kill it. Although it is a pity, it is impossible, but Katie is confident that she can still fight next time. Victory. Watching Katie leave until his figure disappeared completely and Carp could not make a move. He knew very well that the current naval power was not enough. He sighed that what happened to this level is no longer within his control. Looking back and digging out the red dog in the ruins, Carp frowned again when he saw the huge burns on his body. It is not easy to burn the red dog. Carp even regrets it a bit. Shouldn't just let Katie go. Chapter 54, Tick appears. Chapter 54 Tick appears. Katie, right, can you tell me your purpose now? It wasn't until this moment that Katie had close contact with Edward Newgate, the man known by the world as the strongest man in the world. Even if he was already in a critically injured state at this moment, he still brought a lot of pressure to himself, and even said that the other party did not make any movements at all. This is not just a pure imposing manner, a kingly imposing manner. My purpose is very simple, just don't want you or Ace to die. At this time, Katie had no intention of concealing it, whether it was the final mission requirement or the mood of being a sea fan, this was indeed Katie's goal all along. Oh, do you think I will die here? Although Katie's words were a bit offensive, Whitebeard didn't care. Isn't the injury on your chest the best proof? Thank you then. This time, Baybeard did not deny it. It's not necessary, saving you is also good for me, at least when I enter the new world, one of the 4 emperors is not my enemy. He spoke in a calm tone, even if there were strong people around him, but when he heard Katie's words, he couldn't help being surprised. He actually wanted to do something against the 4 emperors. You are so bold. Baybeard said, the voice of everyone, and the young man who was less than 20 years old in front of him was bold enough. Before the matter was over, he had already looked at the 4 sea emperors in the new world. However, no one said much. His record has said everything, although it may not be enough now, but the future is hard to say. Daddy, retreat, Ace has been rescued, there is no need to continue fighting. Marco on the side interrupted and said, the battle has been carried out here, and their goal has been achieved. Until now the Navy has not been able to get rid of the impact of the battle between Katie and the Red Dog. Now the retreat can be said to be very easy, and there is no need to worry about the Navy's pursuit. More importantly, Marco always felt that all this was too weird. He also felt the eruption of Ryder's breath. He didn't even know when there was such a strong man on the ship. Fortunately, it wasn't the enemy that would be unimaginable. Even so, he is still wary of the unseen strong Marco. Although this person is not an enemy, he is definitely not a friend. Otherwise, why don't you shoot earlier? It's indeed time to leave, let's inform the whole army to withdraw. Just after saying the word retreat, he stopped at his mouth and couldn't say anything, just because the Whitebeard saw a familiar and unfamiliar face. Read more at wuxiax.com. Thief, ha 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 ha, how can the old man leave in such a hurry? I just arrived. Isn't it a good time to have a good chat when reuniting after a long absence? My dear father. Titch, you dare to appear in front of me? Are you tired of living? The state of Whitebeard's whole person changed at the moment Titch appeared, and his whole body exuded a tyrannical aura. The violent veins were no longer called anger but rage. Not only was he alone and the entire Whitebeard pirates, tens of thousands of people up and down were in this state. If the eyes could kill people, Titch would die tens of millions of times at this moment. Thief, haha, father, do you think I am still the same Tiki back then? Are you still the same you used to be? You are wrong, I am the Blackbeard Marshal D. Tiki from today on. Titch's voice spread across the entire battlefield and the entire world in an instant through the phone worm here. People froze in place and failed to react, but everything that they thought was about to end was changed because of the arrival of this self-proclaimed Blackbeard. Saying this in front of the world is undoubtedly challenging the Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirates. At the same time, the men who followed him appeared in the world. Hey, what the hell is going on? Why are there so many fugitives? What happened to the city? Magellan, Catalina Tippin, San Juan Hungry Wolf, Batlo Pizarro, Bacchus Choate, they didn't understand how these notorious people who were supposed to be imprisoned forever in Propulsion City would run out. In fact, it is normal for people not to know this. In order to avoid unnecessary panic, the warring states has already ordered the blockade of all news about Propulsion City, so the outside world does not know what great changes have taken place in Propulsion City. Titch, you are still as conceited as before. Do you really think that with the power of a fruit, you can make you invincible in the world? Thief, haha, that's because you don't know what kind of power this fruit has. Facing Whitebeard's doubts, Titch laughed like crazy, and wisps of black air loomed in his hand, very strange. Speaking of this, Titch's gaze suddenly changed, and he looked at Katie next to the Whitebeard in a blink of an eye, and his bohemian smile slightly narrowed. Katie is right, whether or not to consider joining us, you should know that we are the same kind of people. Titch said pointedly. After looking at Eugenia first and then at Titch, Katie's voice slowly sounded. Sorry, I don't like staying with unscrupulous traitors, I think it's dirty. Katie refused without hesitation. Yes, Mr. Katie is right, Titch, you unscrupulous traitor, because Dad was so kind to you in the first place. Unrighteous traitor. Unrighteous traitor. For a while, Katie won the approval of all the members of the Whitebeard pirates, and said in one sentence the thoughts they had squeezed for a long time. Seeing Blackbeard's gloomy eyes, Katie knew that she was completely worried about him, but she didn't regret doing so. If you want to use one word to describe Blackbeard, there is nothing more than a traitor. He is not a good partner. There will be a betrayal once, and he will have to keep one eye open even if he sleeps with him, otherwise he won't know how to die. What's more, I don't have the need to cooperate with him at all. What can I not get if I exist systematically? Let alone be a subordinate to him. It's just wishful thinking. No, don't even think about it. Looking deeply at Katie's figure, Titch's right hand tightened, loosened, and tightened. When he first heard from Hilliu that this person could also replicate the abilities of others and was not limited to the devil fruit, he felt first. It just feels impossible. How can someone achieve something that even the dark fruits that he owns can't do? However, when Titch learned of everything that happened on Malin Vander, he no longer questioned Hilliu's statement. At that time, he decided that this person should either be used for himself or be completely wiped out. Now it seems that it is impossible to take it for your own use and only find a way to obliterate it. Chapter 55, Your Father is Still Your Father. Chapter 55 Your Father is Still Your Father. He narrowed his eyes. Of course he felt the killing intent on Titch's body, but Katie was not worried. The most important reason why Ace lost to him was the lack of intelligence, and the lack of strength was secondary. An Angwo's restraint against other fruit abilities is so obvious that anyone who suddenly encounters any will suffer a loss without knowing it. However, as a traverser, he certainly won't suffer such a loss. In addition, there are many restrictions on the conditions for the activation of dark fruit. If you want to make the enemy's ability temporarily invalid, you must directly touch the opponent with your hands. And although dark fruit is also a natural type, it is not immune to physical damage but absorbs damage. The pain doubled. With his current swordsmanship, he can completely use the initial solution state to break through the air to confront the enemy, and under the blessing of the armed color, he still has the ability to fight against him, completely fearless. Titch, you're looking for death. With a roar, Whitebeard rushed towards Titch. He couldn't ignore Titch's challenge. He even said that even without Titch's provocation, he would take action. The son made a mistake and violated the rules of the family. It is natural to be a father. Law. Thief, haha, come on daddy, let you see how strong your son is now. The gaze looking at the Whitebeard was full of enthusiasm. Outsiders seem to think this is Tick's desire and expectation for fighting, but Katie doesn't think so. This mood may be true, but it is definitely not much. It is more of the desire for the ability of the Whitebeard fruit, and it can even be said, it's greed. Just as Katie thought, after following Whitebeard for more than 10 years, he knew very well what kind of fruit ability the shaking fruit possessed, so he was really jealous. Even if he was not absolutely sure now, he couldn't help but shoot. Father, kill him, kill this traitor. The members of the white group naturally yelled and cheered when they saw the old man himself. However, two of them were worried. One of them was the rival Marco, and the other was Ace, who had personally fought with Tick. Marco was not worried that Whitebeard would be invincible, he was worried about his father's injury. Although the injury was not enough to threaten his life, he couldn't support it like that. In comparison, Ace was really a little worried, and it was because he had personally fought against him that he knew more about the trouble with that ability. Marco, I advise you to follow, even if you don't do anything, you can take care of it just in case. Marco froze for a moment when he heard Katie's words and then reacted. Except Ace, the other captains come with me. After listening to Marco's words, the remaining 11 team captains rushed to the battlefield when Marco said. They naturally held a sigh of relief in their hearts. Even if they couldn't kill the traitor by themselves, they still had to step forward to protect the old man, and even wanted to kill the bastards who followed Titch. The situation changed suddenly, and the battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy suddenly turned into a duel between the two pirates. Read more at wuxiax.com. The Navy headquarters has even become a background wall, and has no intention of participating, because it is a good thing for them whoever loses in the war on both sides. If Blackbeard hadn't broken into Advance City, they might still be able to fight Whitebeard together, but now the Navy only hopes that both sides will suffer a loss. Great shock! With the fruit ability, the Whitebeard slammed into Titch, and the surrounding space became abnormally unstable because of this punch. Dark water. To everyone's expectation, Titch didn't mean to evade in the face of the Whitebeard's attack. Not only that, but also a punch with his right hand, but the surface of the fist was surrounded by strange black air currents. The final result shocked everyone and couldn't believe what they saw. The expected massive explosion did not appear. Under everyone's unbelievable gaze, the fruit power on the Whitebeard's fist disappeared in an instant without leaving a trace. What's going on? They couldn't imagine what was going on in front of them, and how Whitebeard's ability disappeared. Although Whitebeard's attack did not stop there, and he slammed Tich again. Tich's response was still the same as before, with his right hand clenched into a fist. One black and white collided again. This time, countless people watched the whole process of the attack with their eyes wide open. They wanted to know what exactly Tich used to achieve this, or how his fruiting ability worked. However, the final result was to disappoint everyone. They couldn't see why the Whitebeard's ability disappeared, but the Whitebeard's ability just disappeared when they just touched Tai Chi's fist. They can only attribute all this to the Tai Chi fruit ability. Weird. At this moment, the gazes of all those with fruit abilities who looked at Tiki changed. There is no doubt that they felt threats from Tik. His ability can be said to have great restraint on all capable people. Although they believe that this ability cannot be unlimited, at least they don't know it yet. So I watched the battle in the field more and more seriously, wanting to see how the world's strongest man should solve it. Thief, haha, father, don't you think this is embarrassing? You are really old, it's time to give up your position. Blocking Whitebeard's attacks one after another made Tik feel a little airy, and even forgot that Whitebeard was called the world's strongest man not only because of his powerful fruit ability, but also exquisite knife skills. After many common-sense failures, Baybeard's attack method suddenly changed. Kong Yunkai, who was originally in his hand, threw it high, and then slammed his fist towards Tik. It's useless and useless, don't you understand it? No matter how many times it is useless. At this time, Tik was still immersed in the excitement that he could beat Whitebeard, completely unaware that the opponent's attack method had changed. When the attack was resolved again, the cloud cut in the air also reached the top of his head, holding the handle of the knife that fell from the sky in one hand, and then quickly changing in front of him, the trajectory becoming more and more blurred. In an instant, Tich finally reacted, but it was too late. The light of the knife flickered, and Whitebeard did not show any mercy at this time. The knife fell from the sky and slashed directly in front of Tik's chest, and a fountain of blood spurted instantly. It hurts. The Whitebeard's blow was a combination of armed color, and the damage could be imagined. However, Baybeard's attack did not stop. This knife not only successfully slashed Tich, but also broke his offensive, revealing flaws. With two bangs, the knife dance directly pressed down one of Tik's hands, pressing a heel in front of his body and stepping on the other hand forcibly. The battle situation was changing, and the seemingly feeble Whitebeard once again showed everyone his strength to rule the world. Hey haha, it's worthy of being like a monster in the legend. It's powerful, but it's unreasonable to have a strong sense of combat. Doflamingo said, the voice of everyone. When they were thinking hard about how to get rid of Tiki's ability if they were against him, Whitebeard not only found a way but also instantly subdued him. The gap was self-evident. Chapter 56, Whitebeard with Severed Arm. Chapter 56, Whitebeard with Severed Arm. Tich, what else do you want to say? At this moment, Whitebeard's voice was hoarse and low. For a moment, Tich sweated wildly on his forehead. At any rate, he was also a person who followed Baybeard for more than 20 years. He was familiar with Baybeard's temper. At this time, he was undoubtedly angry to the extreme. Father, Daddy, I was wrong and I was wrong, please forgive me. Forgive my confusion. Under the threat of death, Tich completely gave up his dignity, apologized to Baybeard and eager for his forgiveness, without seeing the arrogance and domineering just now. However, Whitebeard was indifferent, and the ability to hold Tich's head with a big hand slowly accumulated. Seeing this scene, Tich's whole body was trembling. It was a manifestation of extreme fear. Once the attack broke out at such a close distance, there was absolutely no possibility of surviving himself, and there was no scum left on his head to be bombarded. Father, I am your son. Just before the attack was about to erupt, Tich's words made Baybeard's whole person froze in place, and his eyes seemed a little hesitant. Father, I was wrong. I really know that I was wrong. You can forgive me for my mistake this time with the company of more than 20 years? Didn't you forgive Scoyard's offense? Daddy. The hesitation in Whitebeard's eyes, Titch saw clearly, so he took a mouthful of an old man, indescribably kind. If everyone hadn't witnessed the whole process with their own eyes, they might have been deceived by Tick's disguise and called him a good son. Father, can't let him go. Not far away, Marco, who realized this change, hurriedly reminded that although Blackbeard had indeed been the father's son for more than 20 years, his purpose at the beginning was not pure, not to mention the murder of the father's son. Captain of the 4th Division, what he did cannot be forgiven at all. Marco's voice awakened the hesitant Whitebeard, and his eyes became sharp in an instant. The attack that had stopped flashed once again, and the fierce killing intent was obvious. Asshole, attack me and kill this old guy. Knowing that it's useless to beg for mercy, Tick also made a desperate move to attack Whitebeard. Go on. Stop them. Naturally, Marco would not sit idly by. A group of captains swarmed and stopped all of Tick's men. Sword punishment, broken. However, just when Katie thought that Blackbeard was about to end, things changed again. A dazzling sword light came in an instant, the speed even surpassed my own perception. The sword aura that was still infinitely distant in the next second had already come before him with a white beard. Read more at wuxiax.com. At this time, no one could react, but felt that a dazzling light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and then the world in front of him was a little red, dazzling red. Father! A heart-piercing roar suddenly came from my ear. Looking at the arms floating high in the sky, Ace's heart was bleeding, but it belonged to the father's right hand. Immediately, he rushed to the white beard desperately, but he was pressed by the hand on his shoulder. Katie, let me go. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being affectionate. The red-eyed Ace was already on the verge of rampaging, even Katie didn't show any face. Think clearly for whom Baybeard did all this. If you fall into the enemy's control again in the past, wouldn't it be a waste of everything your father did? Little nephew, we have all of this. Before Ace could react, another voice followed. The content of the words made Ace startled for a while. When did he have an extra uncle? Looking back, there were two figures in sight, and one of them was a man with an extremely strong figure and looking at him with a smile. While Ace was looking at the other party, Barrett was also looking at Ace in front of him. Looking at him, his eyes were in a trance, like, too much, and for a while, he could see it. Hey, Barrett, there is time for you to see it, so please do business first, okay? The other person on the side spoke up, interrupted the two people who were looking at each other, and rushed out immediately. Wait for me. Barrett left with a word. Finally patted Ace on the shoulder. Katie also left, leaving Ace in a daze. The Warring States is so capable, so I asked this one out. It's amazing. Although the cover of the incoming person has not been revealed yet, how could Laylee not know who this person is? This time Bogart didn't say anything. The appearance of this person also exceeded his expectations, and this way of playing made Bogart frowned. He really did not expect that people who were already at that level would sneak attacks. Bogart was suddenly grateful for his original decision. Fortunately, he chose to follow Lieutenant General Karp, so he has the right to choose what he wants to do in the leisure time now. Bald old dog, you still like to engage in sneak attacks as you did in the past, why don't you call the four old immortals to come together? People arrived before they arrived, and Barrett opened his mouth and cursed without mercy. Since you have come out, you must understand the value of freedom, otherwise you can be arrested and locked up at any time. His voice was full of domineering. However, how could Barrett be shocked and immediately replied? If you have the ability, try a hairless bald donkey. Only at this moment did the figures of the people appear, but they were not one but three. Who are those two? After seeing the appearance of the people, this question appeared in the hearts of nearly everyone. They found that they only knew the Warring States among them, and what shocked them was that the Warring States as the Admiral was actually at the end. And the crowd who rarely recognized the identity of the two almost fainted. The name that is stronger than the Warring States period is Gang Gukong. He was the last admiral of the navy and the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies of the world government. As for the other swordsman, let me tell you that he is one of the few people with the highest power in the world. 1. The destiny of countless people is in your hands. However, what shocked them was not over yet. The man then introduced. Have you seen the 2 standing next to Katie? The older one was named Barloric Ladefield. There was a battle between the 2 of them when Steel Skeleton was in position, and he was the winner. The other is Douglas Barrett, a former member of the Roger Pirates, and the 3rd strongest person on Roger's ship. The Navy launched an order to kill him in order to capture him alone. After listening to the introductions one by one, the melon-eating crowd looked dumbfounded. They never expected that a battle between Whitebeard and the Navy would develop to this point, and so many bigwigs appeared on the screen at the same time. However, as everyone knows, there is another big brother who is about to appear. Chapter 57, The Strongest Face Fruit. Chapter 57, The Strongest Face Fruit. Thanks to the sneak attack, Titch, who had been suppressed by Whitebeard, escaped the threat of death and retreated far to the side to wait and see. Now he has not yet emerged from the shadow of Whitebeard. Looking at the bald swordsman standing with the Warring States period, Katie couldn't be dignified. Regardless of the strength of this person, his status alone could scare an individual to death. The world's highest power holder, one of the 5 elder stars above the commander of the 3 armies of the Admiral, the orders issued from them have changed the fate of how many people and countries. Katie never imagined that because of the existence of her butterfly wings, the war at the top would turn out to be like this, and even the 5 old stars would appear. At the same time, officers of the rank of generals with the power of World War I arrived in the Navy under the leadership of the Green Pheasant and Huang Yuan. And all the captain class or over 100 million bounty pirates under the Whitebeard also arrived. The distance between the 2 sides is only 100 meters, for them this distance is really not a distance. The air seemed to be filled with lead and it was hard to breathe, but there were too many lieutenant-level powerhouses on the side of Megatron here, but there were too many peak-level powerhouses here. Everyone obeys the order, the whole army strikes. At this moment, the Warring States had gathered countless lights. Although he might not be the strongest in the field, the order of this order meant that the largest battle in 50 years was about to break out. If the duel between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy headquarters affected the development of the times, then the next battle was enough to determine the development of the times. If the pirates win, the Navy will be devastated, the world government's control of the sea will drop to the freezing point, and the sea will completely fall into the hands of the pirates. But if the winner is the Navy, the situation will be completely reversed. The prestige of the Navy will reach a super height never seen in history, and it will usher in an unimaginable development. The capture of pirates will be easier and simpler. Chick chick chick. Just before the war was about to break out, a sword aura suddenly struck, cutting between the 2 sides, and at the same time there were dozens of super auras. The war that was about to break out for a while suddenly stopped. Can you give me a face? This war is over. Red-haired Shanks. The melon-eating people were shocked again. They didn't expect that things could expand to this point. What are they going to do? A world war breaks out. The 4 emperors alone came too, and there is still no end to it. Can they come all at once? Their little hearts can't withstand such a toss. Read more at wuxiax.com. Shanks, what are you doing? The sudden appearance of red hair was not welcomed by the Warring States period. It should be known that the Whitebeard had not been seriously injured by the Red Dog, and even his right arm was cut off. Now he does not even have half of his usual strength. Although the Red Dog had also lost combat power, he had found 2 strong aides, plus Carp, the Green Pheasant, and the Yellow Ape, and he still had an advantage in high-end combat power. That's why he ordered the war, but all these advantages disappeared because of the arrival of Red Hair. I'm here to end this battle. So far, both sides have sacrificed too much. How many people have died? Shouldn't it stop? Only at this moment, when Shanks uttered these words, did people realize what they had lost in this war. Comrades in arms, partners, close friends, etc., and so on, there is a blood that is so strong that it can't be removed on the blue sea. The moment Shanks finished speaking, the Warring States period reacted, secretly making a bad sound. The Warring States period clearly felt that the momentum of the tens of thousands of navy behind him had dropped instantly, I don't know how much. It can be said that if you force a battle, the original 8-point confidence is now only 7 or even 6. As the so-called narrow road meets the brave, the morale is really enough to affect the outcome of a battle, sometimes even the decisive factor. Asshole! The Warring States was irritated again. If that's the case, then withdraw. Just when the Warring States period didn't know what to do, someone stepped up and gave the order, and then he took the knife and left, leaving only a back figure without any intention of staying. The whole process did not take into account the feelings of the Warring States period. It was because of him. Is a member of the 5 Old Stars. The only action before leaving was a vague glance at Shanks, with strange colors gleaming in his eyes. Warring States, withdraw. Obviously the situation has been out of his own control, and Steelbone Unparalleled stepped forward to comfort the Warring States. Of course he understood the unwillingness of the Warring States period, but it was no longer something anyone could control. Retreat, retreat. Warring States himself didn't know how to say this sentence. He only knew that these 2 words exhausted all his strength. As the planner and commander of this war, he yearned for this victory more than anyone else. This is not only my own glory, but also a foundation for the Navy to enter the New World. Of course, it also marks a successful end to my retirement. But now, all of this has disappeared in vain, the blood of One Piece has not ended, and the Whitebeard is still alive. It can be said that no decent results have been achieved at all. Not only that, but also because of Katie's appearance, the Navy suffered a great humiliation. Failed myself. At this moment, the Warring States period knew that he had failed. Not only did he fail to leave a satisfactory period, but instead left a huge black spot. Thinking of this, the Sengoku gaze couldn't help but look at Katie again. He really wanted to know what kind of power this young man who appeared suddenly could do this seemingly impossible thing perfectly. 2. However, it was at this glance that he saw an incredible scene again, and saw that he stuffed something into the Whitebeard's mouth. Then a miracle occurred, and the Whitebeard, who had suffered several fatal injuries, stabilized in an instant. Not only that, the horrible wound on the chest that was blasted by the Red Dog even quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the new granulation quickly filled the original missing part, and the cut on the right arm stopped bleeding instantly and then scabbed and fell off. In the next second, the state of the Whitebeard's whole person has returned to the peak. If it hadn't been for the severed right arm to grow out, the Whitebeard would not be the slightest different from when he first came. What's going on? Not to mention the Warring States period, even Baybeard himself was still in a daze, and he hurried to check his body, because some medicines could overdraw his life. After a careful examination, Baybeard only felt that his whole body was comfortable, and there was no sign of overdraft. He even said that the faint pain in the body in the past has also been reduced a lot, except that he has no right arm and is not used to everything else is simply too good. It is good. Chapter 58, Retreat Separately. Chapter 58 Retreat Separately. Father, how do you feel? Like Whitebeard, Marco also worried about the bad side effects of what Katie gave. Although he had no reason to do so, it was because the situation in front of him was too outrageous. Normally, the injury of that degree would take several months. Time to cultivate, but the fact is a blink of an eye. Naturally I can't help worrying. Don't worry, I'm very good. I even said that I haven't felt so good for a long time. Immediately, he gave Marco a relieved look, indicating that he doesn't need to worry. However, the Warring States period, who witnessed the changes in Whitebeard's body, was suddenly glad that the war did not break out, otherwise the instantaneous recovery of Whitebeard would bring himself no small surprise. What's more, I still don't know what Katie gave Baybeard. How many things are there? It's okay if there is only one, but if there are more than 3, you can consume people like yourself to death. After realizing this, the Sengoku gaze toward Katie became deeper and deeper, and even the next stage of the Navy's development plan emerged in her mind to do her best to capture Katie. Mr. Katie, thank you so much. If you don't mind, can you come to our mobile for 2 days? After repeatedly confirming that the old man has no physical problems, Marco sent out an invitation to Katie. His eyes are full of gratitude. What he cares most about is the old man's physical problems, and now he is naturally grateful to Katie. Of course, not only Katie was invited, but Barrett Ryder on the side also received the invitation, and neither refused. Then it's better to be respectful than fate. For Katie, besides following the Whitebeard, she really has no good place to go. She doesn't know the way of this world. If you run around by yourself, you don't know when you will go to the Holy Land Mariajo and throw yourself into the net. The other 2 are afraid that they are almost the same as themselves. Although they will not go to the Holy Land, they have been locked in the city for decades. They need to find a place to understand the world. As the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard can naturally provide them. There is no reason to refuse everything that is needed. At this time, the red-haired pirate group also came over. Get to know, I'm Shanks. Seeing the extended palm, Katie was stunned. He didn't expect that the first person he was looking for was not someone else but himself, but he quickly realized that he reached out and held Shanks's extended hand. Hello, this is Katie. At the moment when the 2 hands touched, Katie only felt a powerful and unimaginable breath pressing on her body. That kind of feeling was like carrying a mountain on her back, but Shanks didn't move a step in the whole process. Humph! With a soft drink, Katie also exploded with a very strong aura, and the pressure brought by Shanks on the front did not retreat in the slightest. Read more at wuxiax.com. Haha, not bad. It is indeed young and promising. In the future, we can retire for young people like you, the older generation. With a hearty laugh, the breath of Shanks's body instantly disappeared, and everything just now seemed to be an illusion. You are trying to shame me. Katie didn't expect Shanks to evaluate herself so high. Although she thinks so, she still needs to be humble. In this case, then leave. This sentence was said to the Whitebeard. Yeah, it's time to leave. Ever since, under the gaze of tens of thousands of navies in the whole world, all members of the Whitebeard Pirates group slowly withdrew from the Navy headquarters in a victorious posture. No one stopped the whole process. Looking at the ships that disappeared far from the screen, even though the Navy headquarters recovered calm, the people who ate melons were uneasy. Because of this result, most of them did not expect that before the war, most of them thought that the Navy would win. Although Baybeard has the title of the strongest man, he is old after all, and he is no longer at his peak. The next squad captain except Marco is not an opponent of the 3 Navy generals. The gap in high-end combat power is still very big. But under such circumstances, the Whitebeard pirates still won. How could it not surprise anyone? How will the Navy retaliate against Katie after you say this? Looking at the photo on the reward order in their hands, they all thought of this question together. It can be said that most of the reasons for the Navy's failure can be attributed to Katie. Thinking about it in another way, if you are a warring states period, you will never let this person off easily. Both his personal strength and the impact on the Navy are enough to make yourself determined to eliminate the roots. Katie doesn't know what others are like, because he is now in a state of awkwardness. The moment the Moby Dick sails out of the Marine Headquarters Marin Vander's range, the system brings him 2 things, one good and one bad news. Congratulations to the host for completing the main mission, to help Whitebeard win the war at the top. Mission assessment: successfully rescued Fire Fist Ace, and successfully rescued Edward Newgate the Whitebeard, but was cut off, defeating the Navy's most powerful general, a key dog. Task completion level, S. Mission rewards, 50 million exchange points, 150 skill points, and a mission summoning card on the A-level plane. Just when Katie opened her mouth to ask what the last reward was, the system prompt sounded again. It has been tested that the host's strength has grown significantly. In order to provide better services to the host, the system content needs to be updated. The update time is estimated to be 24 hours. Please be patient with the host. System. No matter how Katie called, the system didn't respond at all. If it hadn't been for her personal experience, Katie would even suspect that all this was just a dream. Hey, I can finally rest. After confirming that the system could no longer be awakened, an unstoppable drowsiness was a sudden attack. Even if she had the strength, she couldn't bear the falling eyelids. After a second, Katie fell asleep. He was really tired. Although he had a rest time for more than 30 hours, his brain was still tight, and he didn't dare to relax a little bit. Physical fatigue can still be recovered by using fairy beans, but mental fatigue can only be hard-headed. Until now I finally can't stand it, but fortunately, things are still over perfectly. I feel like dancing on a tightrope, and a slight mistake is the result of a dead end. Mr. Katie, I want to ask you, you're burning fruit. Halfway through what Ace said, she found that Katie was lying in a corner to the side and unconscious, and she couldn't speak the rest of the words. He told others not to disturb Katie before turning and leaving. Although I really want to know everything about burning fruit, obviously now is not the time to ask. Katie S.I., who is younger than himself, still has respect in his heart, because his father did not suffer more serious injuries. Can leave so easily. Chapter 59, Whitebeard Invitation. Chapter 59, Whitebeard Invitation. Hey, I really feel comfortable sleeping this time. When Katie opened her eyes again, she just felt refreshed and she was not too good. Boss Katie, are you awake? Before Katie could tell how long she had slept, the people on the side came up to say hello. Yeah, how long have I slept? You are really exhausted. You slept for more than 10 hours, from yesterday afternoon to noon today. No, I have to tell my father that the banquet is ready. After talking about the unknown member of the white group, he left in a hurry, leaving Katie in place. However, he was not alone. At this time, other members of the white group had already surrounded him. Boss Katie, you don't know. Dad put off the banquet specially for you, saying that you woke up and when it was held. But brothers didn't say anything. This should be the case. If it wasn't for the boss of Katie, we brothers are afraid that they will stay in the Navy headquarters forever. Thank you, Katie boss. Thank you, Katie boss. Cheers rang out one after another, even spreading throughout the entire Moby Dick. Kahaha, since little friend Katie wakes up, let's have a banquet. Oh. A vigorous voice came immediately, instantly igniting the entire Whitebeard pirate group and dozens of attached pirate boats, and the entire nearby sea seemed very lively because of this. The already prepared beer and food were arranged on the table instantly, and Katie was amazed by the speed. The banquet seemed to be a common hobby of everyone in Pirate World and no one would refuse. At this time Katie finally saw Whitebeard through the crowds. However, I saw dozens of people sitting around a super large table, led by Whitebeard, and everyone who was able to sit here was captain level or bounty of over 100 million people, and even Luffy, who hadn't seen him in a long time, was inside. I don't know what happened and it seems a little unhappy. Of course Barrett Ryder was also here, and they were still sitting next to the Whitebeard. Boss Katie, sit here. Before Katie could find her seat, Ace, who was not far away, stretched out his hand to greet him. There was an empty seat beside him, and Barrett was separated from the Whitebeard. Read more at wuxiax.com. Katie didn't know much about these, but she could see that Whitebeard valued herself, and she didn't think so much and went straight to sit down. "Little friend Katie, I toast you a glass. Thanks to you this time, I won't say anything extra in the wine." With that said, Baybeard just picked up his special 3-meter-high wine bottle and dried it in one mouthful. "To Katie, boss." Before Katie could say anything, everyone around followed to raise their glasses, looking at Katie with sincere thanks. Feeling the eager gazes from the people around, the polite words that were originally stuck in his mouth can't be said by himself. He picked up a bowl of wine beside him and gestured for a circle, then raised his head to drink. "It is good." A simple move has gained everyone's approval. For the bold pirate, a bowl of wine is better than a long polite word of thanks. Katie's toast seemed to announce the official start of the banquet. Cheers, squabbles, and bragging sounded one after another, making it extremely lively. "Katie, do you have any plans afterwards?" After drinking for 3 rounds, Whitebeard suddenly brought the topic to Katie. Everyone at the scene was really interested in this question, and one by one turned to look at Katie. "Well, I don't have any specific plans. I just plan to go out and have a look around." Katie didn't deliberately conceal it, she really didn't know what to do now. "Suddenly crossed into this world without warning, until now, I still can't accept it, and I really didn't think about the next plan." However, the Whitebeard's eyes lit up when he heard the answer. "In that case, why don't you think about joining us?" The air suddenly became quiet, and the banquet in the distance might be still going on, but the table stopped and looked at Katie. Obviously they wanted Katie to join. "Sorry, although I have no specific plans yet, I still want to go out and have a look. I have no plans to join in yet." Although the Whitebeard's invitation came suddenly, Katie refused it, not that he hated the Whitebeard pirates. Tuan even said that he liked the pirate group very much, otherwise he wouldn't spend so much effort to save people. "The reason I refused was just because I hadn't figured out how I would integrate into this world, and I didn't plan to join or create a pirate group before making a decision." "It's okay, you can carry my name on the sea wantonly, the Whitebeard pirates will not become your bondage." Obviously, Whitebeard will not give up so easily. The experience this time made Baybeard feel the crisis, and he had to admit that he was really old. A Red Dog kid could stop him, but now he has lost his right arm and his strength is getting worse. But among his own sons, with the exception of Marco being able to stand alone, even Ace is almost too close to him. The new era is coming soon, Whitebeard is really a little worried. In this way, Katie naturally became the target of Whitebeard's solicitation, and this scene happened. "Boss Katie, as long as you are willing to get on the boat, the captain of me can leave it to you to sit." Marco, who was on the side even more shockingly, released such a bomb, shocking others looking around and looking at a loss. Inviting Katie to join them was naturally a welcome with both hands, but they could not accept Marco's seat as soon as they came. After all, everyone is accustomed to Marco being here, and the sudden change of people makes them a little uncomfortable. Even Katie herself was surprised by Marco's words. The captain of the first division of the Whitebeard Pirates group is a lofty status for the entire White group. It's also easy to use. "Brother Marco, you have broken me by saying that. Even if you are willing, my brothers may not agree. You are the only seat in this seat. I really like the Whitebeard Pirates. Before we came, everyone was strangers. After coming, everyone is a family. The reason why I disagree is not that I want a noble seat, but I don't know what I want or what I want to do, so I'm really sorry. I won't join any. The pirate group will not form its own pirate group. Sorry, it's me the villain." After listening to Katie's words, Marco couldn't understand the meaning of this, so he gave up the plan to continue persuading. Chapter 60, Answer Ace. Chapter 60 Answer Ace. "However, although there is no way to join, I don't mind multiple uncles." Katie's sudden sentence confuses a group of people. He wants each uncle to say what he is doing now, and he can't let his father be his uncle. Wrong. It's impossible, it's entirely possible, and it was Katie who took the initiative to bring it up. This is not obvious, it's not an explicit attempt to draw closer to each other. Kahaha, how about me being your uncle? How could Baybeard not think of others? Then it's better to be respectful, Uncle Newgate. With a slight smile, Katie agreed. Okay. A loud shout attracted everyone's attention, and then the Whitebeard slowly said, "Let's raise a glass, and welcome Katie to join our big family." Although it is a nephew and uncle, it is considered a family, and Baybeard saying this means that Katie is not regarded as an outsider. Dry. The original sluggish atmosphere rushed to the top again because of the arrival of this news. Although Katie did not agree to join, this was expected. After all, there is no need to join anyone with his strength, as long as he is willing to form a pirate group with his own strength, and it can be imagined that this unborn pirate group is definitely not weak, and may even become one of the 4 emperors in one fell swoop. Under the strongest pirate group. But now, Katie has recognized Whitebeard as an uncle. This is of course more than a simple identity issue. It means that the two parties have reached an alliance-like relationship to take care of each other and support each other. It is naturally a good thing to have such a strong ally. Boss Katie, I respect you. For a while, Katie became the object of everyone's care. Seeing the people in the long line looking for her own wine, Katie was panicked, she was going to kill herself. However, he did not flinch. With the addition of a solid ally like Whitebeard, of course, he has a lot of benefits, regardless of the fact that so many visitors will not refuse one cup after another. After a round, Katie felt that the world in front of her was spinning. Haha Katie boss, you can't drink too much. Why, how could it be, how could I not? Even though she had a big tongue, Katie still refused to admit that she could not. Fire, fire. In the next moment, Katie ignited spontaneously, and blue flames kept burning around Katie. Read more at wuxiax.com. Afterwards, a stream of wine-scented airflow slowly rose, and when the flame disappeared, Katie's face returned to normal, with no signs of drunkenness at all. How? Are you afraid? Using the high temperature of the flame, Katie instantly decomposed the undecomposed alcohol remaining in the body. In the face of Katie's provocation, how could the proud members of the White Group admit defeat? Perhaps their strengths are incomparable, but they are not convinced by anyone who drinks. 2 or 3 hours later, when Katie used a flame to forcibly remove the alcohol from her body for the last time, all those who found herself to drink alcohol fell to the ground without exception. Ace, just say anything you want to ask. He glanced at Aseti, who was hesitant to speak several times beside him, and said, although he could roughly guess what he was going to ask. I'm sure I ate the burnt fruit, but why do you have the same ability as me? Sure enough, Ace would ask this question as expected. The unique ability that I originally possessed was suddenly possessed by others, and I would also ask if I changed it to myself. Katie also noticed that not only Ace, but all the other people who were still awake were also looking at her, obviously curious about how she did it. Even Whitebeard, Ryder, and Barrett cast curious glances. Although they are past the age of gossip, everything that happened to Katie is beyond their understanding. Naturally, they want to know this. How do young people do it? Fortunately, I had already prepared the answer, so I didn't panic. Because I am a person with the ability to reproduce fruit, I can reproduce the abilities of others after paying a certain price. As for the price, it is not convenient for me to disclose. The existence of the system and the identity of the traverser cannot be revealed, so Katie pushes everything to the magical devil fruit. The most magical thing in this world is the devil fruit. No one understands its types even now. Even the devil fruit illustrated book does not include all the fruit abilities. Katie said that it is completely fine. Re-engraving the fruit? That's really a strange and powerful ability. After listening to Katie's introduction, the others did not continue to question whether they really believed it or not, but they recognized the power of this ability. The randomness of the devil fruit is too large, and many people regret that they have not been able to have what they want or are suitable, and this engraving ability is simply perfect to achieve this, and some people even think about this ability at the same time being able to reproduce several abilities. If there are more than one, would it be against the sky? Of course, they instinctively think it is impossible. After all, they still have to leave a little bit of survival for others. What's the matter with your blue flame? Fruit awakening or something else? Instead of asking about the re-engraved fruit, Ace asked another question that he really wanted to know. Ace, who has personally experienced the Top War, knew how much the Whitebeard pirates would have sacrificed without Katie's help, so he didn't mind that Katie had the same abilities as himself. I don't know if the ability is awakened, but it is always a deeper level of development. In fact, there are only 2 points that most affect the power of the flame. Katie stopped talking for a moment before continuing. Actually, you should also know that one is temperature and the other is range. Temperature is the essence of flame. Only by mastering a higher temperature can the explosion and power of the flame further increase. Compared with the red dog, although the rockberry can also control the temperature, its control range is limited, but the maximum is 5,000 or 6,000 degrees, but the flame is different. If it is developed to the extreme, it is more than 10,000 degrees. I can feel you. The flames of yours have also reached the bottleneck of breakthrough, so realize that this problem can't trouble you. As for the scope, it is how many flames you can control. If one day you can control all the flames in the world, even if the temperature is average, it will be enough to destroy everything. Of course, this requires a super powerful body to support. Even Kaido can't. After listening to everything Katie said, Ace was silent. There seemed to be a window in front of him. Half of the window was opened. The remaining half seemed to be opened with a small push. Ace had a hunch that it would not be long for him. Can break through. Thanks, I seem to know what to do. It doesn't matter that everyone is a family, you are welcome. Okay, continue with the banquet. Everything else will be done until the banquet is over. Looking at Ace, who had some insight, Baybeard was very happy. Once he completes the breakthrough, he can become a strong man on his own. Even if one day he can't hold a knife, nothing can threaten him.